God. Our performer tonight, however, is on his own. A small gray object appeared in the conjurer's hand, and he leaned forward fast before Rhyme could turn his head. The killer slapped a piece of duct tape over his mouth. He then shut out all the lights in the room except a small nightlight. He returned to Rhyme's bed, held an index finger up and flicked his thumb against it. A 3-inch point of flame rose from the digit. The conjurer wagged the finger back and forth. "Sweating, I can see." He held the flame close to Rhyme's face. "Fire. Isn't it fascinating? It's probably the most compelling image in illusionism. Fire is the perfect misdirection. Everyone watches flame. They never take their eyes off it on stage. I could do anything with my other hand, and you'd never notice. For instance..." The bottle of Rhyme's scotch appeared in the man's grip. He held the flame under the bottle for a long moment. Then the killer took a sip of liquor and held the flaming finger in front of his lips, looking directly at Rhyme, who cringed. But the conjurer smiled, turned aside, and blew the flaming spray toward the ceiling, stepping back slightly as the stream of fire vanished into the darkness of the ceiling. Rhyme's eyes flickered to the wall in the corner of the room. The conjurer laughed. "Smoke detector? I got that earlier. The battery's gone." He blew another flaming stream toward the ceiling and set the bottle down. Suddenly a white handkerchief appeared. He wafted it under Rhyme's nose. It was soaked in gasoline. The astringent smell burned Rhyme's eyes and nose. The conjurer coiled the handkerchief into a short rope and, ripping open Rhyme's pajama top, draped it around his neck like a scarf. The man walked toward the door, silently opened the deadbolt, and then the door, looked out. Rhyme's nose detected another scent mixed with the gasoline. What was it? A rich, smoky scent. Oh, the scotch. The killer must have left the bottle open. Except that the smell soon overtook the gasoline's aroma. It was overpowering. There was scotch everywhere. And Rhyme understood with dismay what the man was doing. He'd poured a stream of liquor from the door to the bed like a fuse. The conjurer flicked his finger, and a white fireball flew from his hand into the pool of single malt. The liquor ignited, and blue flames raced along the floor. Soon they'd set fire to a stack of magazines and a cardboard box next to the bed, one of the rattan chairs, too. Soon the fire would climb up the bedclothes and begin devouring his body, which he wouldn't feel, and then his face and head, which he horribly would. He turned to the conjurer, but the man was gone. The door closed. Smoke began to sting Rhyme's eyes and fill his nose. The fire crawled closer, igniting boxes and books and posters, melting CDs. Soon the blue and yellow flames began lapping at the blankets at the foot of Lincoln Rhyme's bed. Chapter 26. A diligent NYPD officer, perhaps hearing an odd noise, perhaps seeing an unlocked door, stepped into a West Side alleyway. 15 seconds later, another man emerged, dressed in a lightweight maroon turtleneck, tight jeans, baseball cap. No longer in the role of Officer Larry Burke, Malarick began walking purposefully up Broadway. Glancing at his face, noting the flirtatious way he glanced around him, a cruisin' look, you'd suspect that he was a man on the prowl, heading for some West Side bar to defibrillate his ego and his genitalia, both in arrest lately as he approached middle age. He paused at a basement cocktail lounge, glanced inside. He decided this would be a good place in which to hide out temporarily until it was time to return briefly to Lincoln Rhymes and see how much damage the fire had done. He found a stool at the far end of the bar near the kitchen and ordered a Sprite and a turkey sandwich. Looking around, the arcade games with their electronic soundtracks, a dusty jukebox, the rooms smoky and dark, smelling of sweat and perfume and disinfectant, the liquor-induced braze of laughter and hum of pointless conversation, all of which transported him back to his youth in the city built from sand. Las Vegas is a mirror surrounded by glaring lights. Stare at it for hours, but all you'll ever truly see is yourself, with your pox, squinty wrinkles, vanity, greed, desperation. It's a dusty, hard place where the cheery illumination of the Strip fades fast just a block or two from the neon and doesn't penetrate to the rest of the city. The trailers, sagging bungalows, sandy strip malls, pawn shops selling engagement rings, suit jackets, prosthetic arms, whatever can be transformed into quarters or silver dollars. And everywhere, the dusty, endless, beige desert. This was the world that Mallory was born into. Father a blackjack dealer and mother a restaurant hostess, until her growing weight put her behind the scenes in a cash room, they were two of the army of Vegas service people treated like ants by casino management and guests alike. Two of the army who spent their lives so inundated with money that they could smell the ink, perfume, and sweat on the bills, but who were forever aware that this astonishing flood was destined to pause in their fingers for only the briefest of moments. Like many Vegas children left on their own by parents working long and irregular shifts, and like children living in bitter homes everywhere, their son had gravitated to a place where he found some comfort, and that place for him was the Strip. I was explaining, revered audience, about misdirection. How we illusionists distract you by drawing attention away from our method with motion, color, light, surprise, noise. Well, misdirection is more than a technique of magic. It's an aspect of life, too. We're all desperately drawn toward flash and glitz and away from boredom, from routine, from bickering families, from hot, motionless hours on the edge of the desert, from sneering teens who chase you down because you're skinny and timid and then pound you with fists as hard as scorpion shells. The Strip was his refuge. The magic shops, specifically, of which there were many. Las Vegas is known among performers around the world as the capital of magic. The boy found that these shops were more than just retail outlets. They were places where aspiring, performing, and retired magicians hung out to share stories and tricks and to gossip. It was in one of these that the boy learned something important about himself. He might be skinny and timid and a slow runner, but he was miraculously dexterous. The magicians here would show him palms and pinches and drops and conceals, and he'd pick them up instantly. One of these clerks lifted an eyebrow and said about the 13-year-old, "A born prestidigitator." The boy frowned, never having heard the word. "A French magician made it up in the 1800s, the man explained. Presti as in presto, fast, digit as in finger, prestidigitation, fast fingers, sleight of hand." So maybe, he slowly came to believe, he was someone more than odd man out in the family, something more than knuckle-bait at the playground. Every day, he'd leave school at 3:10 and head directly to his favorite store, where he'd hang out and sop up method. At home, he practiced constantly. One of the shop managers would hire him occasionally to put on demonstrations and brief shows for customers in the magic cavern in the back of the store. He could still picture clearly his initial performance. From that day on, young Houdini, his first stage name, would talk or bully his way up onto stage at any opportunity. What a joy it was to mesmerize his audience, delight them, sell them the medicine, trick them. To scare them, too. He liked to scare them. Finally, he got busted by his mother. The woman eventually realized that the boy hardly spent any time at home and raided his room to learn why. "I found this money," she snapped, rising from her dinner and waddling into the kitchen one evening to confront him as he walked in the back door. "Explain." "It's from Abracadabra." "Who's that?" "The store by the Tropicana I was telling you about." "You stay off the Strip." "Mom, it's just a store, that magic store. Where you been, drinking? Let me smell your breath." "Mom, no." Backing away, repulsed by the massive woman in the pasta sauce-stained top, her own breath horrific. "They catch you in a casino, I could lose my job. Your father could lose his." "I was just at the store. I do a little show. People give me tips sometimes." "That's too much for tip money. I never got tips like that when I was a hostess." "I'm good," the boy said. "So was I." "Show? What kind of show?" "Magic." He was frustrated. He'd told her this months before. "Watch." He did a card trick for her. "That was good," she said, nodding. "But for lying to me, I'm keeping this money." "I didn't lie. You didn't tell me what you're doing. That's the same as lying." "Mom, that's mine. You lie, you pay." With some effort, she stuffed the money into a jeans pocket, sealed closed by her belly. Then she hesitated. "Okay, here's 10 back." If you tell me something. Tell you? Tell me something. You ever seen your father with Tiffany Loam? I don't know. Who's that? You know, don't pretend you don't. That waitress from the Sands was over here with her husband a couple of months ago for dinner. She was in that yellow blouse. Did you see them? Driving out to the desert yesterday? I didn't see them. She examined him closely and decided he was telling the truth. If you do see them, you let me know. And she left him for her spaghetti, coagulating on a TV tray in the living room. My money, Mom! Shut up, it's the Daily Double. One day, performing a small show in abracadabra, the boy was surprised to notice a slim, unsmiling man enter the store. As he walked toward the magic cavern, all the magicians and clerks in the store fell silent. He was a famous illusionist and was appearing at the Tropicana. He was known for his temper and his dark, scary illusions. After the show, the illusionist gestured the boy over and nodded at the handwritten sign on stage. You call yourself Young Houdini? Yeah. You think you're worthy of that name? I don't know. I just liked it. Do some more. Nodding at a velvet table. The boy did, nervous now, as the legend watched his moves. A nod which seemed to be an approving nod. That a 14-year-old boy would receive a compliment like this stunned the magicians in the room to silence. You want a lesson? The boy nodded, thrilled. Let me have the coins. He held his open palm to offer the coins. The illusionist looked down, frowning. Where are they? His hand was empty. The illusionist, laughing harshly at the boy's bewildered expression, had already dipped them. The quarters were in his own hands. The boy was astonished. He hadn't felt a thing. Now I'll hold this one up in the air. The boy looked up, but suddenly some instinct said, Close your fingers now. He's going to put the coins back. Embarrass him in front of a room full of magicians. Grab his hand. Suddenly, without looking down, the illusionist froze and whispered, Are you sure you want to do it? The boy blinked in surprise. I think twice. A glance down at the boy's hand. Young Houdini looked at his palm, which was tensed to catch the great illusionist's. He saw to his shock that the man had placed something there, but not the coins. 5 double-sided razor blades. If he'd closed his fingers as he'd planned, young Houdini would have needed a dozen stitches. Let me see your hands, he said, taking the blades out of them and vanishing them instantly. Young Houdini held his palms up, and the man touched them, stroked them with his thumbs. It felt to the boy that there was an electric current running between them. You've got the hands to be great, he whispered for the boy alone to hear. You've got the drive, and I know you've got the cruelty. But you don't have the vision, not yet. The blade appeared again, and the man used it to slice through a piece of paper which began to bleed. He crumpled the paper and then opened it up. There was no slash and no blood. He handed it to the boy, who noticed that on the inside was an address written in red ink. As the small audience of onlookers cheered and clapped with genuine admiration or jealousy, the illusionist whispered, Come see me, leaning forward, his lips brushing young Houdini's ear. You have a lot to learn, and I have a lot to teach. The boy kept the illusionist's address, but he couldn't work up the courage to go see him. Then, at his 15th birthday party, his mother changed the course of his life forever by flying into a tirade and flinging a platter of fettuccine at her husband over some recently received intelligence about the notorious Mrs. Loam. Bottles flew, collectibles shattered, police arrived. The boy decided he'd had enough. The next day he went to visit the illusionist, who agreed to be his mentor. The timing was perfect. In 2 days, the man was starting an extensive tour of the United States. He needed an assistant. Young Houdini cleaned out his secret bank account and did just what his namesake had done. He ran away from home to work as a magician. There was one major difference between them, however. Unlike Harry Houdini, who'd left home only to make money to help his impoverished family and who was soon reunited with him, young Malarick would never see any member of his again. Hey, how you doing? The woman's husky voice woke him out of these durable memories as he sat at the bar of the Upper West Side Tavern. A regular here, he guessed. 50-ish, Trying unsuccessfully for the illusion of 10 years younger, she'd picked this hunting ground based largely on the dim lighting. She scooted onto a stool next to his and was leaning forward, flying a flag of cleavage. "Sorry? Just asked how you're doing. Don't think I've seen you in here." "Just in town for a day or two." "Ah," she said drunkenly. "Say, I need a light." Conveying the irritating impression that he should consider it a privilege to light her cigarette. "Oh, sure," he said. He clicked the lighter and held it up. This flame flickered madly, he observed, as she wrapped her red, bony fingers around his to guide the lighter to her lips. "Thanks." She shot a narrow stream of smoke toward the ceiling. When she looked back, Mallory had paid the bill and was pushing away from the bar. She frowned. "I have to go," he smiled and said, "Oh, here, you can keep that." He handed her the small metal lighter. She took it and blinked. Her frown deepened. It was her own lighter, which he'd dipped from her purse when she'd leaned toward him. Mallory whispered coldly, "Guess you didn't need one after all." Leaving her at the bar, 2 tears leading the mascara down her cheeks, he thought that of all the sadistic illusions he'd perpetrated and had planned for this weekend, the blood, the cut flesh, the fire, this one would perhaps be the most satisfying. She heard the sirens when they were 2 blocks away from Rhymes. Amelia Sacks's mind did one of those funny jogs, hearing the urgent electronic catcall from some emergency vehicle, thinking the sound seemed to be coming from the direction of his townhouse. Of course it wasn't, she decided. Too much of a coincidence. But then the flashing lights, blue and red, were on Central Park West, where his place was located. "Come on, girl," she reassured herself. "It's your imagination, stoked by the memory of the eerie harlequin on the banner in front of the Cirque Fantastique tent in the park, the masked performers, the horror of the conjurer's murders. They were making her paranoid." Spooky. Forget it. Shifting the large shopping bag containing garlicky Cuban food from one hand to the other, she and Kara continued down the busy sidewalk, talking about parents, about careers, about the Cirque Fantastique, about men, too. Bang, bang. The young woman sipped her double Cuban coffee, to which she said she'd become addicted at first taste. Not only was it half the price of Starbucks, Kara pointed out, but it was twice as strong. "I'm not sure about the math, but I think that makes it 4 times as good," the young woman said. "I'll tell you, I love finds like this. It's the little things in life, don't you think?" But Sacks had lost the thread of the conversation. Another ambulance sped by. She sent a silent prayer that it keep going past Rhymes. It didn't. The vehicle braked to a fast stop at the corner next to his building. "No," she whispered. "What's going on?" Kara wondered. "An accident?" Heart pounding, Sacks dropped the bags of food and began sprinting toward the building. "Oh, Lincoln." Kara started after her, spilled hot coffee on her hand, and dropped the cup. She kept up the pace beside the policewoman. "What's going on?" As she turned the corner, Sacks counted a half-dozen fire trucks and ambulances. At first, she'd suspected he'd had an attack of dysreflexia, but this had clearly been a fire. She looked up to the 2nd story and gasped in shock. Smoke was drifting out of Rhymes' bedroom window. Jesus, no! Sacks ducked under the police line and ran toward the cluster of firefighters in the doorway. She leaped up the front stairs, her arthritis momentarily forgotten. Then she was through the door, nearly slipping on the marble floor. The hallway and the lab seemed intact, but a faint haze of smoke filled the downstairs hallway. 2 firemen were walking slowly down the stairs. It seemed their faces were filled with resignation. "Lincoln!" she cried, and started for the stairs. "No, Amelia!" Lon Solito's gruff voice cut through the hallway. She turned, panicked, thinking that he wanted to stop her from seeing his burned corpse. If the conjurer had taken Lincoln away from her, he was going to die. Nothing in the world would stop her. "Lon!" He motioned her off the stairs and embraced her. "He's not up there, Amelia." No, it's okay. He's all right. Tom brought him down to the guest room in the back, this floor." "Thank God," Kara said. She looked around in dismay at more firefighters coming down the stairs, large men and women, swollen even larger by their uniforms and equipment. Tom, grim-faced, joined them from the back of the hall. "He's all right, Amelia. No burns, some smoke inhalation. Blood pressure's high, but he's on his meds. It'll be okay." "What happened?" she asked the detective. "The conjurer," Solito muttered. He sighed. "He killed Larry Burke, stole his uniform. That's how he got in. Somehow he snuck up to Rhymes' room. He set a fire around his bed. We didn't even know it down here. Somebody saw the smoke from the street and called 911, and dispatch called me. Tom and Mel and I got most of it out before the trucks got here." She asked Solito, "I don't suppose we got him, the conjurer?" A bitter laugh. "What do you think? He vanished. Thin air." Following the accident that left him paralyzed, after Rhyme had graduated from the stage of grief that called for him to spend months willing his legs to work again, he gave up on the impossible and turned his considerable focus and strength of will to a more reasonable goal, breathing on his own. A C4 quad like Rhyme, his neck broken at the fourth vertebra from the base of the skull, is on the borderline of needing a ventilator. The nerves that lead from the brain down to the diaphragm muscles may or may not be functioning. In Rhyme's case, his lungs appeared at first not to be pumping properly, and he was put on a machine, a hose implanted in his chest. Rhyme hated the device, with its mechanical gasping and the odd sensation of not feeling the need to breathe even though he knew he himself wasn't. The machine also had the nasty habit of occasionally stopping cold. But then his lungs began working spontaneously, and he was freed from the bionic device. The doctors said the improvement was due to his body's natural post-trauma stabilizing. But Rhyme knew the real answer. He'd done it himself, with willpower, sucking air into his lungs, meager breaths at first, yes, but his own breaths all the same, was one of the greatest accomplishments of his life. He was now working hard at those exercises that might lead to increased sensation throughout his body and even movement of his limbs. But however successful he was with these, he didn't think his sense of pride would match what he'd felt when he was taken off the ventilator for the first time. Tonight, lying in his small guest room, he recalled seeing the clouds of smoke flowing from the cloth and paper and plastic burning all around him in his room. In his panic, he thought less about burning to death and more about the terrible smoke working into his lungs like metal splinters and taking away the sole victory he'd won in the war against his disability. It was as if the conjurer had picked his single most vulnerable spot to attack. When Tom, Solito, and Cooper burst into the room, his first thought was not about the fire extinguishers the two cops held, but the green oxygen tank the aide wielded. He'd thought, "Save my lungs." Before the flames were out, Tom had the oxygen mask over his face, and he hungrily inhaled the sweet gas. They got him downstairs, and both EMS and Rhyme's own SCI doctor had examined him, cleaning and dressing a few small burns and looking carefully for razor cuts. There were none, nor were any blades found in his pajamas. The spinal cord specialist declared that his lungs were all right, though Tom should rotate him more frequently than normal to keep them clear. It was only then that Rhyme began to calm, but he was still very anxious. The killer had done something far more cruel than causing him physical injury. The attack had reminded Rhyme how precarious his life was, and how uncertain his future. He hated this feeling, this terrible helplessness and vulnerability. "Lincoln!" Sachs walked fast into the room, sat on the old Clinitron bed and dropped to his chest, hugged him hard. He lowered his head against her hair. She was crying. He'd seen tears in her eyes, perhaps twice since he'd known her. "No first names," he whispered. "Bad luck, remember, and we've had enough of that today. You're okay?" "Yes, I'm fine," he said in a whisper, stung by the illogical fear that if he spoke louder the particles of smoke would somehow puncture and deflate his lungs. "The birds?" he asked, praying that nothing had happened to the peregrine falcons. He wouldn't have minded if they moved to a different building, but it would have devastated him if they'd been injured or killed. "Tom said they're fine. They're on the other sill." She held him for a moment. Then Tom appeared in the doorway. "I need to rotate you." The policewoman hugged him once more, then stood back as Tom stepped close to the bed. "Search the scene," Rhyme told her. "There's got to be something that he's left behind. There was that handkerchief he put around my neck, and he had some razor blades." Sachs said she would and left the room. Tom took over and began expertly to clear his lungs. 20 minutes later, Sachs returned. She stripped off the Tyvek suit and carefully folded and replaced it in the crime scene suitcase. "Didn't find much," she reported. "Got that handkerchief and a couple of footprints. He's wearing a new pair of Echoes, but I didn't find any blades, and anything else he might have dropped got vaporized. Oh, and there was a bottle of scotch, too, but I assume it's yours." "Yes, it is," Rhyme whispered. Normally he would have made a joke, something about the severity of the punishment for using 18-year-old single malt as an arson accelerant. But he couldn't bring himself to be humorous. He knew there wouldn't be much evidence. Because of the extensive destruction in a fire, the clues in most suspicious origin fire scenes usually reveal only where and how the fire started. But they already knew that. Still, he thought there must be more. What about the duct tape? Tom pulled it off and dropped it. No duct tape. Look behind the head of the bed. The conjurer was standing there. He might have... I did look. Well, search again. You missed things. You must have. No, she said simply. What? Forget the crime scene. It's toast, so to speak. We need to move this goddamn case forward. We're going to, Rhyme. I'm going to interview the witness. There was a witness? He grumbled. Nobody told me there was a witness. Well, there was. She stepped to the doorway, called down the hall for Lon Solito to join them. He ambled inside, sniffing his jacket and wrinkling his nose. A $240 suit. History. Shit. What, officer? I'm going to interview the witness, Lieutenant. You have your tape recorder? Sure. He took it out of his pocket and handed it to her. There's a wit? Rhymes said. Forget witnesses, Sachs. You know how unreliable they are. Stick with the evidence. No. We'll get something good. I'll make sure we do. A glance at the doorway. Well, who the hell is it? You, she said, pulling a chair close to the bed. Chapter 27. Me. Ridiculous. No, not ridiculous. Forget it. Walk the grid again. You missed things. You searched way too fast. If you were a rookie... I'm not a rookie. I know how to search a scene fast, and I know when it's time to stop searching and go on to more productive things. She examined Solito's small recorder, checked the tape, and clicked it on. This is NYPD Patrol Officer Amelia Sachs, badge 5885, interviewing Lincoln Rhyme, witness in a 1024 assault and 1029 arson at 345 Central Park West. The date is Saturday, April 20th. She set the recorder on the table near Rhyme, who glanced at the unit as if it were a snake. Now, she said, description. I told Lon. Tell me. A sarcastic look at the ceiling. He was medium-built, male, approximately 50 to 55 years of age, wearing a police officer's uniform. No beard this time. Scar tissue and discoloration on his neck and on his chest. His blouse was open. You could see his chest. Excuse me, he said with bright sarcasm. Scar tissue at the base of his neck, presumably continuing down to his chest. Little and ring fingers of his left hand were fused together. He appeared to have brown eyes. Good, Rhyme, she said. We didn't have his eye color before. And we may not now if he's wearing contacts, he snapped, feeling he'd scored a point here. I could probably remember better with something to help. He looked toward Tom. Something to help? I assume you have an unincinerated bottle of Macallan somewhere in the kitchen? Later, Sachs said. Let's keep a clear head. But, worrying her scalp with a nail, she continued. Now, I want to go through everything that happened. What did he say? I can't remember very much, he said impatiently. It was mostly crazy ramblings, and I was hardly in the mood to pay attention. Maybe they sounded crazy to you, but I'll bet there was something we could use. Sachs, he said sardonically, do you think I might have been a little spooked and confused? I mean, just a little distracted, maybe? She touched his shoulder, a place where he could feel the contact. I know you don't trust witnesses, but sometimes they do see things. This is my specialty, Rhyme. Amelia Sachs, the people cop. I'll walk you through it, just like you walk me through the grid. We'll find something important. She rose, walked to the door, and called, Kara? Yes, he distrusted witnesses, even those who had good vantage points and weren't part of the action itself. Anyone involved in the actual crime, especially a victim of violence, was totally unreliable. Even now, thinking about the killer's visit, all Rhyme could see was a random series of incidents, the conjurer behind him, standing over him, lighting the fire, the razor blades, the smell of the scotch, the boiling smoke. He didn't even have a sense of the chronology of the killer's visit. Memory, as Kara had said, is only an illusion. A moment later the young woman appeared. Are you all right, Lincoln? Fine, he muttered. Sachs was explaining that she wanted Kara to listen. She might recognize something the killer had said that could be helpful to them. The policewoman sat down again and pulled her chair close. "Let's go back there, Rhyme. Tell us what happened, just in general terms." He hesitated, glanced at the tape recorder. Then he began to recount the events as he remembered them. The conjurer appearing, admitting he'd stolen the uniform, then killed the officer, telling Rhyme about the officer's body. "The weather's warm." He then said, "It was like he was pretending he was performing a show and I was a fellow performer." Hearing the man's odd rambling in his mind, Rhyme said, "I do remember one thing. He's got asthma. Or at least, he sounded winded. He was gasping for breath a lot, whispering." "Good," Sachs said. "I'd forgotten he sounded that way at the pond after the Marston assault. What else did he say?" Rhyme looked at the dark ceiling of the small guest room, shaking his head. "That's about it. He was either burning me or threatening to slice me up. Oh, did you find any razor blades when you searched the room?" "No." "Well, this is what I'm talking about. Evidence. I know he threw a blade in my sweatpants. The doctors didn't find it. It must have fallen out. See, that's the sort of thing you should be looking for." "It was probably never in your pants," Kara said. "I know the illusion. He palmed the blade." "Well, my point is that you don't tend to listen to people real close when they're torturing you." "Come on, Rhyme. Go on back there. It's earlier this evening. Kara and I are getting dinner. You've been looking over evidence. Tom's brought you upstairs. You were tired, right?" "No," the criminalist said. "I wasn't tired, but he brought me up there anyway." "Imagine you weren't too happy about that." "No, I wasn't." "So you're up in the room, picturing the lights, the silhouette of the birds, Tom closing the door." "It's quiet," Sachs began. "No, it's not quiet at all. There's that goddamn circus across the street." "Anyway, I set the alarm." "For what time?" "I don't know. An hour. What difference does it make?" "One detail can give birth to two others." A scowl. "Where'd that come from? A fortune cookie?" She smiled. "Made it up. But it sounds good, don't you think? Use it in the new edition of your book." "I don't write books about witnesses," Rhyme said. "I write them about evidence." Feeling victorious again with this comeback. "Now, how do you tell he's here at first? Did you hear anything?" "No. I felt a draft. I thought it was the air conditioning at first, but it was him. He was blowing on my neck and cheek." "Just to... why?" "To scare me, I guess. It worked, by the way." Rhyme closed his eyes. Then he nodded as a few memories came back. "I tried to call Lon on the phone, but he—" A glance at Kara. "He caught my move. He threatened to kill me. No, he threatened to blind me if I tried to call for help. I thought he was going to, but it was odd. He seemed impressed. He complimented me on my misdirection." His voice faded as his memory trailed off into dimness. "How did he get in?" "He walked in with the officer who brought the evidence from the Grady hit." "Shit," Solito said. "From now on we check IDs. Everybody who walks through the friggin' door. I mean everybody." "He's talking about misdirection," Sachs continued. "He's complimented you. What else is he saying?" "I don't know," Rhyme muttered. "Nothing." "Nothing at all?" she asked, her voice a whisper. "I don't know." Lincoln Rhyme was furious. At Sachs because she was pushing him, because she wouldn't let him have a drink to numb the terror. Furious mostly at himself, for disappointing her. But she had to understand how hard it was for him to go back there, to the flames, to the smoke that slipped into his nose and threatened his precious lungs. Wait. Smoke. Lincoln Rhyme said, "Fire." "Fire?" "I think that was what he talked about the most. He was obsessed with it. There was an illusion he mentioned, the burning mirror, that was it. Flames all over the stage, I think. The illusionist has to escape from them. He turns into the devil, or somebody turns into the devil." Both Rhyme and Sachs glanced at Kara, who was nodding. "I've heard of it, but it's rare. Takes a lot of setup, and it's pretty dangerous. Most theater owners won't let performers do it nowadays." He kept going on about fire, how it's the one thing you can't fake on stage, how audiences see fire, and they secretly hope maybe the illusionist will get burned. Wait, I remember something else. Go on, Rhyme, you're on a roll. "Don't interrupt me," he snapped. "I told you he was acting as if he were giving a performance. He seemed delusional. He kept looking at the blank wall and talking to somebody. It was like my something audience. I don't remember what he called them. He was manic." "An imaginary audience." "Right. Hold on. I think it was respected audience. Talking to them directly. My respected audience. Sachs glanced at Kara, who shrugged. "We always talk to the audience. It's called patter. In the old days, performers would say things like, 'my esteemed audience,' or 'my dear ladies and gentlemen,' but everybody thinks that's hokey and pretentious. Patter's a lot less formal now. Let's keep going." "I don't know, Sachs. I think I'm dry. Everything else is just a big blur." "I'll bet there's more. It's like that one bit of evidence at the scene. It's there. It might be the key to the whole case. You just have to think a little differently to find it." She leaned closer to Rhyme. "Let's say this is your bedroom. You're in the flexicare. Where was he standing?" The criminalist nodded. "There, near the foot of the bed, facing me. My left side, closest to the door." "What was his pose?" "Pose? I don't know." "Try." "I guess facing me. He kept moving his hands like he was speaking in public." Sachs stood and took up a position. "Like this?" "Closer." She moved in. "There." Her standing in this pose did, in fact, bring back a memory. "One thing. He was talking about the victims. He said killing them wasn't anything personal." "Nothing personal." Yes, I remember now. He killed them because of what they represented." Sachs was nodding, scribbling notes to supplement the tape recording. "Represented?" she mused. "What does that mean?" "I didn't have any idea. One musician, one lawyer, one makeup artist. Different ages, sexes, professions, residences, no known connection to one another. What could they represent? Upper-middle-class lifestyles? Urban dwellers? Higher education? Maybe one of those is the key, the rationalization for picking them. Who knows?" Sachs was frowning. "There's something wrong." "What?" She finally said. "Something about what you're remembering." "Well, it's not fucking verbatim. I didn't exactly have a stenographer handy." "No, that's not what I mean." She considered for a minute. Then she nodded. "You're characterizing what he said. You're using your language, not his. Urban dwellers, rationalization. I want his words." "Well, I don't remember his words, Sachs. He said he didn't have anything personal against the victims, period." She shook her head. "No, I'll bet he didn't say that." "What do you mean?" "Murderers never think of the people they kill as victims. It's impossible. They never humanize them. At least a pattern doer like the conjurer wouldn't." "That's hogwash from Police Academy Psych 101, Sachs." "No, it's the real world. We know they're victims, but the perps always believe they deserve to die for one reason or another. Think about it. He didn't say victim, did he?" "Well, what difference does it make?" "Because he said they were representative of something, and we have to find out what. How did he refer to them?" "I don't remember." "Well, he didn't say victim, I know that. Did he talk about any of them specifically? Svetlana, Tony, how about Cheryl Marston? Did he call her the blonde woman? Did he say lawyer? Did he say the woman with big boobs? I guarantee he didn't say urban dweller." Rhyme closed his eyes, tried to go back there. Finally he shook his head. "I don't—" And then the word came to him. "Equestrian." "What?" "You're right, the word wasn't victim. He called her the equestrian." "Excellent," she said. Rhyme felt a burst of unreasonable pride. "How about the others?" "No, she was the only one he referred to." Rhyme was positive about this. Solito said, "So he thinks of the Vics as people doing a particular thing. That may or may not be their jobs." "Right," Rhyme confirmed. "Playing music, putting makeup on people, riding horses." "But what do we do with that?" Solito asked. And as Rhyme had said to her so often when she posed this very same question about crime scene evidence, she replied, "We don't know yet, detective, but it's a step closer to figuring him out." The policewoman then consulted the notes she'd been taking. Okay, he did the razor blade tricks, mentioned the burning mirror, he talked to his respected audience, he's obsessed with fire. He picked a makeup artist, a musician, and a horseback rider to kill because of what they represent, whatever that is. Can you think of anything else? Eyes closed again, trying hard, but kept seeing the razor blades, the flames, smelling the smoke. "Nope," he said, looking back at her. "I think that's it." "Okay. Good, Rhyme." And he recognized the tone in her voice. He knew it because it was the tone he'd often use. It meant she wasn't finished. Sachs looked up from her notes and said slowly, "You know, you're always quoting Locard." Rhyme nodded at the reference to the early French forensic detective and criminalist, who developed a principle that was later named for him. The rule held that at every crime scene there's always an exchange of evidence between the perpetrator and the victim or the locale itself, however minute. "Well, I'm thinking there might be a psychological exchange, too." Just like a physical one. Rhyme laughed at the crazy idea. Locard was a scientist. He'd have balked at having his principle apply to something as slippery as the human psyche. What are you getting at? She continued, You weren't gagged the whole time, were you? No, just at the end. So that means you communicated something, too. You took part in an exchange. Me? Didn't you? Didn't you say anything to him? Sure, but so what? It's his words that are important. I'm thinking he might have said something in response to you. Rhyme observed Sachs closely. A smudge of soot, the shape of a quarter moon on her cheek, sweat just above her buoyant upper lip. She was sitting forward, and though her voice was calm, he could sense the tension of concentration in her pose. She wouldn't know it, of course, but she seemed to be feeling exactly the same emotions that he felt when he was guiding her through a crime scene miles away. Think about it, Rhyme, she said. Imagine that you're alone with a perp. Not the conjurer necessarily, any perp. What would you say to him? What would you want to know? His reaction was to give a tired sigh that somehow managed to sound cynical, but sure enough, her question jogged something in his mind. I remember, he said. I asked him who he was. Good question, and he said? He said he was a wizard. No, not just a wizard, but something specific. Rhyme squinted as he struggled to go back to that hard place. It reminded me of the Wizard of Oz, the Wicked Witch of the West. He frowned, then he said, Yeah, got it. He said he was the Wizard of the North. I'm sure that was it. Does that mean anything to you? Sachs asked Kara. No. He said he could escape from anything, except he didn't think that he'd be able to escape from us. Well, from me. He was worried we'd stop him. That's why he came here. He said he had to stop me before tomorrow afternoon. That's when he was going to start killing again. Wizard of the North, Sachs said, looking over her notes. Now, Rhyme sighed. I really think that's it, Sachs. The well is dry. Sachs clicked the tape recorder off, then leaned forward and with a tissue wiped the sweat off his forehead. I figured. What I was going to say was now I need a drink. How about it? Only if you or Kara pour, Rhyme said to her. Don't let him measure it, nodding sourly toward Tom. Would you like something? Tom asked Kara. Rhyme said, She'll want an Irish coffee, I'll bet. Why doesn't Starbucks start selling those? Kara declined the liquor, but put in an order for a straight Maxwell House or Folgers. Solito asked about the likelihood of some food, since his anticipated Cubano sandwich hadn't survived the trip back to the townhouse. As the aide vanished into the kitchen, Sachs handed Kara the notes she'd taken and asked if she'd write down anything she thought was relevant on the magician profile board. The young woman rose and went into the lab. That was good, Solito told Sachs. That interviewing. I don't know any sergeants could have done it better. She nodded, an unsmiling acknowledgment, but Rhyme could tell she was pleased at the compliment. A few minutes later, Mel Cooper walked into the doorway, his face smudged too. He held up a plastic bag. This is all the evidence from the Mazda. The bag contained what seemed to be a 4-page folio, a single folded sheet of the New York Times. It was clear that Sachs hadn't run the scene. Wet evidence should be stored in paper or fiber mesh containers, not plastic, which promotes molds that can quickly destroy it. That was all they found? Rhyme asked. So far, they haven't been able to raise the car yet. Too dangerous. Rhyme asked him, Can you see the date? Cooper examined the soggy paper. 2 days ago. Then it has to be the conjurers, Rhyme noted. The car was stolen before then. Why would somebody save just one sheet from a newspaper and not the whole section? The question, as many of Rhyme's, was purely rhetorical, and he didn't bother to let anyone else have a shot at it. Because there's an article in it that was important to him, and therefore may be important to us. Of course, maybe he's a dirty old man and likes the Victoria's Secret ads, but even that might be helpful information. Can you read anything on it? Nope, and I don't want to unfold it yet. Too wet. Okay, get it over to the document lab. If they can't open it, at least they can image the headlines with infrared. Cooper arranged for a messenger to take the sample to the NYPD crime lab in Queens, and then called the head document examiner at home to expedite the analysis. He disappeared into the lab to transfer the newspaper to a better container for transport. Tom arrived with the drinks and a plate of sandwiches, which Solito promptly assaulted. A few minutes later, Kara returned and gratefully took the coffee mug from the aide. As she started pouring sugar in, she said to Sachs, I was writing those things we found out about him on the board, and I got an idea, so I made a phone call. I think I found his real name. Whose? Rhyme asked, sipping his heavenly scotch. "Well, the conjurers." The faint ring, as Kara stirred the sugar into her coffee, became the only sound in the otherwise dead silent room. Chapter 28. "You've got his name?" Silito asked. "Who is he?" "I think it's a man named Eric Weir." "Spelled?" Rhyme asked. "Weir." More sugar into the coffee, then she continued. "He was a performer, an illusionist a few years ago. I called Mr. Balzac, nobody knows the business like he does, and I gave him the profile and told him some of the things he'd said to Lincoln tonight. He got kind of weird, not to mention mad." A glance at Sachs. "The way he was this morning, he didn't want to help at first, but finally he calmed down and told me that it sounded like Weir." "Why?" Sachs asked. "Well, he'd be about the same age, early 50s. And Weir was known for dangerous routines, sleights with razor blades and knives. He's also one of the few people who's ever done the burning mirror. And remember I said illusionists always specialize? It's really unusual to find one performer who's good at so many different tricks. Illusion and escape and protean and sleight, even ventriloquism and mentalism. Well, Weir did all of them, and he was an expert on Houdini. Some of what he's been doing this weekend are Houdini's routines, or are based on them. Then the thing he also said about being the wizard. There was a magician in the 1800s, John Henry Anderson. That's what he called himself, the Wizard of the North. He was real talented, but he had bad luck with fires. His show was nearly destroyed a couple of times. David told me that Weir was badly burned in a circus fire." "The scars," Rhyme said. "The obsession with fire." "And maybe his voice wasn't asthma," Sachs suggested. "The fire might have damaged his lungs or vocal cords." "When was Weir's accident?" Silito asked. 3 years ago. The circus tent he was rehearsing in was destroyed and Weir's wife was killed. They'd just gotten married. Nobody else was badly hurt." It was a good lead. "Mel!" Rhyme shouted, forgetting his concerns about imperiling his own lungs. "Mel!" A moment later, Cooper stepped into the room. "Feeling better, I hear." "LexisNexis search, VICAP, NCIC, and state databases. Details on Eric Weir. Weir, performer, illusionist, magician. He may be our perp." Kara added, "First name spelled Erick." "You found his name?" the tech asked, impressed. A nod toward Kara. "She found his name." "My." After a few minutes, Cooper returned with a number of printouts. He riffled through them as he addressed the team. "Not much," he said. "It's like he kept everything about his life under wraps. Eric Albert Weir, born Las Vegas, October 1950. Virtually no early history. Weir worked for various circuses, casinos, and entertainment companies as an assistant. Then he went out on his own as an illusionist and quick change artist. Married Marie Cosgrove 3 years ago. Just after that he was appearing in the Thomas Hasbro and the Keller Brothers Circus in Cleveland. During a rehearsal, a fire broke out. The tent was destroyed. He was badly burned, 3rd degree, and his wife was killed. No mention of him after that. Track down Weir's family." Silito said he would. Since Betting and Saul were fully occupied, the detective called some homicide task force detectives in the big building and put them on the job. "A few other things," Cooper said, flipping through the printouts. "A couple of years before the fire, Weir was arrested and convicted of reckless endangerment in New Jersey, served 30 days. A member of the audience was badly burned when something went wrong on stage. Then there were some civil lawsuits by managers for damage to theaters and injuries to employees, and some suits by Weir for breach of contract. In one show, the manager found out Weir was using a real gun and real bullets in an act. Weir wouldn't change the routine, and so the manager fired him." More reading. Then the tech continued. "In one of the articles I found the names of 2 assistants who were working with him at the time of the fire. One's in Reno and one's in Las Vegas. I got their numbers from the Nevada State Police." "It's earlier their time," Rhyme pointed out, glancing at the clock. "Dig up the speakerphone, Tom." "No, after everything tonight, you need some rest." "Just 2 phone calls, then Betty Bye, promise." The aide debated. "Please and thank you." Tom nodded and vanished. A moment later, he returned with the phone, plugged it in, set the unit close to Rhyme on the bedside table. 10 minutes and I'm pulling the main circuit breaker, the aide said with enough threat in his voice to make Rhyme believe he'd do it. "Fair enough." Silito finished his sandwich and dialed the number of the first assistant on Cooper's list. The recorded voice of Arthur Lesser's wife answered and told them that the family wasn't home, but please leave a message. Silito did so, then he dialed the other assistant. John Keating answered on the first ring, and Silito explained they were in the middle of an investigation and had some questions for him. A pause, Then a man's nervous voice rattled out of the tiny speaker. What's this about? This is the New York City Police?" "That's right." "Okay, I guess it's okay." Solito asked, "You used to work for a man named Eric Ware, didn't you?" Silence for a moment. Then the man launched into a staccato reply. "Mr. Ware? Well, I did. Why?" The voice was edgy and high. He sounded as if he'd just had a dozen cups of coffee. "Do you happen to know where he might be? I mean, why are you asking me about him?" "We'd like to talk to him as part of a criminal investigation." "Oh, my God. About what? What do you want to talk to him about?" "We just have some general questions," Solito said. "Have you had any contact with him lately?" There was a pause. This was the part where the nervous man would either spill all or run for the hills, Rhyme knew. "Sir?" Solito asked. "That's funny, okay? You asking me, about him." The words clattered like marbles on metal. "Here it is. I'll tell you, I hadn't heard from Mr. Ware for years. I thought he was dead. There was this fire in Ohio, the last job we were working. He got burned real bad. He disappeared, and we all thought he was dead, but then, maybe 6 or 7 weeks ago, he called." "From where?" Rhyme asked. "I don't know. He didn't say. I didn't ask. It doesn't occur to anyone to ask where somebody's calling from. Not the first thing. You just don't think about that. Do you ever ask that?" Rhyme asked. "What did he want?" Okay. He wanted to know if I still kept up with anybody at the circus where the fire happened. The Hasbro circus. But that was Ohio. It was 3 years ago, and Hasbro's not even in business anymore. After the fire, the owner folded it, and it became a different show. Why would I keep up with anybody there? Here I am in Reno. I said I didn't, and he got all ippity, you know." Rhyme frowned again. Sachs tried. "Angry?" "Oh, hell, yeah, I'll say." "Go on," Rhyme said, struggling against impatience. "Tell us what else he said." "That was it, that was all. What I just told you, there were little things. Oh, he got his digs in like he always did, the claws, just like old times. You know what he did when he called?" "What was that?" Rhyme encouraged. "All he said was, 'It's Eric.' Not hello, not, 'Oh, John, how are you? Remember me?' No, 'It's Eric.' I hadn't talked to him since the fire, and what does he say? 'It's Eric.' All these years since I got away from him, working so hard to get away, and then it's like I haven't gotten away at all. I know I hadn't done anything wrong, and here he's making it sound like something's all my fault. It's like you take an order from a customer, and then when you bring the food, they claim it's not what they ordered, but everybody knows what happened. They change their mind, and they're making it sound like you got it wrong, like it's your fault, and you're the one who gets in trouble." Sachs continued. "Can you tell us anything about him in general? Other friends, places he liked to go, hobbies?" "Sure," came the snappy voice. "All of the above. Illusion." "What?" Rhyme asked. "That was his friends, places he liked to go, hobbies. You get what I'm saying? There was nothing else. He was like totally absorbed in the profession." Sachs tried again. "Well, what about his attitude toward people? His outlook? How he thought about things?" A long pause. 50 minutes, twice a week for 3 years. I've been trying to figure him out, and I can't. For 3 years. And he still hurts me. Keating broke into a harsh, eerie laugh. "You catch that? I said hurts. I meant to say haunts. He still haunts me. How's that for Freudian? I'll have something to share next Monday at 9 a.m., won't I? He still haunts me, and I don't have a clue what his fucking outlook is." Rhyme could see everyone on the team was growing frustrated with the man's rambling. He said, "We heard his wife was killed in the fire. Do you know anything about her family?" "Marie? No. They'd only gotten married a week or two before the fire. They were really in love. We thought she'd calm him down, make him haunt us less. We were hoping that, but we never got to know her." "Can you give us the names of anybody who might know something about him?" "Art Lesser was first assistant. I was second. We were his boys. They called us Eric's boys. Everybody did." Rhyme said, "We have a call in to Lesser. Anyone else?" "The only one I can think of is the manager of the Hasbro circus at the time. Edward Kodesky's his name. He's a producer in Chicago now, I think." Solino got the spelling of the man's name, then asked, "Did Ware ever call back?" "No. But he didn't need to. 5 minutes and he got the claws in, hurting and haunting." "It's Eric." "Look, I should go. I have to iron my uniform. I'm working the Sunday morning shift. It's a busy one." After they hung up, Sachs walked to the speakerphone to hit the disconnect button. "Brother," she muttered. "Needs more meds," Solito observed. "Well, at least we've got a lead," Rhyme said. "Track down that Kodesky." Mel Cooper disappeared for a few minutes, and when he returned, he had a printout of a database of theatrical companies. Kadesky Productions had its office on South Wells Street in the Windy City. Solito placed a call, and not surprisingly, being late Saturday night, got the answering service. He left a message. Solito said, "Okay, where's messed up his assistant's life? He's unstable. He's injured people in the audience, and now he's a pattern doer. But what's making him tick?" Sachs looked up at this. "Let's give Terry a call." Terry Dobbins was an NYPD psychologist. There were several on the force, but Dobbins was the sole behavioral profiler, a skill he'd learned and honed at the FBI in Quantico, Virginia. Thanks to the press and popular fiction, the public hears a lot about psychological profiling, and it can be valuable, but only, Rhyme felt, in a limited type of crime. Generally, there's nothing mysterious about the workings of a perp's mind, but in cases where the motive is a mystery and his next target is hard to anticipate, profiling can be valuable. It helps investigators find informants or individuals who might know the suspect, anticipate his next move, set up decoys in appropriate neighborhoods, run stakeouts, and look for similar crimes in the past. Solito thumbed through an NYPD directory of phone numbers and placed a call to Dobbins at home. "Terry!" "Lon, you've got speakerphone echo. Let me deduce that Lincoln's there, too." "Yep," Rhyme confirmed. He had a fondness for Dobbins, the first person he saw when he awakened after his spinal cord accident. Rhyme recalled that the man loved touch football, opera, and the mysteries of the human mind in roughly the same degrees, and all passionately. "Sorry it's late," Solito offered, not sounding sorry at all, "but we need some help with a multiple doer. We've got a name, but not much else." "This the one in the news? Killed a music student this morning? And that patrol officer, too?" "Right. He also killed a makeup artist and tried to kill a horseback rider because of what they and the student, quote, represented. 2 straight women, 1 gay man, no sexual activities, were at a loss. And he's told Lincoln that he's going to start up again tomorrow afternoon." "He told Lincoln? Over the phone? A letter?" "In person," Rhyme said. That must have been quite a conversation." "You don't know the half of it." Solito and Rhyme gave the man a rundown on Ware's crimes and what they'd learned about him. Dobbins asked a number of questions. Then he fell silent for a moment and finally said, "I see 2 forces at work in him, but they reinforce each other and lead to the same result. Is he still performing?" "No," Kara said. "He hasn't performed since the fire, not that anybody's heard." "Public performing," Dobbins said, "is such an intense experience, it's so compelling, that when it's denied someone who was successful, the loss is profound. Actors and musicians, magicians too, I'd guess, tend to define themselves in terms of their careers, so the result is that the fire basically eradicated the man he had been." The vanished man, Rhyme reflected. "That in turn means he's now motivated not by ambition to succeed or to please his audience, or a devotion to his craft, but by anger. And that's aggravated by the second force. The fire deformed him and damaged his lungs, so as a public person he'd be particularly self-conscious of the deformities. They'd multiply the anger logarithmically. We could call it the Phantom of the Opera syndrome, I suppose. He'd see himself as a freak." "So he wants to get even?" "Yes, but not necessarily in a literal sense. Fire, quote, murdered him, his old persona, and by murdering someone else he feels better. It reduces the anxiety that the anger builds up in him." "Why these victims?" "No way of knowing. What they represented? What did they do again?" "Music student, makeup stylist, and a lawyer, though he referred to her as an equestrian." "There's something about them that's tapped into his anger. I don't know what it could be. Not yet. Not without more data. The textbook answer is that each one of them devoted their lives to what Ware would consider crucible moments, important, life-changing times. Maybe his wife was a musician, or they met at a concert. The makeup stylist, that could be a mother issue. For instance, the only happy times he might have had with her were as a young boy sitting in the bathroom and watching her put on makeup. The horses? Who knows? Maybe he and his father went horseback riding once and he enjoyed it. The happiness of moments like that was taken away from him by the fire, and he's targeting people who remind him of those times. Or it could be the opposite. He has bad associations with what the victims represent. You see, his wife died during a rehearsal. Maybe there was music playing at the time. He'd go to all this trouble staking them out, making these elaborate plans to find them and kill them?" Rhyme asked. "This must have taken months." "The mind has to scratch its itches," Dobbins said. One other thing, Terry. He also seemed to be talking to an imaginary audience. Wait, I thought it was respected audience, but I just remembered it was revered. Talking to them like they were really there. Now, revered audience, we're going to do this or that. Revered, the psychologist said. That's important. After his career and his loved ones were taken away from him, he shifted his reverence, his love, to an audience, an impersonal mass. People who prefer groups or crowds can be abusive, even dangerous, to individual human beings, not only strangers, but their partners, wives, children, family members, too. John Keating, Rhyme reflected, in fact sounded like a child who'd been abused by his father. Dobbins continued. And in Ware's case, this frame of mind is even more dangerous because he's not talking to real audiences, only his imaginary one. This suggests to me that actual people have no value to him at all. He won't have any problem killing even in large numbers. This guy's going to be a tough one. Thanks, Terry. You get him in a jar, let me know. I'd like to spend some time with him. After they hung up, Solito began. Maybe we could go to bed, Tom said. Huh? The detective asked. And it's not a question of could, it's a question of are. You're going to bed, Lincoln, and everybody else is leaving. You look pale and tired. No cardiovascular or neuro events on my watch. If you'll recall, I wanted you to go to bed hours ago. All right, Rhyme conceded. In fact, he was tired. And though he wouldn't admit it to anyone, the fire had scared him badly. The team departed for their respective homes. Kara found her jacket, and as she put it on, Rhyme observed that she was clearly upset. You okay? Sachs asked her. A dismissing shrug. I had to tell Mr. Balzac why I needed to ask him about Ware. He's totally pissed off. I've got to go pay penance. We'll write him a note, Sachs joked gently, excusing you from class. The girl smiled wanly. Rhyme called out, Hell with the note. If it wasn't for you, he wouldn't have a clue who the perp was. Tell him to give me a call. I'll fix his clock. Kara offered an anemic, Thanks. You're not going to the store now, are you? Sachs asked. Just for a little. Mr. Balzac is helpless with the details. I'll have to log in the receipts and show him my routine for tomorrow. Rhyme wasn't surprised that she was going to do what the man asked. He noted she'd said Mr. Balzac. Sometimes he was David, not now. This echoed what they'd heard earlier. Despite the conjurers coming close to destroying John Keating's life, the assistant had referred to the killer with the same respectful appellation. The power of mentors over their apprentices. Go on home, the policewoman persisted. I mean, Jesus, you did get knifed to death today. Another faint laugh, accompanied by a shrug. I won't be there long. She paused in the doorway. You know, I have that show in the afternoon, but I'll come back tomorrow morning if you want. We'd appreciate it, Rhyme said, though we'll try to nail Ware's ass before lunch so you won't have to stay long. Tom walked her into the corridor and out the front door. Sachs stepped into the doorway and inhaled the smoky air. Phew, she exhaled, then disappeared up the stairs. I'm showering, she called. 10 minutes later, Rhyme heard her walk downstairs, but she didn't join him in the bedroom right away. From different parts of the house came thuds and creaks, muted words with Tom. Then finally she returned to the guest room. She was wearing her favorite pajamas, black t-shirt and silk boxers. But she had two accoutrements that were atypical of her sleep gear, her Glock pistol and the long black tube of her issue flashlight. She set them both on the bedside table. That guy gets into places too damn easy, she said, climbing into bed next to him. I checked every square inch of the house, balanced chairs on all the doors, and told Tom if he hears anything to give a shout, but to stay put. I'm in the mood to shoot somebody, but I'd really rather it wasn't him. Part 2. Method. Sunday, April 21st. A magical effect is like a seduction. Both are built through careful details planted in the mind of the subject. Saul Stein. Chapter 29. Sunday morning passed in frustration as the search for Eric Ware stalled. The team learned that after the fire in Ohio, the illusionist had remained in the burn unit of a local hospital for several weeks, and then left on his own without officially checking out. There was a record that he sold his house in downtown Las Vegas not long after that, but no public record of buying another. In that cash-fat city, though, Rhyme supposed one could easily buy a small place in the desert with a stack of greenbacks, no questions asked, no public filings involved. The team managed to find Ware's late wife's mother, but Mrs. Cosgrove knew nothing of Ware's whereabouts. He'd never contacted them after the disaster to send his condolences about their daughter's death. She reported, though, that she wasn't surprised. Ware was a selfish, cruel man, she explained, who'd become obsessed with her young daughter and virtually hypnotized her into marrying him. None of the other Cosgrove relatives had had any contact with Ware. Cooper compiled the remaining information from the computer searches on Ware, but there wasn't much. No VICAP or NCIC reports, there were no other details on the man, and the officers tracking down Ware's family found only that both parents were deceased, that he was an only child, and that no next of kin could be located. Late in the morning, Ware's other assistant, Art Lesser, returned their call from Las Vegas. The man wasn't surprised to learn that his former boss was wanted in connection with a crime, and echoed what they'd learned already, that Ware was one of the world's greatest illusionists, but that he took the profession far too seriously and was known for his dangerous illusions and hot temper. Lesser still had nightmares about being his apprentice. I said hurts. I meant to say haunts. He still haunts me. All young assistants are influenced by their mentors, Lesser told the team via speakerphone, but my therapist said that in Ware's case we were mesmerized by him. So both of them are in therapy. He said being with Ware created a Stockholm Syndrome relationship. You know what that is? Rhyme said he was familiar with the condition, where hostages form close bonds with and even feel affection and love for their kidnappers. When did you last see him? Sachs asked. The assessment exercise over, she was in soft clothes today, jeans and a forest green knit blouse. In the hospital, the burn unit. That was about 3 years ago. I'd go visit him regularly at first, but all he'd talk about was getting even with anybody who'd ever heard him or who didn't approve of his kind of magic. Then he disappeared, and I never saw him after that. But then, the former protégé explained, Ware had called out of the blue about 2 months ago. Around the same time, Rhyme reflected, he'd called his other assistant. Lesser's wife had taken the call. He didn't leave a number and said he'd call back, but he never did. Thank God, I'll tell you. I don't know that I could have handled it. Do you know where he was when he called? No. I asked Kathy. I was afraid he was back in town, but she said he didn't say, and the call came up out of area on caller ID. He didn't tell your wife what he might be calling about? Any clue where he might be? She said he sounded odd, agitated. He was whispering, hard to understand. I remember that from after the fire. His lungs had been damaged, made him even scarier. Tell me about it, Rhyme thought. He asked if we'd heard anything about Edward Kadesky. He was the producer of the Hasbro show when the fire happened. That was it. Lesser couldn't provide any other helpful information, and they hung up. Tom led 2 policewomen into the lab. Sachs nodded a greeting and introduced them to Rhyme, Diane Franciscovich and Nancy Osonio. They were, he recalled, the respondings at the first murder and had been given the assignment of tracking down the antique handcuffs. Franciscovich said, We talked to all the dealers the director of the museum recommended. Beneath their crisp uniforms, both the tall brunette and the shorter blonde looked exhausted. They'd taken their assignment seriously, it seemed, and probably hadn't gotten any sleep the night before. The handcuffs are Darby's like you thought, Osonio said. They're pretty rare and expensive, but we've got a list of 12 people who— Oh, my God, look! Franciscovich was pointing to the evidence chart where Tom had written, Perp's identity, Eric A. Ware. Osonio flipped through the sheets she held. Eric Ware placed a mail order for a pair of the cuffs from Ridgeway Antique Weapons in Seattle last month. Address? Rhyme asked excitedly. Post office box in Denver. We checked, but the lease lapsed. There are no records of a permanent address. And no record that Ware ever lived in Denver. Method of payment? Sachs asked. Cash was the simultaneous response from Osonio and Rhyme, who added, He's not going to make stupid mistakes. Nope, that trail's dead, but at least we've got a confirmation that this is our boy. Rhyme thanked the officers, and Sachs walked them to the door. Another call came in on Rhyme's phone. The area code on the caller ID looked familiar, but Rhyme couldn't place it. Command, answer phone. Hello? Yes, sir, this is Lieutenant Lansing, State Police. I'm trying to reach Detective Roland Bell. I was given this number as his temporary command post. Hey, Harv, Bell called, walking closer to the speakerphone. I'm here, he explained to Rhyme, our liaison on the constable case up in Canton Falls. Lansing continued. We got the evidence you sent up here this morning. Our forensic boys are going through it. We had a couple of detectives go and talk to Swenson's wife, that minister you folks took down last night. She didn't say anything helpful, and my boys didn't find anything in the trailer to connect him to Constable or anybody else in the Patriot Assembly. Nothing? Bell sighed. Too bad. I figured him to be poke-easy careless. Maybe the Patriot boys got there first and scoured the place clean. That's more than half likely. Man, I'm feeling we're due a little luck here. Okay, keep at it, Harv. Thanks. We'll let you know we come up with anything else, Roland. They hung up. This constable's case is full up tough as this one, nodding at the whiteboards. Another knock on the front door. Armed with a large coffee cup, Kara walked into the room, looking more tired and haggard than the policewomen. Celito was delivering a monologue about new techniques for weight loss when his Jenny Craig lecture was interrupted by yet another phone call. Lincoln, the voice crackled through the speakerphone. Betting here, we think we've narrowed the key down to 3 hotels. Reason it took so long... The voice of his partner, Saul, interrupted. Turns out that a lot of monthly and long-term hotels use card keys, too. Not to mention hourly rate places, but that's a whole nother story. We had to check them all out. Anyway, that's what we found. It's probably, I say probably, either the Chelsea Lodge, the Beckman, or the... what is it? Or the Lanham Arms, his partner supplied. Right, they're the only ones using this color Model 42. We're at the Beckman now, 34 and 5th. We're about to start trying it out. What do you mean, trying it out? Rhyme called. How'd I put this? Betting, or Saul, wondered. The keys work one way, but not the other. How's that? Rhyme asked. See, only the lock unit on the hotel room door can read a key. The machine at the front desk that burns the room codes onto a blank key can't read one that's already been burned and tell you what room it is. Why not? That's crazy. Nobody ever needs to know that. Except us, of course, which is why we have to go from door to door and try them all. Shit, Rhyme snapped. Summarizes our feelings, too, one of the detectives said. Celito asked, Okay, you need more people? Nope, we can only do one door at a time, no other way to do it, and if there's a new guest in the room, this card'll be invalid, which won't improve our moods any. Say, gentlemen, Bell said into the phone. Hey there, Roland. We recognize the accent. You said the Lanham Arms, where is that? East 75, near Lex. Something familiar about the name. Can't quite place it. Bell was frowning, shaking his head. That's next on our list, after the Beckman, with its 682 rooms. Better get to it. They left the twins to their arduous task. Cooper's computer beeped, and he read an incoming mail. FBI lab in Washington finally got a report on the metal shavings in the conjurer's gym bag. They say the markings suggest they're consistent with a clock mechanism. Well, it's not a clock, Rhyme said, obviously. How do you know? Bell asked. It's a detonator, Sachs said solemnly. That's what I'd say, Rhyme confirmed. A gas bomb? Cooper asked, nodding toward the handkerchief souvenir Ware had left last night, which had been soaked in gasoline. Likely. He's got a supply of gas and he's obsessed with fire. He's going to burn the next victim. Just like what happened to him. Fire, quote, murdered him, his old persona, and by murdering someone else he feels better. It reduces the anxiety that the anger builds up in him. Rhyme noticed the hour was approaching 12, almost afternoon. The next victim was going to die soon, but when? 12:01 or 4? A shudder of frustration and anger started at the base of his skull and vanished into his stony body. They had so little time. Maybe no time at all. But he could come to no conclusions based on the evidence they had, and the day dragged on, slow as an IV drip. A fax arrived. Cooper read it. From the Document Examiner in Queens. They opened up the newspaper that was in the Mazda. No notations anywhere and nothing was circled. Those are the headlines. He taped it to the board. Electrical breakdown closes police station for almost 4 hours. New York in running for GOP convention. Parents protest poor security at girls' school. Militia murder plot trial opens Monday. Weekend gala at Met to benefit charities. Spring entertainment for kids young and old. Governor, mayor meet on new West Side plan. "One of those is significant," Rhymes said. But which one? Was the killer targeting the girls' school? The gala? Had he tested out a gimmick that disrupted the electricity at the police station? He felt all the more frustrated because they had some new evidence, but its meaning remained elusive. Solito's phone rang. As he took the call, everyone stared at him, anticipating another death. The time was now 1:03. Well into the afternoon. Well into the killing time. But apparently the news wasn't bad. The detective lifted an eyebrow in pleasant surprise and said into the receiver, "That's right." "Really? Well, that's not far away. Could you come over here?" He then gave Rhymes' address and hung up. "Who?" "Edward Kadesky, the manager of the circus in Ohio, the one where Ware was burned. He's in town. He got the message from his service in Chicago, and he's coming over to talk to us." To the Hudson River and Related Crime Scenes column on the whiteboard, the following had been added. Hotels, narrowed down to Chelsea Lodge, Beckman and Lanham Arms. Still checking. Newspaper recovered from the car. Headlines: Electrical breakdown closes police station for almost 4 hours. New York in running for GOP convention. Parents protest poor security at girls' school. Militia murder plot trial opens Monday. Weekend gala at Met to benefit charities. Spring entertainment for kids young and old. Governor, mayor meet on new West Side plan. A new column entitled Lincoln Rhyme Crime Scene included Victim, Lincoln Rhyme. Perp's identity, Eric A. Ware. LKA Las Vegas. Burned in fire in Ohio 3 years ago, Hasbro and Keller Brothers Circus. Disappeared after, third-degree burns. Producer was Edward Kadesky. Conviction in New Jersey for reckless endangerment. Obsessed with fire. Manic, referred to revered audience. Performed dangerous tricks. Married to Marie Cosgrove, killed in fire. He hasn't contacted her family since. Ware's parents dead, no next of kin. No VICAP or NCIC on Ware. Referred to himself as Wizard of the North. Attacked Rhyme because he had to stop him before Sunday afternoon. Next victim? Eye color, brown. Psychological profile, per Terry Dobbins, NYPD. Revenge motivates him, though he may not realize it. He wants to get even, angry all the time. By killing, he takes away some of the pain because of death of his wife, loss of ability to perform. Ware contacted assistants recently, John Keating and Arthur Lesser, in Nevada, asking about the fire and people involved with it. Described Ware as crazed, overbearing, manic, dangerous, but brilliant. Contacting former manager at time of fire, Edward Kadesky. Killed victims because of what they represented, possibly happy or traumatic moments before the fire. Gasoline-soaked handkerchief, not traceable. Echo shoes, no trace. The column profiling the illusionist contained 2 added items after ventriloquism. Razor blades, familiar with burning mirror routine, very dangerous, rarely performed now. The man was stocky, of medium height, a silver beard and wavy hair to match. Rhyme, now suspicious after Ware's visit last night, greeted Edward Kadesky, then asked for identification. "You don't mind?" Solito continued, explaining that they'd recently had trouble with a perp masquerading as someone else. Kadesky, a man not used to being unrecognized, let alone carded, was put out, but he complied and offered Solito his Illinois driver's license. Mel Cooper took a subtle look at both the picture and the producer, and then gave a nod to Rhyme. The tech had already gone online with Illinois DMV and gotten the license particulars and a picture of the man, all of which checked out. "Your message said this was about Eric Ware?" Kadesky asked. His gaze was hawk-like and imperious. "Right. So he's still alive?" That the man would ask the question was a disappointment to Rhyme. It meant that Kadesky probably knew even less than they did. Rhyme said, "Very much alive. He's a suspect in a series of homicides in town." "No. Who did he kill?" "Some local residents, a police officer, too," Solito explained. "We were hoping you could give us some information that'd help find him." "I haven't heard about him since just after the fire. Do you know about that?" "A little," Sachs said. "Fill us in." "He blamed me for it, you know." "It was 3 years ago. Ware and his assistants were doing the illusion and quick change acts in our show. Oh, they were good. I mean, astonishing. But we'd been having complaints for months from the staff and from the audience. Where scared people, he was like a little dictator. And those assistants of his, we called them the Moonies, he had them indoctrinated. Illusion to him was like a religion. Sometimes people got hurt in rehearsal or during the show, even audience volunteers, and Ware couldn't have cared less. He thought magic worked best when there was some risk. He said magic should be a hot iron. It should brand your soul. The producer laughed grimly. But we can't have that in the entertainment business, now can we? So I talked to Sidney Keller, he was the owner, and we decided we had to fire him. One Sunday morning before the matinee, I told the stage manager to let him go. That was the day of the fire? Rhyme asked. Kadesky nodded. The manager found Ware rigging the stage with propane lines for an illusion of his. The burning mirror. He told him what we'd decided, but Ware lost it. He shoved the manager down the stairs and kept right on rigging the trick. I went down to the stage. He grabbed me. We weren't really fighting, just scuffling, but a propane line was loose. We fell into some metal chairs, and I guess a spark ignited the gas. He was burned and his wife was killed. The whole tent was destroyed. We talked about suing him, but he snuck out of the hospital and disappeared. We found a case in New Jersey, reckless endangerment. Do you know if he was arrested anywhere else? Rhyme asked. No idea, Kadesky shook his head. I shouldn't have hired him, but if you'd ever seen his show, you'd understand. He was the best. The audiences may have been terrified. They may have been, abused, but they bought tickets to see him. And you should have heard the ovations. The producer looked at his watch. The time was 1:45. You know, my show starts in 15 minutes. I think it'd be a good idea to get a few more police cars over there, with Ware around and everything that happened between us. Over where? Rhyme asked. To my show. He nodded toward Central Park. That's yours? The Cirque Fantastique? Right, I assumed you knew that. You had the police car parked there. You do know the Cirque Fantastique is the old Hasbro and Keller Brothers circus. What? Silito asked. Rhyme glanced at Kara, who was shaking her head. Mr. Balzac never told me that when I called him last night. After the fire, Kadesky said, we retooled. Cirque du Soleil was having so much success. I recommended to Sid Keller that we do what they were. When we got the insurance money, we started Fantastique. No, Rhyme whispered, staring at the evidence charts. What, Link? Silito asked. That's what Ware's doing here, he announced. Your show's his target, Cirque Fantastique. What? Scanning the evidence again, applying facts to the premise. Rhyme nodded. Dogs! What? Sachs asked. Goddamn dogs! Look at the chart, look at it! The animal hairs in Central Park dirt are from the dog knoll, right outside the window. A fierce nod toward the front of his townhouse. He wasn't checking out Cheryl Marston on the bridle path, he was checking out the circus. The newspaper, the one in his Mazda, look at that headline. Entertainment for kids young and old. Call up the paper, see if there's information about the circus in it. Tom, call Peter, hurry. The aide was good friends with a reporter for the Times, a young man who'd helped them occasionally in the past. He grabbed the phone and placed the call. Peter Huddens worked the international desk, but it took him less than a minute to find the answer. He relayed the information to Tom, who announced, the circus was the feature of the story, all sorts of details, hours, acts, bios of the employees, even a sidebar on security. Shit, Rhyme snapped. He was doing his research. And the press pass? That'd give him access to backstage. Rhyme was squinting as he looked at the evidence chart. Yes, I get it now. The victims. What did they represent? Jobs in the circus. A makeup artist, a horseback rider, and the first victim. Yes, she was a student, but what was her job? Singing and entertaining kids, like a clown would do. And the murder techniques themselves, Sachs pointed out. They were all magic tricks. Yep, he's after your show. Terry Dobbins said his motive was ultimately revenge. Hell, he's planted a fuel bomb. My God, Kadesky said. There are 2,000 people there, and the show's starting in 10 minutes. At 2 in the afternoon. The Sunday matinee, Rhyme added, just like in Ohio 3 years ago. Silito grabbed his Motorola and called the officers stationed at the circus. There was no answer. The detective frowned and placed a call on Rhyme's speakerphone. Officer Kozlowski here, the man answered a moment later. Silito identified himself and barked, Why isn't your radio on, officer? Radio? Well, we're off duty, Lieutenant. Off duty? You just went on duty. Well, detective, we were told to stand down. You were what? Some detective came by a half hour ago and told us we weren't needed anymore. Said we could take the rest of the day off. I'm on my way to Rockaway Beach with my family. I can describe him. 50s, beard, brown hair. Where'd he go? No idea. Walked up to the car, flashed his shield, and dismissed us. Solito slammed the disconnect. "It's happening. Oh, man, it's happening!" He shouted to Sachs, "Call the 6th! Get the bomb squad there!" Then he himself called Central and had emergency services and fire trucks sent to the circus. Kadesky ran toward the door. "I'll evacuate the tent." Bell said he was calling emergency medical services and having burn teams established at Columbia Presbyterian. "I want more soft-clothed in the park," Rhyme said. "A lot of them. I have a feeling the conjurer is going to be there." "Be there?" Solito asked. "To watch the fire. He'll be close. I remember his eyes when he was looking at the flames in my room. He likes to watch fire. No, he wouldn't miss this for the world." Chapter 30. He wasn't worried so much about the fire itself. As Edward Kadesky sprinted the short distance from Lincoln Rhymes' apartment to the tent of the Cirque Fantastique, he was thinking that with new codes and fire retardants, even the worst theater and circus tent fires proceed fairly slowly. No, the real danger is the panic. The tons of human muscles, the stampede that tramples and tears and crushes and suffocates. Bones broken, lungs burst, asphyxiation. Saving people in a circus disaster means getting them out of the facility without panic. Traditionally, to alert the clowns and acrobats and other hands that a fire has broken out, the ringmaster would send a subtle signal to the bandleader, who then launched into the energetic John Philip Sousa march, Stars and Stripes Forever. The workers were supposed to take up emergency stations and calmly lead the audience through designated exits, those employees who didn't simply, of course, abandon ship themselves. The tune had been replaced over the years by far more efficient procedures for the evacuation of a circus tent, but if a gas bomb detonated, spreading burning liquid everywhere, the crowd would sprint to the exits and 1,000 people would die in the crush. Edward Kadesky ran into the tent and saw 2,600 people eagerly awaiting the opening of his show. His show. That was what he thought. The show he'd created. Kadesky had been a hawker in sideshows, a curtain bitch at second-tier theaters in third-tier cities, a payroll manager and ticket seller in sweaty regional circuses. He'd struggled for years to bring to the public shows that transcended the tawdry side of the business, the carny aspect of circuses. He'd done it once with the Hasbro and Keller Brothers show, which Eric Ware had destroyed. Then he'd done it again with Cirque Fantastique, a world-renowned show that brought legitimacy, even prestige, to a profession that was so often disparaged by those who attended theater and opera and ignored by those who watched E! And MTV. Remembering the wave of searing heat from the Hasbro tent fire in Ohio, the flecks of ash like deadly gray snow, the howl of the flames, the astonishing noise as his show had lumbered to its death right in front of him. There was one difference, though. 3 years ago the tent had been empty. Today, thousands of men, women, and children would be in the middle of the conflagration. Kadesky's assistant, Catherine Tunney, a young brunette who'd risen high in the Disney theme park organization before coming to work with him, noticed his troubled gaze and instantly joined him. That was one of Catherine's big talents, sensing his thoughts almost telepathically. "What?" she whispered. He told her what he'd learned from Lincoln Rhyme and the police. Her eyes began to sweep the circus tent just like his, looking both for the bomb and at the victims. "How do we handle it?" she asked tersely. He considered this for a moment, then gave her instructions. He added, "Then you leave. Get out." "But are you staying? Do it now," he said firmly, then squeezed her hand. In a softer voice he added, "I'll meet you outside. It'll be okay." She wanted to embrace him, he sensed, but his glance told her no. They were in view of most of the seats here. He didn't want anyone in the audience to think even for a moment that something was wrong. "Walk slowly. Keep smiling. We're performers before anything else, remember." Catherine nodded and went first to the lighting man and then to the bandleader to deliver Kadesky's instructions. Finally, she took up a position beside the main doorway. Straightening his tie and buttoning his jacket, Kadesky glanced at the orchestra, nodded. A drum roll began. "Showtime," he thought. As he strode, smiling broadly, into the middle of the ring, the audience began to fall silent. He stopped in the direct center of the circle, and the drum roll ceased. A moment later, 2 fingers of white illumination targeted him. Though he'd told Catherine to have the lighting man hit him with the main spots, he still gave a brief gasp, thinking for an instant that the brilliant lights were from the detonating gas bomb. But his smile never wavered, and he recovered instantly. He lifted a cordless microphone to his lips and began to speak. "Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Cirque Fantastique." Calm, pleasant, commanding. We have a wonderful show for you today, and to begin I'm going to ask your indulgence. I'm afraid we're going to inconvenience you a bit, but I think the effort will be well worth it. We have a special performance outside the tent. I apologize. We tried to get the Plaza Hotel inside here, but their management wouldn't let us. Something about the guests not agreeing. A pause for the laughter. So I'm going to ask you to hold on to your ticket stubs and step outside into Central Park. The crowd began murmuring, wondering what the act might be. He smiled. Find space anywhere nearby. If you can see the buildings on Central Park South, you'll be able to watch the act just fine. Laughter and excitement now in the seats. What could he mean? Were daredevils doing high-wire acts on the skyscrapers? Now, lower rows first in an orderly manner, if you please. Use whatever exit is near you. The house lights went up. He saw Catherine Tunney standing at the door, smiling and motioning people to leave. Please, he thought to her, get out, leave. The audience was chatting loudly as they rose. He could vaguely see them through the blinding lights. They were looking at their companions, wondering who should be the first to leave, which way to go. Then they began to gather children, collecting purses and popcorn containers, checking for their ticket stubs. Kodesky smiled as he watched them rise and amble toward the exits to safety. But he was thinking, Chicago, Illinois, December 1903. At a matinee performance of Eddie Foy's famous vaudeville routine at the Iroquois Theatre, a spotlight started a fire that quickly spread from the stage to the seats. The 2,000 people inside raced to the exits, jamming them closed so completely that firemen couldn't get through the doors. More than 600 in the audience died horrible deaths. Hartford, Connecticut, July 1944, another matinee. At the Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey Circus, just as the famous Wallenda family was starting its renowned high-wire act, a small fire started in the southeast side of the tent and soon devoured the canvas, which had been waterproofed with gasoline and paraffin. Within minutes, more than 150 people had been burned, suffocated, or crushed to death. Chicago, Hartford, so many other cities too, thousands of terrible deaths in theater and circus fires over the years. Was that going to happen here? Is that how the Cirque Fantastique, how his show would be remembered? The tent was emptying smoothly, yet the price of avoiding panic was a slow exit. There were still many people inside, and some, it seemed, remained in their seats, preferring to stay inside and miss the spectacle in the park. When most people had left, he'd have to tell them what was really going on. When was the bomb set to go off? Probably not right away. Where would give the latecomers a chance to arrive and take their seats, to cause the most injuries? It was now 2:10. Maybe he'd set it for an even time, 1/4 or 2:30. And where was it? He had no clue where one might leave a bomb so that it would do the most damage. Glancing across the tent to the crowd massing at the front doorway, he saw Catherine's silhouette, the woman's arm beckoning to him to leave. But he was staying. He'd do whatever was necessary to evacuate the tent, including taking people by the hand and leading them to the door, pushing them out if he needed to, and returning for more, even if the tent was falling in sheets of fire around him. He was going to be the last person out. Smiling broadly, he shook his head to her and then lifted the microphone and continued to tell the audience what a delightful act awaited them outside. Suddenly, loud music interrupted him. He glanced at the bandstand. The musicians had left as Kodesky had ordered, but the bandleader stood over the computer console that controlled the pre-recorded music they sometimes used. Their eyes met, and Kodesky nodded in approval. The leader, a veteran of circus life, had put on a tape and turned the volume up. The tune was The Stars and Stripes Forever. Amelia Sachs pushed through the crowds exiting the Cirque Fantastique and ran into the center of the tent, where marching music was blaring loudly, and Edward Kodesky was holding a microphone and enthusiastically urging everyone outside to see a special illusion, to avoid panic, she assumed. Brilliant idea, she thought, picturing the horrific crush if this many people raced for the exits. Sachs was the first officer to arrive. Approaching sirens told her other rescue workers would be here soon, but she didn't wait for anyone else. She began the search immediately. She looked around, trying to decide the best place to leave a fuel bomb. To cause the most fatalities, she supposed, he'd plant it under some bleachers near an exit. The device, or devices, would be bulky. Unlike dynamite or plastic explosives, fuel bombs must be large to do significant damage. They could be hidden in a shipping container or a large cardboard box. Maybe in an oil drum. She noticed a plastic trash container, a big one, which would hold about 50 gallons, she guessed. It was just to the side of the main exit, and dozens of people were walking slowly past it on their way outside. There were 20 or 25 such bins inside the tent. The dark green containers would be the perfect choice to hide bombs. She ran to the one nearest her and paused at the drum. She was unable to see inside. The lid was an inverted V shape with a swinging door, but Sachs knew the door wouldn't be rigged to trigger the detonator. The brass told them he was using a timer. She took a small flashlight from her back pocket and shone it into the messy, foul-smelling interior. The bin was already more than half full of paper and food wrappers and empty cups. She couldn't see the bottom. She shifted the drum slightly. It was too light to hold even a gallon of gasoline. Another glance around the tent. Still hundreds of people inside, heading slowly for the doors. And dozens of other trash bins to check out. She started for the next one. Then she stopped and squinted. Under the main bleachers, and right near the south exit of the tent, was an object about 4 feet square, covered by a black tarp. She thought immediately about Ware's trick of using a cloth to hide himself. Whatever was under the cloth was virtually invisible and was big enough to hold hundreds of gallons of gas. A large crowd was within 20 feet of it. Outside, sirens grew louder and then began to go silent as the emergency vehicles parked near the tent. Firemen and police officers began to enter. She flashed her shield to the one nearest her. "Bomb squad here yet? Should be 5-6 minutes." She nodded and told them to carefully check the trash drums. Then she started toward the tarp-covered box. And then it happened. Not the bomb itself, but the panic, which seemed to erupt as fast as a detonation. Sachs wasn't sure what prompted it. The sight of the emergency vehicles outside and the firemen pushing their way inside probably made some patrons uneasy. Then Sachs heard a series of pops at the main doorway. She recognized the sound from yesterday, the snapping of the huge Commedia dell'arte Harlequin banner in the wind. But the audience at that exit must have thought they were gunshots and turned back, panicked, looking for other exits. Suddenly the tent filled with a huge, collective voice, like the inhalation of a breath in fear, a deep rustling, a roar. Then the wave broke. Screaming and crying out, people stampeded for the doors. Sachs was slammed from behind by the terrified mass. Her cheekbone struck the shoulder of a man in front of her, leaving her stunned. Screams rose, snatches of howls and shouts about fire, about bombs, about terrorists. "Don't push!" she cried. But no one heard her words. It would be impossible to stop the tide anyway. 1,000 individuals had become a single entity. Some people tried to fend off its crushing body, but in the surge from behind they were pressed into it and became part of the beast, which lurched desperately toward the glare of the opening. Sachs wrenched her arm free from between 2 teenage boys, their ruddy faces long with fear. Her head was slammed forward, and she glimpsed some tattered flesh on the tent floor. She gasped, thinking a child was being trampled. But no, it was a shredded balloon. A baby's bottle, a scrap of green cloth, popcorn, a souvenir harlequin mask, a discman were being ground apart under the massive weight of the feet. If anyone was to fall, they'd die in seconds. Sachs herself felt no balance or control. It seemed she could tumble helplessly to the floor at any moment. Then her feet were actually lifted off the floor, sandwiched between 2 sweating bodies, a big man in a bloody Izod shirt holding a sobbing young boy above his head, and a woman who seemed to have passed out. The screams grew louder, children's and adults mixed, and fueled the panic. Heat enveloped her, and soon it was nearly impossible to breathe. The pressure on her chest threatened to crush her heart to silence. Claustrophobia, Amelia Sachs's one big fear, now wrapped its tight arms around her, and she felt herself swallowed up by an unbearable sensation of confinement. When you move, they can't get you. But she wasn't moving anywhere. She was held tight by a suffocating mass of powerful, damp bodies, not even human now, a collection of muscles and sweat and fists and spit and feet pressing harder and harder into itself. "Please, no. Please, let me move. Let me get one hand free. Let me take one breath of air." She thought she saw blood. She thought she saw torn flesh. Maybe they were hers. From terror, as much as from pain and the suffocation, Amelia Sachs felt herself start to black out. No, don't fall under their feet. Don't fall. Please. She couldn't breathe. Not a cubic inch of air entered her lungs. Then she saw a knee inches from her face. It slammed into her cheek and stayed rooted there. She could smell dirty jeans, saw a scuffed boot in front of her eyes, inches away. Please, don't let me fall. Then she realized that maybe she already had. Chapter 31. Wearing a bellhop's uniform that closely matched those worn by the staff at the Lanham Arms Hotel on the Upper East Side of Manhattan, Mallory walked along the 15th-floor hallway of the hotel. He carried a heavy room service tray on which was a domed plate cover and a vase containing a huge red tulip. Everything about him was in harmony with his surroundings so as not to arouse suspicion. Mallory himself was the model of a deferential, pleasant bellhop. The averted eyes, the half-smile, the unobtrusive walk, the spotless tray. Only one thing set him apart from the other bellhops here at the Lanham. Under the metal warming dome on the tray was not a plate of eggs Benedict or a club sandwich, but a loaded Beretta automatic pistol, equipped with a sausage-thick sound suppressor and a leather pouch of lock-picking and other tools. "Enjoying your stay?" he asked one couple. Yes, they were, and they wished him a good afternoon. He continued to nod and smile at the guests returning to their rooms after Sunday brunch or on their way to sightsee on this fine spring afternoon. He passed a window in which he could see a bit of green, a portion of Central Park. He wondered what sort of excitement was unfolding there at the moment, inside the white tent of the Cirque Fantastique, the place to which he'd spent the past few days directing the police with the clues he'd left at the sites of the murders. Or misdirecting them, he should say. Misdirection and ruse were the keys to successful illusion, and there was no one better at it than Mallory, the man of a million faces, the man who materialized like a struck match, who disappeared like a snuffed flame, the man who vanished himself. The police would be frantic, of course, looking for the gasoline bomb which they believed would go off at any moment. But there was no bomb. No risk at all to the 2,000 people at the Cirque Fantastique, no risk other than the possibility that some of them would be trampled to death in their mindless panic. At the end of the hallway, Mallory glanced behind him and observed that he was alone. Quickly he set the tray on the floor near a doorway and lifted the cover. He collected the black pistol and slipped it into a zippered pocket in his bellman's uniform. He opened the leather tool pouch, extracted a screwdriver, and pocketed the pouch, too. Moving fast, he unscrewed the metal guard that allowed the window to open only a few inches. Human beings do seem to take any opportunity to kill themselves, don't they? He reflected. And raised the window all the way. He carefully replaced the screwdriver in its spot in the leather pouch and zipped it away. His strong arms deftly boosted him onto the sill. He stepped carefully out on the ledge, 150 feet above the ground. The ledge was 20 inches wide. He'd measured the same ledge from the window of the room he'd taken here a few days ago. And though he'd only done limited acrobatics in his life, he had the superb balance of all great illusionists. He moved along the limestone rim now as comfortably as if it were a sidewalk. After a stroll of only 15 feet, he came to the corner of the hotel and stopped, looking at the building next door to the Lanham Arms. This, an apartment building on East 75th Street, had no ledges but did have a fire escape 6 feet away from where he now stood, overlooking an air shaft filled with the restless churning of air conditioners. Mallory took a brief running start and leaped over the bottomless gap, easily reaching the fire escape and vaulting over the railing. He climbed up 2 flights and paused at a window on the 17th floor. A glance inside. The hallway was empty. He placed the gun and the toolkit on the window ledge, then stripped off the fake bellhop's uniform in one fast peel, revealing beneath it a simple gray suit, white shirt and tie. The gun went into his belt, and he used the tools again to open the window lock. He hopped inside, standing motionless, catching his breath. Mallory then started down the hallway toward the apartment he sought. Stopping at the door, he dropped to his knees and opened the toolkit again. Into the keyhole, he inserted a tension bar and above it the lockpick. In 3 seconds, he'd scrubbed the lock open. In 5, the deadbolt. He pushed the door open only far enough to be able to see the hinges, which he sprayed with oil from a tiny canister, like breath spray, to keep them silent. A moment later, he was inside the long, dark hallway of the apartment. Mallory eased the door shut. He oriented himself, looking around the entryway. On the wall were some mass-produced prints of Salvador Dali's surreal landscapes, some family portraits, and, most prominently, a clumsy watercolor of New York City painted by a child. The artist's signature was Chrissy. A cheap table sat near the door, its short leg lengthened with a folded yellow square of foolscap legal paper. A single ski, the binding broken, leaned forlornly in the corner of the hallway. The wallpaper was old and stained. Mallory started down the corridor, toward the sound of the television in the living room, but he detoured momentarily, stepping into a small, dark room that was dominated by an ebony kawaii baby grand piano. A book of music, instructions noted in the margin, sat open on the piano. The name Chrissy appeared here, too, penned on the cover of the book. Mallory only had a rudimentary knowledge of music, but as he flipped through the lesson book, he observed that the pieces seemed quite difficult. He decided that the girl might have been a bad artist, but she was quite the talented young musician, this Christine Grady, the daughter of New York Assistant District Attorney Charles Grady, the man whose apartment this was, the man Mallory was being paid $100,000 to kill. Amelia Sachs sat on the grass outside of the Cirque Fantastique tent, wincing from the pain throbbing around her right kidney. She'd helped dozens of people away from the crush and had found a spot here to catch her breath. Staring down at her from the huge black-and-white banner above her head was the masked Arlecchino, still rippling loudly in the wind. He'd seemed eerie yesterday. Now, after the panic inside, which he'd caused, the image was repulsive and grotesque. She had avoided being trampled to death. The knee and boot that had clobbered her belonged to a man who'd scrabbled over the heads and shoulders of the audience to beat them out the door. Still, her back, ribs, and face throbbed. She'd sat here for nearly 15 minutes, faint and nauseated, partly from the crush, partly from the horrifying claustrophobia. She could generally tolerate small rooms, even elevators. Being completely restrained, unable to move, though, physically sickened her and racked her with panic. Around her, the injured were being treated. There'd been nothing serious. The EMS chief had reported to her mostly sprains and cuts, a few dislocations, and a broken arm. Sachs and those around her had been spewed out the south exit of the tent. Once outside, she'd fallen to her knees on the grass, crawling away from the crowd. No longer trapped in an enclosed space with a potential bomb or an armed terrorist, the audience became better Samaritans and helped those who were woozy or hurt. She'd flagged down an officer from the bomb squad and, looking at him upside down from her grassy bed, flashed her badge and told him about the tarp-covered object under the seats near the south door. He'd returned to his colleagues inside. Then the brassy music from the tent had stopped, and Edward Kodesky stepped outside. Watching the bomb squad at work, some of the audience realized that there'd been a real threat and that Kodesky's quick thinking had saved them from a worse panic. They offered some impromptu applause, which he'd acknowledged modestly as he made the rounds, checking on his employees and the audience. Other circus-goers, injured and otherwise, were less generous and scowled and demanded to know what had happened and complained that he should have handled the evacuation better. Meanwhile, the bomb squad and a dozen firemen had scoured the tent and found no sign of a device. The tarp-covered box had turned out to be cartons of toilet paper. The search expanded to the trailers and supply trucks, but the officers found nothing there either. Sachs frowned. They'd been wrong? How could that be? She wondered. The evidence was so clear. It was Rhymes' way to make bold assumptions about evidence, and sometimes, sure, he made mistakes, but in the case of the conjurer, it seemed that all the evidence had come together and pointed directly to the Cirque Fantastique as his target. Had Rhyme heard that they'd found no bombs, she wondered? Rising unsteadily, she went off in search of someone's radio to borrow. Her Motorola, now lying in pieces near the south door of the tent, had apparently been the sole fatality of the panic. Stepping quietly out of the music room in Charles Grady's apartment, Mallory walked back into the darkened hallway and paused, listening to the voices from the living room and kitchen, wondering just how dangerous this would be. He'd taken steps to make it less likely that Grady's bodyguards would panic and gun him down. At his lunch at the Riverside Inn in Bedford Junction 2 weeks ago, meeting with Jetty Barnes and other militiamen from upstate New York, Mallory had laid out his plan. He'd decided it'd be best to have someone make an attempt on the prosecutor's life before Mallory's invasion of Grady's apartment today. The universal choice for a fall guy was some pervert of a minister from Canton Falls named Ralph Swenson. Barnes had some leverage on the Reverend, but explained to Mallory that he hadn't fully trusted him, so after his escape from the Harlem River yesterday, the illusionist had donned his janitor's costume and had followed the Reverend from his Fleabag Hotel to Greenwich Village, just to make sure the loser didn't balk at the last minute. Mallory's plan called for Swenson's attempt to fail. The gun Barnes provided had a broken firing pin. Mallory had theorized that catching one assassin would lull Grady's guards into complacency and make them psychologically less likely to react violently when they saw a second killer. Well, that was the theory, he reflected uneasily. Let's see if it holds up in practice. Walking silently past more bad art, past more family portraits, past stacks of magazines, law reviews and Vogues and the New Yorkers, and scabby street fair antiques the Gradys had bought, intending to refinish, but that sat as permanent testimonials to the proposition there just aren't enough hours in the day. Mallory knew his way around the apartment. He'd been here once before, briefly, disguised as a maintenance man. But that had been basic reconnaissance, learning the layout, the entrance and escape routes. He hadn't spent any time noticing the personal side of the family's life, the diplomas of Grady and his wife, who was also an attorney, wedding photos, snapshots of relatives, and a gallery's worth of pictures of their blonde 9-year-old daughter. Mallory recalled his meeting with Barnes and his associates over lunch. The militiamen had digressed into a cold debate about whether it made sense to kill Grady's wife and daughter, too. According to Mallory's plan, sacrificing Swenson made sense, but what was the point, he'd wondered, of killing Grady's family? He'd posed this question to Barnes and the others between bites of very good roast turkey. "Well now, Mr. Ware," Jetty Barnes had said to Mallory, "that's a good question. I'd say you should kill him just because." And Mallory had nodded, offering a thoughtful expression. He knew enough never to condescend to either an audience or fellow performers. "Well, I don't mind killing them," he'd explained, "but wouldn't it make more sense to leave them alive unless they're a risk, like a risk they could identify me, or say the little girl goes for the phone to call the police? Probably there are some of your people who'd object to killing women and children." "Well, it's your plan, Mr. Ware," Barnes had said. "We'll go with what you think," though the idea of temperance seemed to leave him vaguely dissatisfied. Now Mallory stepped outside Grady's living room and hung a fake NYPD badge around his neck, the one he'd flashed at the cops near the Cirque Fantastique when he'd sent them home for the day. He glanced in a flea market mirror whose surface needed to be recoated. Yes, he was in role, looking just like a detective here to protect a prosecutor against whom vicious death threats had been made. A deep breath, no butterflies. And now, revered audience, lights up, curtain up. The real show is about to begin. Hands held naturally at his sides, Mallory turned the corner of the corridor and strode into the living room. Chapter 32. "Hey, how's it going?" the man in the gray suit asked, startling Luis Martinez, the quiet, bulky detective working for Roland Bell. The guard was sitting on the couch in front of the TV, a Sunday New York Times in his lap. "Man, surprised me." He nodded a greeting, glanced at the newcomer's badge and ID, and then scanned his face. "You the relief?" "That's right. How'd you get in? They give you a key?" "Got one downtown." He was speaking in a throaty whisper like he had a cold. "Lucky you," Luis muttered. "We've got a share one pain in the ass." "Where's Mr. Grady?" "In the kitchen with his wife and Chrissy. How come you're early?" "I don't know," the man replied. "I'm just the hired help. This is the time they told me." "Story of our lives, huh?" Luis said. He frowned. "I don't think I know you." "Name's Joe David," the man said. "Usually work over in Brooklyn." Luis nodded. "Yeah, that's where I cut my teeth at 70. This is my first rotation here. Bodyguard detail, I mean." A loud commercial came on the TV. "Sorry," Luis said. "I missed that. Your first rotation, you said?" "Right." The big detective said, "Okay. How about your last, too?" Luis dropped the newspaper and leaped up from the couch, drawing his Glock smoothly and pointing it at the man he knew was Eric Ware. Normally placid, Luis now shouted into his microphone, "He's here! He got in the living room! Two other officers who'd been waiting in the kitchen, Detective Bell and that fat Lieutenant Lon Salito, shoved through another doorway, both with astonished looks on their faces. They grabbed Ware's arms and pulled a silenced pistol from his belt. "Down! Now! Now! Now!" Salito shouted in a raw, edgy voice, his gun pressed into the man's face. And what an expression was on it! Louise thought. He'd seen a lot of surprised perps over the years, but this guy took the prize. He was gasping, couldn't speak. But Louise supposed he wasn't any more surprised than the cops were. "Where the hell did he come from?" Salito asked breathlessly. Bell only shook his head in dismay. As Louise double-cuffed Ware roughly, Salito leaned close to the perp. "You alone? You got backup outside?" "No! Don't bullshit us! My arms! You're hurting my arms!" Ware gasped. "Anybody else with you?" "No, I swear." Bell was calling the others on his handy-talkie. "Heaven help me, he got inside. I don't know how." Two uniformed officers assigned to the Saving the Witness's Ass team hurried into the apartment from the hallway where they'd been hiding near the elevator. "Looks like he jimmied the window on this floor," one of them said. "You know, the window of the fire escape." Bell glanced at Ware and he understood. "The ledge from the Lanham? You jumped?" Ware said nothing, but that had to be the answer. They'd stationed officers in the alley between the Lanham and Grady's building, and on the roofs of both structures, too, but it had never occurred to them he'd walk along the ledge and leap over the air shaft. Bell asked the officers, "And no sign of anybody else?" "Nope, looks like he was solo." Salito donned latex gloves and patted him down. The search yielded burglary tools and various props and magic supplies. The oddest were the fake fingertips, glued on tightly. Salito pulled them off and deposited them in a plastic evidence bag. If the situation weren't so unnerving, that a hired killer had actually gotten into the apartment of the family they were protecting, the image of the 10 finger pads in a bag would have been comical. They looked over their prey as Salito continued to search him. Ware was muscular and in excellent shape, despite the fact that the fire had caused some serious damage. The scarring was quite extensive. "Any ID?" Bell asked. Salito shook his head. "FAO Schwartz," meaning low-quality, fake NYPD badge and ID card, not much better than toys. Ware glanced toward the kitchen, which he could see was empty. He frowned. "Oh, the Gradys aren't here," Bell said, as if it were obvious. The man closed his eyes and rested his head on the threadbare carpet. How did you figure it out?" Salito supplied an answer of sorts. "Well, guess what? There's somebody who'd love to answer that question for you. Come on, we're going for a ride." Looking over the shackled killer standing in the doorway of the lab, Lincoln Rhymes said, "Welcome back." "But the fire—" Dismayed, the man looked toward the stairway that led up to the bedroom. "Sorry we ruined your performance," Rhymes said coldly. "I guess you couldn't quite escape from me after all, could you, Ware?" He turned his gaze back to the criminalist and hissed, "That's not my name anymore." "You changed it?" Ware shook his head. "Not legally. But Ware's who I used to be. I go by something else now." Rhyme recalled psychologist Terry Dobyns's observation that the fire had murdered Ware's old persona and he'd become somebody else. The killer now looked over Rhyme's body. "You understand that, don't you? You'd like to forget the past and become somebody else too, I'd imagine." "What are you calling yourself?" "That's between me and my audience." Ah, yes, his revered audience. Double handcuffed, looking bewildered and diminished, Ware wore a gray businessman suit. The wig he'd worn last night was gone. His real hair was thick, long, and dark blonde. In the daylight, Rhyme could better see the scarring above his collar. It looked quite severe. "How'd you find me?" the man asked in his wheezing voice. "I led you to—" "To the Cirque Fantastique?" "You did." When Rhyme had outthought a perp, his mood improved considerably, and he was pleased to chat. "You mean you misdirected us there? See, I was looking over the evidence, and I got to thinking that the whole case seemed a bit too easy." "Easy?" He coughed briefly. "In crime scene work, there are two types of evidence. There are the clues that are inadvertently left by the perp, and then there are planted clues, ones that are intentionally left to mislead us. After everyone ran off to look for gas bombs at the circus, I got this sense that some of the clues had been planted. They seemed obvious. The shoes you left at the second victim's apartment had dog hairs and dirt and trace that led to Central Park. It occurred to me that a smart perp might have ground the dirt and hairs into the shoes and left them at the scene so we'd find them and think about the dog knoll next to the circus. And all the talk of fire when you came to see me last night. He glanced toward Kara. Verbal misdirection, right, Kara? Ware's troubled eyes looked the young woman up and down. Yep, she said, pouring sugar in her coffee. But I tried to kill you, Ware wheezed. If I told you those things to lead you off, I'd need you to be alive. Rhyme laughed. You didn't try to kill me at all. You never intended to. You wanted to make it look that way, to give what you told me credibility. The first thing you did after you set the fire in my bedroom was to run outside and call 911 from a payphone. I checked with dispatch. The man who called said he could see the flames from the phone kiosk, except that it was around the corner. You can't see my room from there. Tom checked on that, by the way. Thank you, Tom. Rhyme called to the aide, who happened to be passing the doorway at that moment. Nada, came the harried reply. Ware closed his eyes, shaking his head as he realized the depth of his mistake. Rhyme squinted, staring at the evidence board. All of the victims had jobs or interests reflecting performers in the circus, the musician, makeup artist, horseback riding. And the murder techniques were magic tricks too, but if your motive really was to destroy Kadeski, you would have led us away from Cirque Fantastique, not toward it. That meant you were leading us away from something else. What? I looked at the evidence again. At the third scene by the river, we surprised you. You didn't have time to pick up your jacket with the press pass and hotel key card in the pocket, which meant that those couldn't have been planted clues. They had some legitimate connection to what you were really up to. The hotel card key was from one of 3 hotels. One of them was the Lanham Arms. Detective Bell thought it sounded familiar and checked his logbook. It turned out that he had coffee with Charles Grady in the lobby bar to talk about the security detail for his family a week ago. Roland told me that the Lanham was right next door to Grady's apartment. And the press pass? I called the reporter you stole it from. He was covering the Andrew Constable trial and had interviewed Charles Grady several times. We found some brass shavings and assumed the worst, that they were from a bomb timer, but they might have just come from a key or a tool. Sachs took up the narrative. Then the New York Times page we found in your car in the river. It had an article about the circus, yes, but there was also an article about Constable's trial. A nod toward the evidence board. Militia murder plot trial opens Monday. Rhyme continued. The restaurant check, too. You should have thrown that out. What check? Ware asked, frowning. Also in your jacket from 2 Saturdays ago. But that weekend I was... He stopped speaking abruptly. Out of town, you were going to say? Sachs asked. Yeah, we know. The check was from a restaurant in Bedford Junction. I don't know what you're talking about. A trooper in Canton Falls, investigating the Patriot Assembly Group, called on my phone, asking for Roland, Rhyme said. I recognized the area code from the caller ID. It was the same as the number of the restaurant on the check. Ware's eyes grew still, and Rhyme continued. Bedford Junction turns out to be the town next to Canton Falls, which is where Constable lives. Who's this constable you keep talking about? He asked quickly, but Rhyme could see telltale signs of recognition in his face. Solito took over. Was Barnes one of the people you had lunch with? Jetty Barnes? I don't know who you mean. You know the Patriot Assembly, though. Just what I've read about in the paper. We don't believe you, Solito said. Believe what you like, Ware snapped. Rhyme could see the fierce anger in the eyes, the anger that Dobbins had predicted. After a pause, he asked, How'd you find out my real name? No one answered, but Ware's eyes settled on the latest additions about him on the evidence chart. His face grew dark as he gasped. Somebody betrayed me, didn't they? They told you about the fire in Kadeski. Who was it? A vicious smile as he glanced from Sachs to Kara and finally settled on Rhyme. Was it John Keating? He told you that I called him, didn't he? Spineless shit. He never stood up to me. Art Lesser, too, right? They're all fucking Judases. I'll remember them. I always remember the people who betray me. He had a coughing fit. When it ended, Ware was looking across the room. Kara. Is that what he said your name is? And who are you? I'm an illusionist, she said defiantly. "One of us," Ware mocked, looking her up and down. "A girl illusionist. And you're what, a consultant or something? Maybe after I'm released, I'll come visit. Maybe I'll vanish you." Sachs snapped. "Oh, you ain't getting released in this lifetime, Ware." The conjurer's gasping laugh was chilly. "Then how about when I escape? Walls are, after all, just an illusion." "I don't think escape's much of an option, either," Solito added. Rhymes said, "Well, I answered your how, Ware, or whatever you're calling yourself. How about if you answer my why? We thought it was revenge against Kadesky, but then it turns out you're after Grady. What are you, some kind of hitman illusionist?" "Revenge?" Ware asked, furious. "What the fuck good is revenge? Will it take the scars away and fix my lungs? Will it bring my wife back? You don't fucking understand. The only thing in my life, the only thing that's ever meant anything to me is performing. Illusion, magic. My mentor groomed me for the profession all my life. The fire took that away from me. I don't have the strength to perform. My hands deformed. My voice is ruined. Who'd come to see me? I can't do the one thing that God gave me talent for. If the only way I can perform is to break the law, then that's what I'll do." Phantom of the Opera syndrome. He glanced at Rhymes' body again. "How did you feel after your accident, thinking you'd never be a cop again?" Rhyme was silent, but the killer's words hit home. How had he felt? The same anger that fueled Eric Ware, yes, and true after the accident. The concepts of right and wrong vanished completely. Why not be a criminal? He'd thought, in the madness of fury and depression. I can find evidence better than any human being on the face of the earth. That means I can also manipulate it. I could commit the perfect crime. In the end, of course, thanks to people like Terry Dobbins and other doctors and fellow cops, and his own soul, those thoughts had faded. But yes, he did know exactly what Ware was talking about. Though even at the bleakest and angriest moments, he never considered taking another life. Except, of course, his own. "So you sold your talents, like a mercenary." Ware seemed to realize that he'd lost control for a moment and had said too much. He refused to say anything else. Sax's anger got the better of her, and she stepped to the whiteboard and ripped down several pictures of the first two victims. Shoving them into Ware's face, she raged, "You killed these people just for diversion? That's all they meant to you." Ware held her eye, blasé. Then he looked around and laughed. "You really think you can keep me in prison? Do you know that for a challenge, Harry Houdini was stripped naked and put in death row in Washington, D.C.? He escaped from his cell so fast that he had time to open all the doors on the cell block and switch the condemned prisoners to each other's cells before the challenge panel got back from lunch." Solito said, "Yeah, well, that was a long time ago. We're a little more sophisticated than that now." To Rhyme and Sax, he said, "I'll take him downtown, see if he wants to share a little more with us." But as they started for the doorway, Rhymes said, "Hold on." His eyes were on the evidence chart. "What?" Solito asked. "When he got away from Larry Burke after the crafts fair, he slipped the cuffs." "Right. We found saliva, remember? Take a look in his mouth. See if he's got a pick or key hidden there." Ware said, "I don't. Really." Solito pulled on the latex gloves that Mel Cooper offered. "Open up. You bite me, and I'll vanish your balls. Got it? One bite, no balls." "Understood." The conjurer opened his mouth, and Solito shined his flashlight into it, fished around a bit. "Nothing," Rhyme said. "There's another place we ought to check, too." Solito grunted. "I'll make sure they do that downtown, Link. Some things I do not do for the money they pay me." As the detective led Ware toward the door, Kara said, "Wait. Check his teeth. Wiggle them, especially the molars." Ware stiffened as Solito approached. "You can't do that." "Open up," the big detective snapped. "Oh, and the balls comment still applies." The conjurer sighed. "Right top molar. Right on my side, I mean." Solito glanced at Rhyme, then reached in and gently pulled. His hand emerged with a fake tooth. Inside was a small piece of bent metal. He dumped it on an examining board and replaced the tooth. The detective said, "It's pretty small. He can actually use that?" Kara examined it. "Oh, he could open a pair of regulation handcuffs in about 4 seconds with that." You're too much, Ware. Come on. Rhyme thought of something. Oh, Lon. The detective glanced his way. You have a feeling when he helped us find the pick in his tooth, that might have been a little misdirection? Kara nodded. You're right. Ware looked disgusted as Stiletto searched again. This time, the detective checked every tooth. He found a second lockpick and a similar fake tooth on the lower left jaw. I'm going to make sure they put you someplace real special, the detective said ominously. He then called another officer into the room and had him shackle Ware's feet with 2 sets of cuffs. I can't walk this way, Ware complained in a wheeze. Baby steps, Stiletto said coldly. Take baby steps. Chapter 33. The man got the message at a diner on Route 244, which, because he didn't have a phone in his trailer, didn't want one, didn't trust him, is where he took and made all his calls. Sometimes a few days went by before he picked up the messages, but because he was expecting an important call today, he'd hurried, to the extent he ever hurried, to Elma's diner right after Bible school. Hobbs Wentworth was a bear-sized man with a thin red beard around his face and a fringe of curly hair lighter than his beard. The word career was one that nobody in Canton Falls, New York, had ever associated with Hobbs, which wasn't to say that he didn't work like an ox. He'd give a man his money's worth as long as the job was out of doors, didn't require too much calculating, and his employer was a white Christian. Hobbs was married to a quiet, dusty woman named Cindy, who spent most of her time homeschooling, cooking, sewing, and visiting with women friends who did the same. Hobbs himself spent most of his time working and hunting and spending evenings with men friends, drinking and arguing, though most of these arguments should be called agreements, since he and his buddies were all extremely like-minded. A lifelong resident of Canton Falls, he liked it here. There was plenty of good hunting land, virtually none of it posted. People were solid and good-natured, and knew their heads from their rumps. Like-minded applied to almost everyone in Canton Falls. Hobbs had lots of opportunities to do the things he enjoyed, like teaching Sunday school of all things. An 8th-grade graduate with a stolen mortarboard but no learning to show for it, Hobbs had never in the Lord's universe thought anybody would want him to teach. But he had a flair for kids' Sunday school, it turned out. He didn't do prayer sessions or counseling or any Jesus loves me, this I know singing. Nope, all he did was tell Bible stories to the youngsters. But he was an instant hit, thanks largely to his refusal to stick to the party line. For instance, in his account, instead of Jesus feeding the crowds with 2 fish and 5 loaves, Hobbs reported how the Son of God went bow hunting and killed a deer from 100 yards away and gutted and dressed it in the town square himself, and he fed the people that way. To illustrate the story, Hobbs brought his compound Clearwater MX Flex to the classroom, and Chunk sent a tempered tip arrow 3 inches into a cinder-block wall, to the delight of the kids. Having finished one of those classes now, he walked inside Elma's. The waitress walked up to him. Hey, Hobbs, pie? Nah, make it a Werner's and a cheese omelet, extra Kraft. Hey, did I get a phone? Before he could finish, she handed him a slip of paper. On it were the words, Call me, J.B. She asked, That Jetty? Sounded like him since the police have been round those troopers. I ain't seen him 'tall. He ignored her question and said only, Hold that order for a minute. As he went to the payphone, fishing hard for coins in his jeans, his mind went right back to a lunch he'd had 2 weeks ago at the Riverside Inn over in Bedford Junction. It had been him and Frank Stemple and Jetty Barnes from Canton Falls, and a man named Eric Ware, who Barnes later took to calling Magic Man because he was, of all things, a professional conjurer. Barnes had puffed up Hobbs's day 10 times by smiling and standing up when Hobbs arrived, saying to Ware, Here, sir, meet the best shot we got in the county, not to mention bow hunter, and a damn sharp operator, too. Hobbs had sat over the fancy food at the fancy restaurant, proud, but nervous, too. He'd never before even dreamed about eating at the Riverside, poking his fork into the daily special and listening as Barnes and Stemple told him how they'd met Ware. He was sort of like a mercenary soldier, which Hobbs knew all about, being a subscriber to Soldier of Fortune. Hobbs noticed the scars on the man's neck and the deformed fingers, wondering what kind of fight he'd been in that had caused that kind of damage. Napalm, maybe. Barnes had been reluctant to even meet with Ware at first, of course, thinking entrapment, but Magic Man had put him right at ease by telling them to watch the news on one particular day. The lead story was about the murder of a Mexican gardener, an illegal immigrant, working for a rich family in a town nearby. Ware brought Barnes the dead man's wallet, a trophy, like a buck's antlers. Ware had been right up front. He'd told them that he'd picked the Mexican because of Barnes's views on immigrants, but he personally didn't believe in their extreme causes. His interest was only in making money with his very special talents, which suited everybody just fine. Over lunch, Magic Man Ware had laid out his plan about Charles Grady, then he shook their hands and left. A few days ago, Barnes and Stemple had shipped off the skippy, girl-lovin' Reverend Swenson to New York with instructions to kill Grady on Saturday night. And he'd bobbled the job as predicted. Hobbs was supposed to stay on call, Mr. Ware had said, in case he was needed. And apparently now he was. He punched in the number of the cell phone Barnes used, the account in someone else's name, and heard an abrupt, "Yeah? Smee." Because of the state police all over the county looking for Barnes, they'd agreed to keep all conversations over the phone to a minimum. Barnes said, "You gotta do what we talked about at lunch." "Uh-huh. Go to the lake?" "Right. Go to the lake and take the fishing gear with me?" Hobbs said. "That's right." "Yes, sir. When?" "Now. Right away." "Then I will." Barnes hung up abruptly, and Hobbs changed his omelet to a coffee and a bacon and egg sandwich, extra craft, to go. When Jetty Barnes said now and right away was how you did whatever you were supposed to do. When the food was ready, he pushed outside, fired up his pickup, and drove fast onto the highway. He had one stop to make, his trailer. Then he'd pick up the old junker Dodge, registered to somebody who didn't exist, and speed down to the lake, which didn't mean any kind of lake at all. It meant a particular place in New York City. Just like the fishing gear he was supposed to take with him, sure didn't mean a rod and reel, either. Back in the Tombs. On one side of the floor-bolted table sat a grim-faced Joe Roth, Andrew Constable's pudgy lawyer. Charles Grady was on the other side, flanked by his second, Roland Bell. Amelia Sachs stood. The pungent interview room, with its jaundiced, milky windows, gave her a renewed sense of claustrophobia, which had been receding only slowly after the terrible panic at the Cirque Fantastique. She fidgeted and rocked her weight back and forth. The door opened, and Constable's guard led the prisoner into the room, recuffed his hands in front of him. Then he swung the door closed and returned to the corridor. "It didn't work," was the first thing Grady said to him. A calm voice, oddly dispassionate, Sachs thought, considering that his family had nearly been wiped out. "What didn't—" Constable began. "Is this about that fool Ralph Swenson?" "No, this is about Eric Ware," Grady said. "Who?" A frown that seemed genuine crossed the man's face. The prosecutor went on to explain about the attempt on his family's life by the former illusionist turned professional killer. No, I didn't have anything to do with Swenson. And I didn't have anything to do with this." The man looked helplessly at the scarred tabletop. There was some graffiti scraped in the gray paint beside his hands. It seemed to be an A, then a C, then a partial K. "I've told you all along, Charles, there are some people I've known in the past who've gone way overboard with things. They see you and the state as the enemies, working with the Jewish people and the African Americans or whoever, and they're twisting my words around and using me as an excuse to come after you." He said in a low voice, "I'll say it again. I promise you that I had nothing to do with this." Roth said to the prosecutor, "Let's not play games here, Charles. You're just fishing. If you got something to connect my client to the break-in of your apartment, then Ware killed 2 individuals yesterday, and a police officer. That makes it capital murder." Constable winced. His lawyer added bluntly, "Well, I'm sorry about that, but I notice you haven't charged my client because you don't have any evidence linking him to Ware, right?" Grady ignored this and continued. "We're negotiating with Ware right now about turning state's evidence." Constable turned his eyes to Sachs, looked her up and down. He seemed helpless, and the gaze suggested that he was imploring her to help in some way. Perhaps she was supposed to provide the voice of female reason. But she remained silent, as did Bell. It wasn't their job to argue with suspects. The detective was here to keep an eye on Grady and see if he could learn more about the attempt on the DA's life and possible future attacks. Sachs was here to see if she might learn more about Constable and his partners to help solidify the case against Ware. Also, she'd been curious about this man, someone she'd been told was pure evil and yet who seemed, to all appearances, reasonable, understanding, and genuinely troubled by the events of the past few days. Rhyme was content solely to look at the evidence. He had no patience for an examination of a perp's mind or soul. Sachs, though, was fascinated with questions of good and evil. Was she looking at an innocent man now, or another Adolf Hitler? Constable shook his head. "Look, it makes no sense for me to try and kill you. The state would send in a replacement DA, the trial would go on, only I'd have a murder charge slapped on me. Why'd I want to do that? What possible reason would I have to kill you?" "Because you're a bigot and a killer and—" Constable interrupted heatedly. "Listen here. I've put up with a lot, sir. I was arrested, humiliated in front of my family. I've been abused here and in the press, and you know what my only crime is?" He leveled his gaze to Grady. "Asking hard questions." "Andrew—" Roth touched his arm, but with a loud jangle the prisoner pulled it away. He was indignant and wouldn't be stopped. "Right here in this room, right now, I'm going to commit the only crimes I've ever been guilty of. First offense, I'm asking if you don't agree that when government gets to be too big it loses touch with the people. That's when cops end up with the power to stick a mop handle up the rectum of a black prisoner in custody, an innocent prisoner, by the way." "They were caught," Grady countered lethargically. "Them going to jail's not going to give that poor man back his dignity, now is it? And how many don't get caught? Look at what's happened in Washington. They let terrorists walk right into our country, intent to kill us, and we don't dare offend them by keeping them out or forcing them to be fingerprinted and carry ID cards. How about another offense? Let me ask you, why don't we all just admit that there are differences between races and cultures? I've never said one race is better or worse than any other, but I do say you get grief if you go and try to mix them." "We got rid of segregation some years ago," Bell drawled. "It is a crime, you know. Used to be a crime to sell liquor, Detective. Used to be a crime to work on Sunday. Used to be legal for 10-year-olds to work in factories. Then people wised up and changed those laws because they didn't reflect human nature." He leaned forward and looked from Bell to Sachs. "My two police officer friends here, let me ask you a hard question. You get a report that a man might have committed a murder and he's black or Hispanic. You see him in an alley. Well, won't your finger be a little tighter on the trigger of your gun than if he's white? Or if he is a white man and looks like a smart man, if he has all his teeth and wears clothes that don't smell like yesterday's piss, well then, are you going to be just a little slower to pull that trigger? Are you going to frisk him a little more gently?" The prisoner sat back, shook his head. "Those are my crimes. That's it. Asking questions like those." Grady said cynically, "Great material, Andrew. But before you play the persecution card, what do you do with the fact that Eric Ware had lunch with 3 other people at the Riverside Inn in Bedford Junction 2 weeks ago, which is 2 clicks from the Patriot Assembly meeting hall in Canton Falls and about 5 from your house?" Constable blinked. "The Riverside Inn?" He looked out the window, which was so grimy it was impossible to tell if the sky was blue or polluted yellow or drizzly gray. Grady's eyes narrowed. "What? You know something about that place?" His lawyer touched his arm to silence him. They whispered to each other for a moment. Grady couldn't resist pushing. "Do you know somebody who's a regular there?" Constable glanced at Roth, who shook his head, and the prisoner remained silent. After a moment, Grady asked, "How's your cell, Andrew?" Your cell here in detention. Don't much care for it, as I suspect you know. It's worse than prison, and you'll have to go into solitary because the black crew in General Pop would love to get—" "Come on, Charles," Roth said wearily. "We don't need any of that." The prosecutor said, Well, Joe, I'm about at the end of the line here. All I've been hearing is I didn't do this, I didn't do that. That somebody's setting him up and using him. Well, if that's the case," he now turned directly to Constable, "get off your ass and prove it to me. Show me you didn't have anything to do with trying to kill me and my family, and you get me the name of the people who did, then we'll talk." Another whispered consultation between client and attorney. Roth finally said, "My client's going to make some phone calls based on what we find. He might be willing to consider cooperating." "That's not good enough. Give me some names now." Troubled, Constable said directly to Grady, "That's the way it's got to be. I need to be certain about this." "Afraid you'll have to turn in some friends?" the prosecutor asked coolly. "Well, you say you like to ask hard questions. Let me ask you one. What kind of friends are they, if they're willing to send you to prison for the rest of your life?" Grady stood up. "If I don't hear from you by 9 tonight, we go to trial tomorrow as planned." Chapter 34. It wasn't much of a stage. When David Balzac had retired from the illusionist circuit 10 years ago and had bought smoke and mirrors, he'd torn out the back half of the store to put in the small theater. Balzac didn't have a cabaret license, so he couldn't charge admission, but he'd still hold shows here every Sunday afternoon and Thursday night, so that his students could get up on stage and experience what performing was really like. And what a difference it was. Kara knew that practicing at home and performing on stage were night and day. Something inexplicable happened when you got up in front of people. Impossible tricks that you continually flubbed at home went perfectly, owing to some mysterious spiritual adrenaline that took over your hands and proclaimed, "Thou shalt not fuck this one up." Conversely, in a performance you might blow a trick that was second nature, like a one-coin French drop, a maneuver so simple that you'd never even think to have an out prepared in case it went south. A high, wide black curtain separated the theater from the business end of the store. It rippled occasionally in the breeze as the front door opened and closed, with a faint roadrunner meep-meep from the electric eye alert on the jam. Now approaching 4 p.m. on Sunday, people were entering the theater and finding seats. Always beginning at the back, in magic and illusion performances, nobody wants to sit in the front row. You never know when you might get volunteered to be embarrassed up on stage. Standing behind a backdrop curtain, Kara looked at the stage. The flat black walls were scuffed and streaked, and the bowed oak floor was covered with dozens of bits of masking tape from performers blocking out their moves during rehearsal. For a backdrop, only a ratty burgundy shawl, and the entire platform was tiny, 10 by 12 feet. Still, to Kara, it was Carnegie Hall, or the MGM Grand itself, and she was prepared to give her audience everything she had. Like vaudevillians or parlor magicians, most illusionists simply string together a series of routines. The performers might pace the tricks carefully, building up to a thrilling finale, but that approach, Kara felt, was like watching fireworks. Each burst more or less spectacular, but on the whole emotionally unsatisfying because there was no theme or continuity to the explosions. An illusionist's act should tell a story, all the tricks linked together, one leading to the next, with one or more of the earlier tricks returning at the end to give the audience that delightful 1-2 punch that left them, she hoped, breathless. More people were entering the theater now. She wondered if there'd be many here today, though it didn't really make any difference to her. She loved the story about Robert Houdin, who walked out on stage one night to find 3 people in the theater. He presented the same show as if the house were full, except the finale was slightly different. He invited the audience to his home for dinner afterward. She was confident of her routine. Mr. Balzac had her practice even for these small shows for weeks. And now, during the last few minutes before curtain time, she didn't think about her tricks but gazed at the audience, enjoying this momentary peace of mind. She supposed she had no right to feel this comfortable. There were a lot of reasons why she shouldn't be so content: her mother's worsening condition, the growing money problems, her slow progress in Mr. Balzac's eyes, the brunch-in-bed guy who'd left 3 weeks ago today promising he'd call her. Definitely, I promise. But the vanished boyfriend trick, like evaporating money and the wasting mother, couldn't touch her here, not when she was on stage. Nothing mattered to her except the challenge of materializing a certain look in the faces of the audience. Kara could see it so clearly, the mouth faintly smiling, the eyes opening wide with surprise, the eyebrows narrowing, asking the most compelling question in every illusionist show. How do they do that? In close-in magic there are sleight-of-hand gestures known as takes and puts. You create the effect of transforming an object from one thing to another by subtly taking away the original and putting a second in its place, though the effect the audience sees is of one object becoming something else. And that's exactly what Kara's philosophy of performing was, taking her audience's sadness or boredom or anger and putting in its place happiness, fascination, serenity, transforming them into people with exhilaration in their hearts, however momentary that might be. Just about starting time. She peeked out through the curtain again. Most of the chairs were filled, she was surprised to see. On nice days like this, the attendance was usually quite small. She was pleased when Janine from the nursing home arrived, her huge figure blocking the back doorway momentarily. Several other nurses from Stuyvesant Manor were with her. They walked farther inside and found seats. A few of Kara's other friends, too, from the magazine and her apartment building on Greenwich Street. Then, just after 4, the back curtain opened wide, and one final member of the audience entered. Someone she never in a million years would have expected to come see her show. "It's accessible," Lincoln Rhyme commented wryly, driving his glossy storm arrow to a spot halfway down the aisle in smoke and mirrors, and parking. "No ADA suits today." An hour ago, he'd surprised Sax and Tom by suggesting they drive down to the store in his van, the ramp-equipped Rolex, to see Kara's performance. Then he'd added, "Though it's a shame to waste a beautiful spring afternoon indoors." When they'd stared at him, even before the accident, he'd rarely spent a beautiful spring afternoon outside. He'd said, "I'm kidding. Could you get the van, please, Tom?" A please, no less, the aide had said. As he looked around the shabby theater, he noticed a heavy-set black woman glance at him. She rose slowly and joined them, sitting next to Sax, shaking her hand and nodding to Rhyme. She asked him if they were the police officers Kara had told her about. He said yes, and introductions were made. Her name turned out to be Janine, and she was a nurse working at the aging care facility where Kara's mother lived. The woman glanced knowingly at Rhyme, who'd cast her a wry look at this description, and said, "Whoops, did I really say that? Meant to say old folks' home." "I'm a graduate of a TIMC, the criminalist said. The woman furrowed her brow and finally shook her head. "That's a new one on me." Tom said, "Traumatic Incident Mitigation Center." Rhyme said, "I called it the Gimp Inn." "But he's deliberately provocative," Tom added. "I've worked spinal units. We always liked the patients best who gave us crap. The quiet, cheerful ones scared us." Because, Rhyme reflected, they were the ones who had friends slip 100 Seconal into their drinks, or who, if they had the use of a hand, poured water onto the pilot lights of their stoves and turned the gas up high. A 4-burner death, it was called. Janine asked Rhyme, "You C4?" "That's it." "Off the ventilator. Good for you." "Is Kara's mother here?" Sax asked, looking around. Janine frowned briefly and said, "Well, no." "Does she ever come to see her?" The woman said cautiously, "Her mother's not really involved with Kara's career." Rhyme said, "Kara told me she's sick. Is she doing better?" "A bit, yes," the woman said. There was a story behind this, Rhyme sensed, but the woman's tone said that it wasn't for the nurse to go into confidential matters with strangers. Then the lights dimmed, and the crowd fell silent. A white-haired man climbed up on stage. Despite the age and the signs of hard living, a drinker's nose and tobacco-stained beard, his eyes were keen, his posture erect, and he floated to center stage with a performer's presence. He stood next to the only prop on the platform, a wooden cutout of a Roman column. The surroundings were shabby, but the man wore a well-tailored suit, as if he had some rule that whenever you were up on stage, you looked the best for your audience. "Ah," Rhyme deduced, the infamous mentor David Balzac. He didn't identify himself, but looked out over the audience for a moment, his eyes settling on Rhymes for longer than most others. Whatever he was thinking, though, remained hidden, and he looked away. "Today, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to present one of my most promising students. Kara has been studying with me for over a year now. She's going to treat you to some of the more esoteric allusions in the history of our profession, and some of my own as well as some of hers. Don't be surprised," a demonic look that seemed directed at Rhyme himself, "or shocked at anything you see today. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I give you Kara." Rhyme had decided to pass this hour by being a scientist. He'd enjoy the challenge of spotting the methods of her illusions, noting how she did the tricks, how cards and coins were palmed, and where her quick-change costumes were concealed. Kara was still several points ahead in this game of Catch the Moves, which she undoubtedly didn't know they were playing. The young woman walked out on stage, wearing a tight black bodysuit with a cutout in the shape of a crescent moon on her chest, under a shimmery, see-through drape like a translucent Roman toga. He'd never thought of Kara as attractive, much less sexy, but the clinging outfit was very sensuous. She moved like a dancer, svelte and smooth. There was a long pause while she examined the audience slowly. It seemed that she looked at each person. The tension began to build. Finally, "Change," she said in a theatrical voice, "change, how it fascinates us. Alchemy, changing lead and tin into gold." She held up a silver coin, closed it in her palm, and opened it an instant later to reveal a gold coin, which she flung into the air. It turned into a shower of gold confetti. Applause from the audience and murmurs of pleasure. Night. The house lights suddenly dimmed to blackness, and a moment later, no more than a few seconds, came back up. Becoming day. Kara was now dressed in a similar clinging outfit, except that it was golden and the cutout pattern on the front was a starburst. Rhyme had to laugh at the speed of the quick change. Life. A red rose appeared in her hand. Becoming death. She cupped the rose in her hands, and it changed to a dried, yellowish flower. Becoming life. A bouquet of fresh flowers had somehow replaced the dead stalk. She tossed them to a delighted woman in the audience. Rhyme heard a surprised whisper, "They're real." Kara lowered her hands to her sides and looked out over the audience again with a serious expression on her face. "There's a book," she said, her voice filling the room. "A book written thousands of years ago by the Roman writer Ovid. The book is called Metamorphoses. Like metamorphosis, when a caterpillar becomes a—" She opened her hand, and a butterfly flew out and disappeared backstage. Rhyme had taken 4 years of Latin. He recalled struggling to translate portions of Ovid's book for class. He remembered that it was a series of 14 or 15 short myths in poetic form. What was Kara up to? Lecturing about classical literature to an audience of lawyer moms and kids thinking about their Xboxes and Nintendos, though he noticed that her tight costume held the attention of every teenage boy in the audience. She continued, "Metamorphoses. It's a book about change. About people becoming other people, animals, trees, inanimate objects. Some of Ovid's stories are tragic, some enthralling, but all of them have one thing in common." A pause, and then she said in a loud voice, "Magic!" With a burst of light and a cloud of smoke, she vanished. For the next 40 minutes, Kara captivated the audience with a series of illusions and sleight-of-hand tricks based on a few of the poems in the book. As for catching her moves, Rhyme gave up on that completely. True, he was lost in the drama of her stories, but even when he pulled himself back from her spell and concentrated on her hands, he couldn't spot her method once. After a long ovation and an encore, during which she quick-changed into a tiny elderly woman and back again, young to old, old to young, she left the stage. 5 minutes later, Kara emerged in jeans and a white blouse and stepped into the audience to say hello to friends. A shop clerk laid out a table of jug wine, coffee, and soda, cookies. "No scotch?" Rhyme asked, looking over the cheap spread. "Sorry, sir," the bearded young man replied. Sachs, armed with wine, nodded at Kara, who joined them. "Hey, this is great. I never thought I'd see you guys here." "What can I say?" Sachs offered. "Fantastic." "Excellent," Rhymes said to her, then turned back to the bar. "Maybe there's some whiskey in the back, Tom." Tom nodded at Rhyme and said to Kara, "Can you transform dispositions?" He took 2 glasses of Chardonnay, slipped a straw in one, and held it out for his boss. "This or nothing, Lincoln." He took a sip, then said, "I like the young-old ending. Didn't expect it. I was worried you were going to become a butterfly at the end. Cliché, you know." "You were supposed to be worried. With me, expect the unexpected. Sleight of mind, remember?" "Kara," Sachs said, "you have to try out for the Cirque Fantastique." The woman laughed, but said nothing. "No, I'm serious. This was professional quality," Sachs insisted. Rhyme could tell that Kara didn't want to pursue the issue. She said lightly, "I'm right on schedule. There's no hurry. A lot of people make the mistake of jumping too fast." "Let's get some food," Tom suggested. "I'm starving, Janine. You come too." The large woman said she'd love to, and suggested a new place near the Jefferson Market at 6th and 10th. Kara demurred, though, saying that she had to stay and work on some of the routines she'd slipped up on during the performance. "Girl, no way," the nurse said, frowning. "You gotta work?" "It'll only be a couple of hours. That friend of Mr. Balzac's doing some private show tonight, and he's going to close up the store early to go watch it." Kara hugged Sachs and said goodbye. They exchanged phone numbers, each promising they'd be in touch. Rhyme thanked her again for her help in the wear case. "We couldn't have caught him without you." "We'll come see you in Las Vegas," Tom called. Rhyme started to pilot the storm arrow toward the front of the store. As he did, he glanced to his left and saw Balzac's still eyes watching him from the back room. The illusionist then turned to Kara as she joined him. Immediately in his presence, she was a very different woman, timid and self-conscious. Metamorphosis, Rhyme thought, and he watched Balzac slowly push the door closed, shutting out the rest of the world from the sorcerer and his apprentice. Chapter 35. "I'm going to say it again. You can have a lawyer you want one." "I understand that," Eric Ware muttered in his breathy whisper. They were in Lon Solito's office at One Police Plaza. It was a small room, mostly gray, decorated with, as the detective himself might have put it in a report, one infant picture, one male child picture, one adult female picture, one scenic lake picture of indeterminate locale, one plant dead. Solito had interviewed hundreds of suspects in this office. The only difference between them and the present suspect was that Ware was double-shackled to the gray chair across the desk, and an armed patrol officer stood behind him. "You understand?" "I said I did," Ware announced. And so the interview began. Unlike Rhyme, who specialized in forensics, Detective First Grade Lon Solito was a full-service cop. He was a detective in the real sense of the word. He detected the truth, using all the resources that the NYPD and fellow agencies had to offer, as well as his own street smarts and tenacity. It was the best job in the world, he often said. The work called on you to be an actor, a politician, a chess player, and sometimes a gunslinger, and tackle. And one of the best parts was the game of interrogation, getting suspects to confess or reveal the names of associates and the location of loot or victims' bodies. But it was clear from the beginning that this prick wasn't giving up a dustball of information. "Now, Eric, what do you know about the Patriot Assembly?" "Like I said, only what I read about them," Ware replied, scratching his chin on his shoulder as best he could. "You want to undo these cuffs just for a minute?" "No, I don't." "You only read about the Assembly?" "That's right." Ware coughed for a moment. "Where?" "Time magazine, I think." "And you're educated. You speak good. I wouldn't guess you go along with their philosophy." "Of course not," he wheezed. "They seem like rabid bigots to me." "So if you don't believe in their politics, then the only reason to kill Charles Grady for them is for money. Which you admitted at Rhymes, so I'd like to know exactly who hired you." "Oh, I wasn't going to kill him," the prisoner whispered. You misunderstood me." "What's to misunderstand? You broke into his apartment with a loaded weapon." "Look, I like challenges, seeing if I can break into places nobody else can. I'd never hurt anybody." This was delivered half to Solito and half to a battered video camera aimed at his face. "Say, how was the meatloaf? Or did you have the roast turkey?" "The what?" "In Bedford Junction at the Riverside Inn." "I'd say you had the turkey, and Constable's boys had the meatloaf and the steak in the daily special. Which one did Jetty have?" "Who?" "Oh, that man you asked me about, Barnes. You're talking about that receipt, right?" Weir said, wheezing. "The truth is, I just found that. I needed to write something down, and I grabbed a scrap of paper." "The truth?" Solito reflected. "Right. You just needed to write something down?" Struggling for breath, Weir nodded. "Where were you?" persisted an increasingly bored Lon Solito. "When you needed this paper?" "I don't know. A Starbucks." "Which one?" Weir squinted. "Don't remember." Criminals had started to cite Starbucks a lot lately when offering up alibis. Solito decided it was because there were so many of the coffee outlets and they all looked alike. Criminals could credibly sound confused about which one they'd been in at a particular time. "Why was it blank?" Solito continued. "What was blank?" "The back of the receipt. If you'd taken it to write something down, why didn't you write on it?" "Oh, I don't think I could find a pen." "They have pens at Starbucks. People charge things a lot there. They need pens to sign their credit card vouchers." "The clerk was busy. I didn't want to bother her." "What was it you wanted to write down?" Came the breathy wheeze. "Movie showtime." "Where's Larry Burke's body?" "Who?" "The police officer who arrested you on 88th Street. You told Lincoln Rhyme last night that you killed him and the body was on the west side somewhere." "I was just trying to make him think I was going to attack the circus, lead him off, feeding him false information." "And when you admitted killing the other victims, that was false information too?" "Exactly. I didn't kill anybody. Somebody else did and tried to pin it on me." Ah, the oldest defense in the book, the lamest, the most embarrassing. The one that, of course, did sometimes work, Solito knew, depending on the gullibility of the jury. "Who wanted to frame you?" "I don't know. But somebody who knows me, obviously." "Because they'd have access to your clothes and fibers and hairs and things to plant at the scenes." "Exactly." "Good. Then it'd be a short list. Give me some names." Ware closed his eyes. "Nothing's coming to me." His head slumped. "It's really frustrating." Solito couldn't have put it better himself. A tedious half-hour of this game passed. Finally, the detective just gave up. He was angry, thinking that he'd be going home soon to his girlfriend and the dinner she was making. Turkey, ironically, just like what had been on the lunch menu at the Riverside Inn in Bedford Junction. But that Officer Larry Burke would never be returning to his wife. He dropped the facade of the friendly but persistent interrogator and muttered, "I want you out of my sight." Solito and the other officers drove the prisoner 2 blocks to the Manhattan Detention Center for booking on murder, attempt, assault, and arson charges. The detective warned the DOC officers about the man's skills at escaping, and they assured him that Ware would be placed in special detention, a virtually escape-proof facility. "Oh, Detective Solito," Ware called in a throaty whisper. The detective turned. "I swear to God, I didn't do it," he gasped, his voice echoing with what sounded like genuine remorse. "Maybe after I get some rest, I'll remember some things that'll help you find the real killer. I really do want to help." Downstairs in the Tombs, the 2 officers, both with a firm grip on the prisoner's arms, let him shuffle his way to the booking station. "Doesn't look so scary to me," Department of Corrections Officer Linda Wells thought. He was strong, she could tell, but not like some of the beasts they'd processed here, those kids from Alphabet City or Harlem with perfect bodies that even huge quantities of crack and smack and malt liquor couldn't soften. No, she didn't quite know why they were making all this fuss about this skinny old guy, Ware Eric A. Keep a hold on him, watch his hands all the time, don't take the shackles off. That had been Detective Solito's warning, but the suspect just looked sad and tired, and was having trouble breathing. She wondered what had happened to his hands and neck, the scarring, a fire or hot oil. The thought of the pain made her shiver. Wells remembered what he'd told Detective Solito at the intake door. I really do want to help. Ware had seemed like a schoolchild who disappointed his parents. Despite Detective Solito's concerns, the fingerprinting and mug shots went without incident, and soon he was back in double cuffs and ankle shackles again. Wells and Hank Gershom, a large male DOC officer, took an arm each and then started down the long corridor to intake. Wells had handled thousands of criminals here and thought she was immune to their pleas and their protests and tears, but there was something about Ware's sad promise to Detective Solito that moved her. Maybe he actually was innocent. He hardly seemed like a murderer. He winced, and Wells relaxed her vice-like grip on his arm slightly. A moment later the prisoner moaned and slumped against her. His face was contorted in pain. "What?" Hank asked. "Cramp," he gasped. "It hurts. Oh, God!" He gave a whispered scream. "The shackles!" His left leg was straight out, quivering, hard as wood. The guard asked her, "Undo him?" Wells hesitated, then said, "No," to Ware. "Let's go down on your side. I'll work it out." A runner, she knew how to handle cramps. It probably wasn't fake. He seemed in too much genuine agony, and the muscle was rock hard. "Oh, Jesus!" Ware cried in pain. "The shackles!" "We gotta get him off," her partner said. "No," Wells repeated firmly. "Get him on the floor. I'll take care of it." They eased Ware down, and Wells began to massage his stiff leg. Hank stood back and watched her at work. Then she happened to glance up. She noticed that Ware's cuffed hands, still behind his back, had slid to his side, and that his slacks had been pulled down a few inches. She looked closely. She saw that a Band-Aid had been peeled away from his hip, and beneath it— what the hell was that? She realized it was a slit in the skin. It was then that his palm hit her square in the nose, popping the cartilage. A burst of pain seared her face and took her breath away. A key! He'd had a key or pick hidden in that little crevice of skin under the bandage. Her partner reached out fast, but Ware rose even faster and elbowed him in the throat. The man went down, gasping and clutching his neck, coughing and struggling for air. Ware clamped a hand on Wells's pistol and tried to pull it from her holster. She struggled to control it with both hands, using every ounce of strength. She tried to scream, but the blood from her broken nose flowed down her throat and she began to choke. Still gripping her gun, the prisoner reached down with his left hand and in what seemed like seconds unshackled his legs. Then, with both hands, he began in earnest to get the Glock away from her. "Help me!" she cried, coughing blood. "Somebody help!" Ware managed to pull the weapon out of her holster, but Wells, thinking of her children, kept a vice grip on his wrist. The muzzle swung around the empty corridor, past Hank on his hands and knees, retching and struggling for breath. "Help! Officer down! Help!" Wells cried. There was motion from the end of the corridor as a door opened and someone came running, but the hallway seemed to be 10 miles long, and Ware was getting a better grip on the pistol. They rolled to the floor, his desperate eyes inches from hers, the muzzle of the gun turning slowly toward her. It ended up between them. Gasping, he tried to get his index finger to the trigger. "No, please, no, no," she whimpered. The prisoner smiled cruelly as she stared at the black eye of the weapon inches from her face, expecting it to fire at any instant. Seeing her children, seeing the girl's father, her own mother— "No fucking way," Wells thought, furious. She planted her foot against the wall and shoved hard. Ware went over backward, and she fell on top of him. The pistol went off with a stunning explosion, the huge kick of recoil jarring her wrist, the sound deafening her. Blood spattered the wall. "No, no, no! Please let Hank be okay," she prayed. But Wells saw her partner struggling to his feet. He was unhurt. Then she realized that she wasn't fighting for the weapon. It was in her hand, alone. Ware no longer had a grip on it. Quivering, she leaped to her feet and backed away from him. "Oh, my God!" The bullet had struck the prisoner directly in the side of the head, leaving a horrible wound. On the wall behind him was a spatter of blood, brain matter and bone. Ware lay on his back, glazed eyes staring at the ceiling. Blood was flowing down his temple to the floor. Shaking, Wells wailed, "Fuck me, look what I did! Oh, fuck! Help him, somebody!" As a dozen other officers converged on the scene, she turned to look at the guards, but then saw them freeze and drop into defensive crouches. Wells gasped. Was there some other perp behind her? She spun around and saw that the corridor was empty. She turned back to see the other officers were still crouching, holding up their hands in alarm, shouting, ears deafened from the shot. She couldn't understand what they were saying. Finally she heard, "Jesus, your weapon, Linda! Holster it! Watch where you're pointing it!" She realized in her panic that she'd been waving the Glock around, toward the ceiling, toward the floor, toward them, like a child with a toy gun. She barked a manic laugh at her carelessness. As she holstered the pistol, she felt something hard on her belt and pulled it off. She examined the splinter of bloody bone from Ware's skull. "Oh," she said, dropped it and laughed like her daughter during a tickle-fest. She spit on her hand, then began wiping her palm on her pants. The scrubbing grew more and more frantic, until the laughter suddenly stopped, and she dropped to her knees, consumed with wrenching sobs. Chapter 36. "You should have seen it, Mum. I think I wowed him." Kara sat on the edge of the chair, cradling the tepid Starbucks cup in her hands. The warmth from the cardboard perfectly matching the temperature of human skin, the temperature of her mother's skin, for instance, still pink, still glowing. "I had the whole stage to myself for 45 minutes. How about that?" "You?" This word was not part of an imaginary dialogue. The woman was awake and had asked the question in a firm voice. "You?" Though Kara had no idea what her mother meant. It might mean, "What was it you just said?" or "Who are you? Why are you coming into my room and sitting down here as if we know each other?" Or, "I heard the word you once, but I don't know what it means, and I'm too embarrassed to ask. It's important, I know, but I can't remember. You. Then her mother looked out the window at the clinging ivy and said, "Everything turned out fine. We got through it just fine." Kara knew it would only be frustrating to try to carry on a conversation with her when she was in this state of mind. None of her sentences would be related to any other. Sometimes she'd even forget her train of thought within a sentence, and her voice would fade to a confused silence. So Kara herself now just rambled on, talking about the Metamorphoses show she'd just done. And then, even more excitedly, she told her mother about helping the police catch a killer. For a moment her mother's eyebrow arched in recognition, and Kara's heart began to pound. She leaned forward. "I found the tin. I never thought I'd see it again." Head back in the pillow. Kara's hands clenched into knotted fists. Her breath came fast. "It's me, Mom, me. The royal kid. Can't you see me?" "You?" "God damn it!" Kara raged silently to the demon who'd possessed the poor woman and muffled her soul. "Leave her alone. Give her back to me." "Hi there." A woman's voice from the doorway startled Kara, who suddenly lifted several tears off her cheek, as smoothly as executing a French drop, before she turned around. "Hey," she said to Amelia Sachs, "you tracked me down." "I'm a cop. That's what we do." She walked into the room, holding 2 Starbucks cups. She glanced at the container in Kara's hand. "Sorry, redundant present." Kara thumped the carton she was holding, almost out. She took the second cup gratefully. "Caffeine'll never go to waste around me." She started sipping. "Thanks. You guys have fun?" "Sure did. That woman's a scream, Janine. Tom's in love with her, and she actually made Lincoln laugh." "She has that effect on people," Kara said. "A way good soul." Amelia said, "Balzac dragged you away pretty fast at the end of the show. I just wanted to come by and thank you again, and to say that you should send us a bill for your time." "I never thought about it. You introduced me to Cuban coffee. That's payment enough." "No, invoice us something. Send it to me and I'll make sure it goes to the city." "Playing G-woman," Kara said. "It'll be a story I'll tell my grandkids. Hey, I'm free for the rest of the night. Mr. Balzac's off with his friend. I was going to see some people down in Soho. You want to come?" "Sure," the policewoman said. "We could—" She looked up, over Kara's shoulder. "Hello." Kara glanced behind her, and saw her mother looking with curiosity at the policewoman, and sized up the gaze. "She's not really with us right now." "It was during the summer," the elderly woman said. "June, I'm pretty sure." She closed her eyes and lay back. "Is she okay?" "Just a temporary thing. She'll come back soon. Her mind's a little funny sometimes." Kara stroked the old woman's arm, then asked Sachs, "Your parents?" "It'll sound familiar, I've got a feeling. Father's dead. My mother lives near me in Brooklyn, little too close for comfort, but we've come to an understanding. Kara knew that understandings between mother and daughter were as complex as international treaties, and she didn't ask Amelia to elaborate. Not now. There'd be time for that in the future. A piercing beep filled the room, and both women reached for the pagers on their belts. Amelia won. I shut my cell off when I got here. There was a sign in the lobby that said I couldn't use it. You mind? She nodded toward the telephone on the table. No, go ahead. She picked up the phone and dialed, and Kara rose to straighten the blankets on her mother's bed. Remember that bed and breakfast we stayed at in Warwick, Mum, near the castle? Do you remember? Tell me you remember, she thought. Amelia's voice. Rhyme? Me. Kara's unilateral conversation was interrupted a few seconds later, though, when she heard the officer's voice ask a sharp, What? When? Turning to the policewoman, Kara frowned. Amelia was looking at her, shaking her head. I'll get right down there. I'm with her now, I'll tell her. She hung up. What's the matter? Kara asked. Looks like I can't join you guys after all. We must have missed a lockpick or key. Ware got out of his cuffs at detention and went for somebody's gun. He was killed. Oh, my God. Amelia walked to the doorway. I've got to run the scene down there. She paused and glanced at Kara. You know, I was worried about keeping him under guard during the trial. That man was just too slippery, but I guess sometimes there is justice. Oh, that bill? Whatever you were going to charge, double it. Constable's got some information. The man's voice came crisply through the phone. He's been playing detective, has he? Charles Grady asked the lawyer wryly. Wryly, but not sarcastically. The prosecutor had nothing against Joseph Roth, who, though he represented scum, was a defense lawyer who managed to step around the slime trail left by his clients, and who treated DAs and cops with honesty and respect. Grady reciprocated. Yeah, he has. Made some calls up to Canton Falls and put the fear of God into a couple of the Patriot Assembly folks. They checked things out. Looks like some of the former members have gone rogue. Who is it? Barnes? Stemple? We didn't go into it in depth. All I know is he's pretty upset. He kept saying, Judas, 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 over and over. Grady couldn't stir up much sympathy. You lie down with dogs. He said to the lawyer, He knows I'm not letting him off scot-free. He understands that, Charles. You know Ware's dead? Yep, I've got to tell you, Andrew was happy to hear it. I really believe he didn't have anything to do with trying to hurt you, Charles. Grady didn't have any use for opinions from defense counsel, even forthright ones like Roth. He asked, And he's got solid information? He does, yes. Grady believed him. Roth was a man you simply could not fool. If he thought Constable was going to dime out some of his people, then it was going to happen. How successful the resulting case would be was a different matter, of course, but if Constable gave relatively hard information, and if the troopers did a halfway decent job with their investigation and arrest, he was confident he could put the perps away. Grady would also make sure that Lincoln Rhyme oversaw the forensics. Grady had mixed feelings about Ware's death. While he'd publicly expressed his concern at the man's shooting and promised to look into it officially, he was privately delighted that the fucker had been disposed of. He was still shocked and infuriated that a killer had walked right into the apartment where his wife and daughter lived, willing to murder them, too. Grady looked at the glass of wine he so dearly wanted a sip of, but realized that a consequence of this phone call was that it precluded alcohol for the time being. The Constable case was so important that he needed all his wits about him. He wants to meet you face to face, Roth said. The wine was a Gurgitch Hills Cabernet Sauvignon, a 1997 no less. Great vineyard, great year. Roth continued. How soon can you get down to detention? A half hour. I'll leave now. Grady hung up and announced to his wife, The good news is no trial. Luis, the still-eyed bodyguard, said, I'll go with you. After Ware's death, Lon Solito had cut back the protection team to one officer. No, you stay here with my family, Luis. I'd feel better. His wife asked cautiously, If that's the good news, honey, what's the bad news? I have to miss dinner, the prosecutor said, tossing a handful of goldfish crackers into his mouth and washing them down with a very large sip of very nice wine, thinking, Hell with it, let's celebrate. Sachs's war-torn yellow Camaro SS pulled to a stop outside 100 Center Street. She tossed the NYPD placard onto the dash, then climbed out. She nodded to a crime scene crew standing beside their RRV. "Where's the scene?" "First floor in the back, the corridor to intake." "Sealed?" "Yep." "Whose weapon?" "Linda Wells, DOC. She's pretty shook up. Asshole broke her nose." Sachs grabbed one of the suitcases and, hooking it up to a wheelie luggage carrier, started for the front door of the criminal courts building. The other CS techs did the same and followed. This scene would be a grounder, of course. An accidental shooting involving an officer and a suspect who tried to escape, pro forma. Still, the event was a homicide and required a complete crime scene report for the shooting incident board and any subsequent investigation and lawsuits. Amelia Sachs would run the scene as carefully as any other. A guard checked their IDs and led the team through a maze of corridors into the basement. Finally, they came to a yellow police line taped across a closed door. Here she found a detective talking to a uniformed officer, her nose stuffed with tissue and bandaged. Sachs introduced herself and explained that she was going to be running the scene. The detective stepped aside, and Sachs asked Linda Wells what had happened. In a halting, nasal voice, the guard explained that on the way from fingerprinting to intake, the suspect had somehow undone his handcuffs. "It took him 2-3 seconds. All the cuffs, just like that. They were open. He didn't get my key." She pointed to her blouse pocket, where, presumably, it resided. "He had a pick or key or something on his hip." "His pocket?" Sachs asked, frowning. She remembered they'd searched him carefully. "No, his leg. You'll see." She nodded toward the corridor where Ware's body lay. "There's a cut at his skin under a bandage. Everything happened so fast." Sachs supposed that he'd cut himself to create a hiding space. A queasy thought. "Then he grabbed my weapon, and we were struggling for it. It just discharged. I didn't mean to pull the trigger. I didn't really, but I tried to keep control, and I couldn't. It just discharged." Control. Discharge. The words, official cop speak, were perhaps an attempt to insulate her from the guilt she'd be feeling. This had nothing to do with the fact that a killer was dead, or that her life had been endangered, or that a dozen other officers had been taken in by this man. No, it was that this woman had stumbled. Women in the NYPD set the bar high. The falls are always harder than for men. "We collared and searched him at the takedown," Sachs said kindly, "and we missed the key, too." "Yeah," the officer muttered, "but it's still got to come up." At the shooting inquiry, she meant. And yeah, it would. Well, Sachs would do a particularly thorough job in her report to give this officer as much support as possible. Wells touched her nose gently. "Oh, that hurts." Tears were streaming from her eyes. "What are my kids going to say? They always ask me if I do anything dangerous, and I tell them no. Look at this." Pulling on latex gloves, Sachs asked for the woman's Glock. She took it, dropped the clip, and ejected the round in the chamber. Everything went into a plastic evidence bag. Slipping into her sergeant mode, Sachs said, "You can take an LOA, you know." Wells didn't even hear her. "It just discharged," the woman said in a hollow voice. "I didn't want it to. I didn't want to kill anybody." "Linda," Sachs said, "you can take an LOA, a week, 10 days. "I can?" "Talk to your supervisor." "Sure, yeah, I could do that." Wells rose and wandered over to the medic treating her partner, who had a nasty bruise on his neck but who otherwise seemed all right. The CS team set up shop outside the door to the corridor where the shooting had occurred, opening the suitcases and arranging evidence collection equipment, friction ridge supplies, and video and still cameras. Sachs dressed in the white Tyvek suit and accessorized with rubber bands around her feet. She fitted the microphone over her head and asked for a radio patch to Lincoln Rhymes' phone. Ripping down the police tape, she opened the door, thinking, a slit in the skin to hide lockpicks and cuff keys? Of all the perps she and Lincoln had been up against, the conjurer was... "Oh, goddamn!" she spat out. "Hello to you too, Sachs," Rhymes said acerbically through her headset. "At least I think it's you. Hell of a lot of static." "I don't believe it, Rhyme. The ME took the body before I could process it." Sachs was looking into the corridor, bloody, but empty. "What?" he snapped. "Who approved that?" The rule in crime scene work was that emergency medical personnel could enter a scene to save an injured person, but in the case of homicide, The body had to remain untouched by everyone, including the tour doctor from the medical examiner's office, until it had been processed by someone from forensics. This was fundamental police work, and the career of whoever had released the conjurer's corpse was now in jeopardy. "Their problem, Amelia?" One of the techs called from the doorway. "Look," she said angrily, nodding into the corridor. "The ME got the body before we processed it. What happened?" The crew-cut young tech frowned. He glanced at his partner, then said, Well, the tour doc's outside. He was the guy we were talking to when you showed up, the one feeding the pigeons. He was waiting to move the body till we were finished." "What's going on?" Rhyme growled. "I hear voices, Sax." To him, she said, "There's a crew from the ME's office outside, Rhyme. Sounds like they haven't picked up the body. What's— Oh, Jesus Christ, no!" The chill went straight to her soul. "Rhyme, you don't think—" He barked out, "What do you see, Sax? What's the blood spatter look like?" She ran to where the shooting had happened and studied the bloodstain on the wall. "Oh, no. It doesn't look normal for a gunshot, Rhyme." "Brain matter? Bone?" "Gray matter, yeah, but it doesn't look right either. There is some bone, not much, though, for a close-range shot." "Do a presumptive blood test. That'll be dispositive." She sped back to the doorway. "What's going—" one of the techs asked, but he fell silent as he watched her dig frantically through the suitcases. Sax grabbed the Kasselmeyer catalytic blood kit, then returned to the corridor and took a swab from the wall. She treated this with phenolphthalein, and a moment later she had the answer. "I don't know what it is, but it's definitely not blood." She glanced down at the ruddy smears on the floor. This, however, looked real. She tested a sample, and it showed positive. Then she noticed a bloody razor knife blade in the corner. Christ, Rhyme, he faked the shooting. Cut himself somewhere to bleed for real and fool the guards. "Call security," Sax yelled. "It's an escape. Have the exit sealed." The detective jogged into the hallway and stared at the floor. Linda Wells joined him, her eyes wide. The momentary relief that she hadn't in fact been involved in a man's death faded fast as she realized the far worse implications of what had happened. "No, he was there. His eyes were open. He looked dead." Her voice was high, frantic. "I mean, his head. It was all bloody. I could see the wound." You could see the illusion of a wound, Sax thought bitterly. The detective called out, "They've notified the guards at all the exits, but Christ, this isn't a lockdown corridor. As soon as we closed the doors here, he could have stood up and wandered anywhere. He's probably stealing a car right now or on the subway to Queens." Amelia Sax began giving orders. Whatever the detective's rank, he was so shaken by the escape that he didn't question her authority. "Get an escape bulletin out now," she said. "All agencies in the metro area, federal and state. Don't forget MTA. The name is Eric Ware, white male, early 50s. You've got the mugshot." "What's he wearing?" the detective asked Wells and her partner, who both struggled to remember. They gave a rough description. Sax was thinking, though, that it hardly mattered. He'd be in different clothing now. She gazed down the 4 tentacles of dim corridors she could see from here and observed silhouettes of dozens of people, guards, janitors, cops, or maybe the conjurer, disguised as one of them. But for the moment she left the issue of pursuit in others' hands and turned back to her own area of expertise, the crime scene, whose search was supposed to be a brief formality, but had now become a matter of life and death. Chapter 37. Making his way cautiously through the basement of the Manhattan Detention Center, Mallorik was reflecting on his escape, offering silent patter to his revered audience. "Let me share with you a trick of the illusionist's trade. To truly fool people, it's not enough to misdirect them during the illusion. This is because, when confronted with a phenomenon that defies logic, the human brain continues to replay the scene afterward to try to understand what happened. We illusionists call this reconstruction. And unless we set up our trick cleverly enough, an intelligent, suspicious audience will be fooled only briefly and will figure out our method after the routine is over. So, how do we trick audiences like this? We use the most implausible method we can, either one absurdly simple or overwhelmingly complex. An example. One famous illusionist appears to push an entire peacock feather through a handkerchief. Audiences rarely can figure out what kind of sleight of hand he uses to make it seem that the feather actually penetrates the cloth. What's the method? It does penetrate the cloth. There's a hole in the handkerchief. The audience considers this method at first, but then invariably decides that it's too simple for such a great performer. They'd rather think he's doing something far more elaborate. Another, an illusionist met some friends for dinner at a restaurant and was asked to show them a few tricks. He declined at first, but finally agreed. He took a spare tablecloth, held it up in front of a table of two lovers dining nearby, and vanished the couple and their table in 1 second. The friends were astonished. How could he have done it? They never guessed that, supposing that he'd probably be invited to perform, the illusionist had arranged with the maitre d' to have a prepared, collapsible table on hand and hired an actor and actress to play the couple. When he'd held up the cloth, they disappeared on cue. In reconstructing what they'd seen, the diners rejected the actual answer as too improbable for such an apparently impromptu performance. And this is what occurred with the illusion you just witnessed, one I call the shot prisoner. Reconstruction. Many illusionists forget about this psychological process, but Mallorik never did, and he'd considered it carefully when planning his escape in the detention center. The officers escorting him down the corridor to the lockup believed they saw a prisoner slip his cuffs, grab a gun, and end up shot dead right in front of them. There was shock, there was dismay, there was horror. But even at such peak moments, the mind does what it must, and before the smoke dissipated, the officers were analyzing the events and considering options and courses of action. Like any audience, they engaged in reconstruction, and, knowing that Eric Ware was a skilled illusionist, undoubtedly wondered if the shooting had been faked. But their ears had heard a real gun fire a real bullet. Their eyes had seen a head explode under the impact and, a moment later, a limp body in the pose of death, and blood, brain, bone, and glazed eyes. The reconstruction resulted in the conclusion that it was far too implausible for a man to go to such elaborate lengths to fake the shooting. So, confident he was dead, they'd left him alone, unshackled, in the corridor while they went off to make their frantic radio or phone calls. And my method, revered audience? As they'd walked down the corridor, Mallorik had peeled off the bandage on his hip and removed a universal handcuff key from a tiny slit in his skin. Once out of the cuffs, he hit the woman guard in the face, the other in the throat, and pulled her gun from her holster. A struggle, and finally he'd aimed the gun behind his head and pulled the trigger. At the same time, he tapped the firing circuit of the tiny squib taped to a shaved portion of his scalp under his long hair, blowing up a small bladder of fake blood, bits of gray rubber, and fragments of beef bone. To add to the credibility of the act, he'd used a razor knife blade hidden in his hip with the key to cut his scalp, an area of the body that bleeds profusely but with little pain. Then he'd lain like a discarded rag doll, breathing as shallowly as he could. His eyes remained open because he'd filled them with viscous eye drops that produced a milky appearance and allowed him not to blink. Fuck me, look what I did. Oh, fuck, help him, somebody. Ah, but Officer Wells, it was too late to help me. I was dead as a roadside deer. He headed now through winding corridors and the interconnected basements of the government buildings here until he came to the supply closet, where he'd stashed his new disguise several days ago. Inside the small room he stripped and then hid the wound appliance, his old clothes and shoes behind some boxes. Donning his new outfit and applying some makeup, he was in role in less than 10 seconds. A glance out the door, the corridor was empty. He stepped outside and hurried for the stairway. It was nearly time for the finale. It was an out, Kara said. The young woman had been whisked back to Rhymes' townhouse from Stuyvesant Manor a few moments ago. An out? The criminalist asked. What's that? It means an alternative plan. All good illusionists have 1 or 2 backups for every routine. If you screw up, or the audience catches your moves, you have an escape plan to save the trick. He must have figured there was a chance he'd get caught, so he rigged an out to let him get away. How'd he do it? Explosive squib behind a blood bladder hidden in his hair. The shot? It might have been a fake gun, she suggested. Most catch-the-bullet tricks use feeks, phony guns. They have a second barrel, or they're real guns loaded with blanks. He might have switched guns with the officer, taking him to his cell. I doubt it. Rhyme said, looking at Solito. The rumpled cop agreed. Yeah, I don't see how he could have switched a service piece or unloaded it and reloaded it with funny slugs. Kara said, well, he could have just pretended to shoot himself, played with the angle of sight. What about the eyes? Rhyme asked. The wits said his eyes were open, he never blinked, and they looked glazed. There are dozens of dead man feeks and gimmicks. He might have used eye drops that lubricate the surface. You can keep them open for 10 or 15 minutes. And there are self-lubricating contact lenses, too. They have a glazed look like you're a zombie. Zombies and fake blood. Christ, what a mess. How'd he get through the goddamn metal detector? They weren't in the lockdown area yet, Solito explained. That's what they were on their way to. Rhymes sighed. Then he snapped. Where the hell's the evidence? Looking from the door to Mel Cooper, as if the slim technician could make the delivery from the detention center materialize on command. It turned out that there were 2 crime scenes downtown. One was the corridor where the phony shooting had occurred. The other scene was in the basement of the courthouse, a janitor's closet. One of the search teams had found the fake wound appliance, clothes, and some other things hidden in a bag there. Tom answered the ringing door chime, and a moment later Roland Bell hurried into the laboratory. Can't believe it, he said breathlessly, his hair a sweaty mop on his forehead. Is confirmed? He's rabbited? Sure has, Rhyme muttered darkly. ESU's scouring the place. Amelia's down there, too, but they haven't found any leads. Bell drawled. He might be heading for the hills, but I'm thinking it's time to get Charles and his family into a safe house until we find out what's what. Solito said, Absolutely. The detective pulled out his cell phone and placed a call. Luis, it's Roland. Listen here. Ware's escaped. No, he wasn't dead at all. Faked it. I want Grady and his family in a safe house till that boy's caught. I'm sending a... What? At the sound of this single, shocked word, everyone's attention swiveled to Bell. Who's with him? By himself? What are you telling me? Rhyme was looking at Bell's face, the dark, cryptic frown in the otherwise comfortingly lackadaisical visage. Once again, as had happened so often on this case, Rhyme had a sense that events that seemed unforeseeable but had in fact been planned a long time ago were beginning to unfold. Bell turned to Solito. Luis said you called and had the babysitting team stand down. Called who? Called Grady's house. You told Luis to send everybody but him home. Why would I do that? Solito asked. Fuck, he did it again, just like sending the guards at the circus home. Bell said to the team, It gets worse. Grady's on his way downtown by himself to meet with Constable about some plea bargain deal. Into the phone, he said, Keep the family together, Luis, and call the others on the team. Get 'em back right now. Don't let anybody into the apartment lest you know 'em. I'll try and find Charles. He hung up and dialed another number. He listened into the receiver for a long moment. No answer. He left a message. Charles, this is Roland. Ware's escaped, and we don't know where he'd be or what he's getting up to. As soon as you hear this, get next to an armed officer you know personally, and then call me. He gave his number and then made another call to Bo Howman, head of emergency services. He alerted him that Grady was on his way to the detention center unprotected. The man with 2 guns hung up and shook his head. Missed this one by a mile. He stared at the evidence charts. So what is this boy up to? One thing I know, Rhyme said. He's not leaving town. He's enjoying this. The only thing in my life, the only thing that's ever meant anything to me, is performing. Illusion. Magic. Thank you, sir, thank you. The guard hesitated slightly at these gentle words as he ushered the man who'd spoken them, Andrew Constable, into the interview room atop the Tombs in Lower Manhattan. The prisoner smiled like a preacher thanking his parishioners for tithes. The guard uncuffed Constable's hands from behind his back, and then recuffed them in front. Is Mr. Roth here yet, sir? Sit down, shut up. Sure thing. Constable sat. Shut up. Did that, too. The guard left, and, alone in the room, the prisoner gazed out the greasy window at the city. He was a country boy through and through, but he still appreciated New York. He'd felt stunned and angry beyond words at September 11. If he and the Patriot Assembly had had their way, the incident never would have happened, because the people who wished to do harm to the American way of life would have been rooted out and exposed. Hard questions. A moment later, the heavy metal door opened, and the guard let Joseph Roth into the room. "Hi, Joe. Grady's agreed to negotiate?" "Yeah, should be here in about 10 minutes, I'd guess. He's going to need something substantive from you, though, Andrew." "Oh, he'll get it," the man sighed. "And I've found out more since I talked to you last. I'll tell you, Joseph, I'm heartsick about what's happening up in Canton Falls. And it's been going on right under my nose for a year or so. That story Grady kept harping on about killing those troopers, I thought it was nonsense. But nope, there were some folk actually planning that." "You have names?" Constable said. "You bet I have names. Friends of mine. Good friends. Used to be, at least. That lunch at the Riverside Inn? Some of them did hire that man Ware to kill Grady. I've got names, dates, places, phone numbers, and there's more coming. There are a lot of patriots going to cooperate to the hilt, don't worry." "Good," Roth said, looking relieved. "Grady'll be tough to deal with at first, that's his style, but I think things are going to work out." "Thanks, Joe." Constable sized up his attorney. "I'm glad I hired you." "I have to tell you, Andrew, I was a little surprised at first, you hiring a lawyer that was Jewish. You know, with what I heard about you. But then you got to know me. Then I got to know you. That reminds me, Joe, I've been meaning to ask, when's Passover?" "What?" "That holiday of yours, when is it?" "About a month ago. Remember that night I left early?" "Right," he nodded. "What's it mean, Passover?" "When the firstborn of the Egyptians were killed, God passed over the Jews' houses. He spared their sons." "Oh, I thought it meant like you passed over a border to safety or something, like the Red Sea." Roth laughed. "Yeah, that makes sense. Anyway, sorry I didn't wish you a happy holiday." "I appreciate that, Andrew." Then he looked into the man's eyes. "If things work out the way I'm hoping they will, maybe you and your wife could come to our Seder next year. That's a dinner, a celebration. We have about 15 people. They're not all Jewish. It's a good time." "You can consider that invitation accepted." The men shook hands. "All the more incentive to get me out of here. So let's get to work. Tell me about the charges again and what you think we can get Grady to agree to." Constable stretched. Felt good to have his hands in front of him and the shackles off his ankles. He felt so good, in fact, that he actually found it amusing to hear his lawyer recite the laundry list of reasons why the people of the state of New York found him unfit for social relations. This monologue was interrupted, though, a moment later when the guard came to the door. He motioned Roth outside. When he returned, the lawyer looked troubled and said, "We're supposed to sit tight here for a bit. Ware's escaped." "No. Is Grady safe?" "I don't know. I assume he's got guards looking out for him." The prisoner sighed in disgust. "You know who's going to come off the heavy? Me, that's who. I've had it. I'm just sick and tired of this crap. I'm going to find out where Ware is and what he's up to." "You? How?" "I'll have everybody I can muster up in Canton Falls track down Jetty Barnes. Maybe they can convince him to let us know where Ware is and what he's doing." "Hold on, Andrew," Roth said uneasily. "Nothing illegal up there." "No, I'll make sure of that. I'm sure Grady'll appreciate it." "Between you and me, Joe, I don't give a rat's ass about Grady. This is for me. Giving him Ware and Jetty's head on a platter. I do that, and maybe at last everybody'll believe I'm on the up and up. Now let's make some phone calls and get to the bottom of this mess." Chapter 38. Hobbs Wentworth didn't get away from Canton Falls very often. Dressed like a janitor, wheeling a cart containing push brooms, mops, and his fishing gear, that is, his Colt AR-15 semi-automatic assault rifle, Hobbs Wentworth realized that life in the big city had changed quite a bit in the past 20 years, the last time he'd been here. And he noted that everything he'd heard about the slow cancer eating away the white race was true. Lord above our green pastures, look at this. There were more Japanese people or Chinese or something who could tell than in Tokyo. And Hispanics everywhere in this part of New York City, like mosquitoes. And ragheads, too, who he didn't see why they weren't simply rounded up and shot because of the trade towers. A woman in one of those Moslem outfits, all covered up, was crossing the street. He had a fast urge to kill her because she might know somebody who knew somebody who'd attacked his country. And Indians and Pakistanis, too, who should be sent back home because he couldn't understand what the fuck they were saying, not to mention they weren't Christians. Hobbs was furious at what the government had done, opening up the borders, and letting these animals inside to gobble up the country and force decent people into little islands of safety, places like Canton Falls, which were getting smaller and smaller every day. But God had winked at sharp operator Hobbs Wentworth and given him the blessed role of freedom fighter, because Jetty Barnes and his friends knew that Hobbs had one other talent aside from teaching Bible stories to children. He killed people, and he did it very, very well. Sometimes his fishing gear was a K-bar knife, sometimes a garrote, sometimes the sweet Colt, sometimes the compound bow. His dozen or so missions over the past few years had gone perfectly. A spick in Massachusetts, a leftist politician in Albany, a nigger in Burlington, a baby-killing doc in Pennsylvania. And now he was going to add a prosecutor to his list. He pushed the cart through the nearly empty underground parking garage off Center Street and paused at one of the doors, waiting, looking apathetic about starting his night shift as a janitor. After a few minutes, the door opened, and he nodded pleasantly at the woman stepping out of the downstairs lobby, a middle-aged woman with a briefcase, wearing jeans and a white blouse. She smiled, but pulled the door shut firmly behind her and said sorry she couldn't let him inside, he understood, with security being what it was. He said sure, he understood, and smiled back. A minute later, he dumped her twitching body into the cart and pulled her ID card lanyard over her head. He slid it through the electronic reader, and the door clicked open. He now took the elevator to the third floor, rolling the cart in front of him, the woman's body obscured by wads of garbage bags. Hobbs found the office that Mr. Ware had decided would be the best one to use. It offered a good view of the street and, since it belonged to the Department of Highway Statistics, wasn't likely to have any emergencies that would require employees to be here on Sunday evening. The door was locked, but the big man simply kicked his way inside. Mr. Ware had said there wasn't time to teach him how to pick locks. Inside, Hobbs took his gun from the cart, mounted the scope, and sighted on the street below. A perfect shooting blind. He couldn't miss. Truth be told, though, he was uneasy. It wasn't actually bagging Grady that troubled him. He could easily catch that trophy, no problem. It was getting away afterward that had him somewhat concerned. He liked his life in Canton Falls, liked telling his Bible stories to the children, liked hunting and fishing and sitting around with all his like-minded friends. Even Cindy was fun on some nights, given the right lighting and a bit of liquor. But Magic Man Ware's plan had made provisions for his escape. When Grady appeared, Hobbs would shoot 5 rounds, one right after the other, at him through the sealed window. The first bullet would shatter the glass and might be deflected, but the rest would kill the prosecutor. Then, Mr. Ware explained, Hobbs should push open a fire door, but not actually leave that way. It would misdirect the police into thinking that was his escape route. Instead, he should return to the parking garage. He'd move the old Dodge in a handicapped spot and climb into the trunk. At some point, possibly that night, but more likely tomorrow, the car would be towed to the parking violations impound garage. The towing crews were prohibited from opening either the locked doors or the trunk of cars they were towing, and so they'd take the car to the garage, driving right past any barricades without a clue that it contained a passenger. When it seemed safe, Hobbs would pop the trunk from the inside and escape back to Canton Falls. There was plenty of water and food in the trunk, and an empty jar if he had to pee. It was a smart plan, and as a God-winked, sharp operator, Hobbs would try his best to pull it off. Sighting on random passers-by to get a feel for the killing field, Hobbs reflected that Mr. Ware must put on some damn fine magic shows. He wondered if, after this was all over, he could get the man to come back to Canton Falls and put on a show for the Sunday school. At the very least, Hobbs decided, he'd make up some stories about Jesus being a magician and using his tricks to make the Romans and heathens disappear. Sweating. Chills from the cold perspiration trickling down Amelia Saxe's sides and back. Chills from fear, too. Search well. She turned down another dim corridor of the criminal courts building, hand near her weapon. But watch your back. Ah, you bet, Rhyme. Love to, but watch out for who? A lean-faced 50-something who might be wearing a beard or might not? An elderly woman in a cafeteria worker's uniform? A workman? A DOC guard? A janitor, cop, medic, cook, fireman, nurse? Any one of the dozens of people who were legitimately here on a Sunday. Who? 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 Her radio clattered. It was Solito. "I'm on the 3rd floor, Amelia. Nothing. I'm in the basement. I've seen a dozen people. All their IDs match. But, hell, who knows if he's been planning this for weeks and planted a fake badge here. I'm going up to 4. They ended the transmission, and she resumed the search. Down more corridors. Dozens of doors. All locked. But, of course, simple locks like these meant nothing to him. He could open one in seconds and hide inside a dark storage room. He could get into a judge's chambers, hide until Monday. He could slip through one of the padlocked grates that led down to the utility tunnels, which in turn would give him access to half the buildings in downtown Manhattan, as well as the subway. She turned a corner and plunged down another dark corridor. Testing knobs as she went, she found one door unlocked. If he was inside the closet, he would have heard her. The click of the knob, if not her footsteps. So there was nothing to do but go in fast. Shoving the door inward, flashlight up, ready to jump to her left if she saw a weapon turn her way, recalling that there's a tendency for a right-handed shooter to pull the gun to the left when panic firing, which sends the slug to the target's right. Arthritic knees screaming at the partial crouch, she swung the halogen beam throughout the room. A few boxes and file cabinets. Nothing else. Though as she turned to leave, she recalled that he'd hidden in shadows by using a simple black cloth. She looked around the room again, more slowly, probing with the flashlight. As she did, she felt a touch on her neck, a gasp, and she spun around, bringing the gun up, aiming at the center of the dust-coated cobweb that had caressed her skin. Back into the corridor. More locked doors, more dead ends. Footsteps approached. A man walked past her now, bald, in his 60s, dressed in a guard's uniform and wearing an appropriate ID badge. He nodded as he walked past. He was taller than Ware, so she let him pass with no more than a glance. But then she thought there might be a way for a quick change artist to change his height, turning back fast. The man was gone. She saw only an empty corridor, or an apparently empty corridor. She recalled again the silk the conjurer had hidden beneath to kill Svetlana Rasnikov, the mirror to kill Tony Calvert. Her body a knot of tension, she unholstered her weapon and started toward where the guard, the apparent guard, had disappeared. Where was Ware? Trotting along Center Street, Roland Bell surveyed the landscape in front of him. Cars, trucks, hot dog vendors in front of their steaming metal carts, young people who'd been working at their perpetual motion law firms or investment banks, others woozy from pitchers of beer at the South Street seaport, dog walkers, shoppers, dozens of the Manhattanites who roam the streets on days beautiful and days gray simply because the city's energy draws them outside. Where? Bell thought much of life was like driving a nail, shooting in his local vernacular. He'd been raised in the Albemarle Sound area of North Carolina, where guns were a necessity, not a fetish. And he'd been taught to respect them. Part of this involved concentration. Even simple shots at a paper target, a rattlesnake or copperhead, a deer, could go wide and dangerous if you didn't stay focused on the target. Well, life was just like that. And Bell knew that whatever was going on inside the tombs right now, he had to remain focused on his single job, protecting Charles Grady. Amelia Sachs called in and reported that she was checking out every human being she could find in the criminal courts building, of whatever age, race, or size. She just tracked down and ID'd a bald guard who was far taller than Ware and looked nothing like the killer, but who had only passed muster because it turned out that he'd known her late father. She'd finished one wing of the basement and was about to start on another. Teams under Solito and Bo Howman were still searching upper floors of the building, and the oddest addition of all to the hunt was none other than Andrew Constable himself, who was tracking down leads to Ware in upstate New York. Now that'd be a kick, Bell thought, if the man accused of the attempted murder in the first place turned out to be the one who found out where the real suspect was. Looking into the cars, he jogged past, looking at trucks on the street, looking down alleyways, guns ready but not drawn. Bell had decided that it made the most sense for them to hit Grady here on the street before he entered the building, where there was a better chance of escaping alive. He doubted that these people were suicidal. That didn't fit the profile. In the moment between the time Grady parked his car and stepped out until he walked into the massive doors of the grimy criminal courts building, the killer would go for his shot. And an easy one it would be. There was virtually no cover here. Where was Ware? And just as important, where was Grady? His wife had said he'd taken the family car, not the city one. Bell had put out an emergency vehicle locator for the prosecutor's Volvo, but no one had spotted it. Bell turned slowly, surveying the scene, revolving like a lighthouse. His eyes rose to the building across the street, a government office building, a new one with dozens of windows facing Center Street. Bell had been involved in a brief hostage-taking in the building, and he knew that it was practically deserted now on Sunday. A perfect place to hide and wait for Grady. But then the street would be a good vantage point, too, for a drive-by, say. Where? Roland Bell recalled a time he'd gone hunting with his daddy up in the Great Dismal Swamp in southern Virginia. They'd been charged by a wild boar, and his father had winged the animal. It had disappeared into the brush. The man had sighed and said, "We gotta go get him. Can't ever leave a wounded animal." "But he tried to attack us," the boy had protested. "Well, now, son, we walked into his world. He didn't walk into ours." But that's neither here nor there. It's not a question of fairness. It's a question of we got to find him if it takes all day, not humane to him, and now he's twice as dangerous to anybody else comes along. Looking around them at the impossible tangle of brush and reeds and swamp grass and loblolly stretching for miles, young Roland said, "But he could be anywhere, Dad." His father laughed grimly. "Oh, don't worry about finding him. He'll find us. Keep your thumb on that safety, son. You may have to shoot fast. You comfortable with that?" "Yes, sir, I am." Bell now made another visual circuit of the vans, the alleyways nearby, the buildings next to and across the street from the courthouse. Nothing. No Charles Grady. No Eric Ware. No sign of any of the killer's Confederates. Bell tapped the butt of his gun. "Don't worry about finding him. He'll find us." Chapter 39. "I'm doing a door-to-door rhyme, the last wing of the basement." "Let ESU handle it." He found his head craning forward tensely as he spoke into the microphone. "We need everybody," Sachs whispered. "It's a damn big building." She was in the Tombs now, working her way through the corridors. Eerie, too, like the music school. Mysteriouser and mysteriouser. "Someday you ought to add a chapter to your book about running crime scenes in spooky locations," she joked out of nervousness. "Okay, I'm going silent now, Rhyme. I'll call you back." Rhyme and Cooper returned to the evidence. In the corridor on the way to intake in the Tombs, Sachs had recovered the blade from the razor knife and fragments of beef bone and gray sponge to simulate skull and brain matter, as well as samples of the fake blood, sugar syrup with red food coloring. He'd used his jacket or shirt to wipe up as much of his real blood as he could from the floor and the cuffs, but Sachs had run the scene as methodically as ever, and she'd recovered enough of a sample for analysis. He'd taken with him the key or lockpicks he'd used to undo the cuffs. There was no other helpful evidence in the corridor scene. The janitor's closet downstairs, where he'd done his quick change, yielded more, a paper bag in which he'd hidden the bloody squib and bladder and what he'd been wearing when they'd collared him at Grady's. The gray suit, the white shirt he'd used to wipe up, and a pair of Oxford businessman's shoes. Cooper had found substantial trace evidence on these items, additional latex and makeup, bits of magician's adhesive wax, streaks of ink similar to those they'd found earlier, thick nylon fibers, and dried smears of more fake blood. The fibers turned out to be charcoal gray carpet. The phony blood was paint. The databases they had access to didn't give any information about either of these materials, so he sent the chemical composition analysis and photos down to the FBI with an urgent request for sourcing. Then an idea occurred to Rhyme. "Kara," he called, seeing the girl sitting next to Mel Cooper, rolling a quarter over her fingers as she stared at the computer image of a fiber. "Can you help us out with one thing?" "Sure." "Could you go over to the Cirque Fantastique and find Kadesky? Tell him about the escape and see if there's anything else he can remember about Ware, any illusions he particularly liked, characters or disguises he kept going back to, what sort of routines he repeated most often. Anything that'll give us an idea of what he might look like." "Maybe he's got some old clippings or pictures of Ware in costume," she suggested, slinging her black and white purse over her shoulder. He told her that was a good idea, and then returned to the evidence chart, which still stood as testimony to his earlier observation. The more they learned, the less they knew. A new column on the whiteboard read, "Detention Center Escape Scenes. Squibs and bladder from fake wound, Homemade, no source. Artificial blood, sugar syrup plus red food coloring, fragments of beef bone, gray sponge to simulate brain, real blood, razor knife blade. DOC officer's Glock. Handcuffs. Unsuccessful attempt to clean up blood. Additional bits of latex and makeup as at prior scenes. Adhesive wax. Permanent ink, black, similar to that found earlier. Dried artificial blood, paint, sent to FBI. Carpet fibers, sent to FBI. The Cirque Fantastique was coming alive, an hour before that night's performance. Kara walked past the banner of Arlecchino and noticed a police car which Lincolnheim had ordered to remain after the scare that afternoon. Feeling a camaraderie with them since she herself had been playing cop, she smiled and waved to the officers who, though they didn't know her, waved back. No one was taking tickets yet, so Kara wandered inside and made her way backstage. She noticed a young man holding a clipboard. An employee pass sat high on his belt like Amelia's gun. "Excuse me," she said. "Yes," he replied, in a thick French or French-Canadian accent. "I'm looking for Mr. Kadesky." "He is not here. I am one of his assistants." "Where is he?" "Not here. Who are you?" "I'm working with the police. Mr. Kadesky met with them earlier. They have some more questions for him." The young man glanced at her chest, presumably, though not necessarily, looking for ID. "Ah, police. Well, he's at dinner. He will be back soon." "Do you know where he's eating?" she asked. "No. You'll have to leave. You can't be back here." "I only need to see him." "Do you have a ticket?" "No. Then you can't wait. You must leave. He never said anything about the police." "Well, I really need to see him," she said firmly to the man with Gallic good looks and a chill demeanor. "Really, you must go. You can wait outside for him." "I might miss him." "I'll have to call a guard," he threatened in his thick accent. "I will do that." "I'll buy a ticket," she said. "They're sold out. And even if you could buy one, you could not be back here. I will walk you out." He herded her out the main door, where the ticket-takers were now on duty. Outside, she paused and pointed over his shoulder toward a trailer on which was a sign, "Box Office." "That's where I could buy a ticket?" A demi-sneer crossed his face. "That's what a box office is, but as I said, there are no more tickets. You can call Mr. Kadesky's company if you need to ask him something." After he'd gone, Kara waited a moment or two, then turned the corner of the tent and proceeded to the stage entrance and back. She smiled at the security guard, and he smiled back, giving only a cursory glance at her belt, where now sat the French-Canadian's employee pass, which she'd easily unhooked from his belt when she'd pointed and asked the foolish but quite misdirecting question about the box office. Now there's a rule for you, she reflected. Never fuck with somebody who knows sleight of hand. Inside the backstage portion of the tent once again, she hid the badge in her pocket and found a friendlier employee. The woman, Catherine Tunney, nodded sympathetically when Kara explained what she was doing there, that a former illusionist wanted for murder had been identified as someone Mr. Kadesky had worked with a long time ago. The woman had heard about the killings, and she invited Kara to wait until the producer returned from dinner. Catherine gave Kara a pass to sit in one of the VIP boxes, and then left on another errand, promising that she'd tell the guards to make sure Mr. Kadesky came to see her as soon as he returned. On her way to the box seat, her pager sounded, an urgent beeping. She gasped when she saw the number, ran to a bank of temporary payphones, and, hand shaking, made the call. "Stuyvesant Manor," the voice said. "Janine Williams, please." A huge wait. "'Lo? It's me, Kara. Is Mom okay?" "Oh, she's fine, girl, but I wanted to tell you, don't get your hopes up. It might be nothing, but a few minutes ago, she woke up and asked for you. She knows it's Sunday night, and she remembered you coming by earlier." "You mean me? The real me?" "Yep, your real name." Then she gave this little frown and said, unless all she goes by is that crazy stage name of hers, Kara. My God, could she be back? "And she knew me, and she asked where you were, said she wanted to tell you something." Kara's heart accelerated. "Tell me something." "Better get over here soon, honey. Might last, but it might not. You know how that goes." "I'm in the middle of something, Janine. I'll get there as soon as I can." They hung up, and, frantic, Kara returned to her seat. The tension was unbearable. Right this instant her mother might be asking where her daughter was, frowning and disappointed that the girl wasn't there. "Please," she prayed, looking again toward the doorway for Kadesky. Nothing. Wishing she could tap a hickory magic wand on the battered metal railing in front of her, pointed at the doorway and materialized the producer. "Please," she thought again, aiming the imaginary wand toward the doorway. "Please." Nothing, for a moment, then several figures entered. None of them was Kadesky, though there were just 3 women dressed in medieval costumes and wearing masks whose forlorn expressions were belied by the buoyant spring in the step of actors about to begin their evening's performance. Roland Bell was standing in one of the canyons of downtown Manhattan. Center Street, between the grimy, towering criminal courts building, crowned by the Bridge of Sighs, and the nondescript office building across the street from it. Still no sign of Charles Grady's Volvo. The lighthouse rotation once again. Where? A honk nearby, in the direction of the entrance to the bridge. A shout. Bell turned and jogged a few steps toward the sounds, wondering, misdirection? But no, it was just a traffic dispute. He turned back toward the entrance to the criminal courts building and found himself looking right at Charles Grady, who was strolling casually up the street a block away. The prosecutor was walking with his head down, lost in his thoughts. The detective sprinted toward the man, calling, "Charles, get down! Ware's escaped!" Grady paused, frowning. "Down!" Bell called breathlessly. The alarmed man crouched on the sidewalk between 2 parked cars. "What happened?" he shouted. "My family!" "I've got people with him," the detective said. Then to the pedestrians, "Everybody, police action here! Clear the streets!" People scattered instantly. "My family!" Grady called desperately. "You sure? They're fine. But where?" "Fake the shooting in detention. He's out and is somewhere around here. I've got an armored van on its way." Turning again, squinting, surveying the scenery. Roland Bell finally reached Grady and stood over him, his back to the dark windows of the government office building across the street. "Just stay right where you are, Charles," Bell said. "We'll get out of this fine," and pulled his handy-talkie off his belt. What was this? Hobbs Wentworth watched his target below him, the prosecutor cowering on the sidewalk behind a man in a sports coat. A cop, obviously. The crosshairs of Hobbs's scope poked around the officer's back, searching unsuccessfully for an unprotected shot at Grady. The prosecutor was low, the cop standing. It seemed to Hobbs that if he shot through the cop's lower back, he'd probably hit Grady in the upper chest, since he was crouching. But the risk was that the shot would be deflected and Grady'd only be wounded and fall to safety behind a car. Well, he had to do something pretty soon. The cop was talking on his radio. There'd be 100 more of them here in a minute. "Come on, sharp operator," he said to himself. "What you gonna do?" Below him, the cop was still looking around, covering Grady, who squatted like a bitch retriever peeing. All right. What he'd do was shoot the cop in the upper leg, the thigh. That way, most likely, the cop would fall backward, exposing the prosecutor. The Colt was semi-auto, so he could fire 5 shots in 2 seconds. Not perfect, but it was the best Hobbs could think of. He'd give the cop a moment or 2 longer to step aside or sway out of the way. Both eyes open as the right one stared through the scope, painting the back of the detective with the crosshairs, and thinking that when he got back to Canton Falls, he'd make up a Bible story about this. Jesus would play his role and would be armed with a kick-ass compound bow, about to ambush a bunch of Roman soldiers who'd been torturing Christians. Julius Caesar would be hiding behind one soldier and thinking he was safe, but Jesus would shoot through the soldier and kill the son of a bitch. Good story. The kids would love it. The cop was still huddled over the prosecutor. Well, that's it, Hobbs thought, clicking off the safety of the big Colt. No time left. Burn in brimstone, Christ-killing Romans. He centered the crosshairs on the back of the cop's leg and began to apply slow pressure on the trigger, thinking that his only regret was that the officer was white, not black. But one thing Hobbs Wentworth had learned in life: you take your targets the way you find them. Chapter 40. Roland Bell smelled the distinctive plastic sweat metal scent of the Motorola handy-talkie as he clutched it to his face. "Yes, you 4, you 'bout ready, Kay?" he drawled into the mic. "Roger that, Kay," one of them replied. "Okay, now—" which is when the muffled cracks of multiple shots resounded through the canyon of the street. Bell jumped. "Gunshots!" Charles Grady cried. "I heard shots. Are you hit?" "Just stay down," Bell said as he dropped into a crouch. He spun around, lifting his gun and squinting hard at the government office building across the street. He was counting furiously. "Got the location," he called into the radio. "I make it the 3rd floor, 5th office from the north end of the building." Then Bell examined the glass. "Ouch!" "Say again, Kay," one of the officers called. "I said ouch." Roger, out." Grady, lying on the sidewalk, said, "What's going on?" He started to get up. "Sit tight there," the detective told him, standing up cautiously. Turning now from the window and scanning the sidewalk around him, there was a possibility that more shooters were nearby. A moment later, an armored emergency services van pulled up, and 5 seconds after that, Bell and Grady were inside, squealing away from the attempted hit and taking the prosecutor back to the Upper East Side and his family. Bell glanced behind him to see more ESU troopers streaming into the building across the street from the courthouse. "Don't worry, he'll find us." Well, he sure as hell had. Bell had concluded that the best way to try to hit Grady would be from the office building across the street. It was most likely that the killer would break into one of the lower offices facing the sidewalk. The roof was unlikely because it was monitored by dozens of CCTV cameras. Bell had remained in the open as bait because of something he knew about this particular building from the hostage situation he'd run there. The windows, as in many of the newer government buildings here, couldn't be opened and were made from bomb-proof glass. There'd been a small risk, he supposed, that the shooter would use armor-piercing rounds which might penetrate the inch-thick glass, but Bell had recalled an expression he'd heard during a case a couple of years ago: "God don't give out certain." He'd taken the chance of luring the sniper into shooting in hopes that the bullet would spider the window and reveal the man's location. And his idea had worked, though with a variation, as Bell had mentioned to the ESU team. Ouch. "ESU 4 to Bell, it's Howman. You were right, Kay. Go ahead, Kay." The tactical commander continued. "We're inside, scene is secure. Only what do they call those? The Darwin Awards? You know, where criminals do stupid things, Kay?" "Roger that," Bell responded. "Where'd he hit himself, Kay?" Bell had spotted the shooter's location not because of cracked glass, but because of a large spatter of blood on the window. The ESU chief explained that the copper-jacketed slugs that the man had fired toward Bell had ricocheted off the glass, shattered, and struck the shooter himself in a half-dozen places, most significantly his groin, where they apparently severed a large artery or vein. The man had bled out by the time the ESU team had made its way to the office. "Tell me it's where, Kay," Bell said. "Nope, sorry, it's somebody named Hobbs Wentworth, address Canton Falls." Bell scowled angrily. So Ware and maybe others working with him were still around. He asked, "Find anything that'll give us a clue what Ware's up to or where he might be?" "Negative," said the raspy-voiced commander. "Only his ID, and get this, a book of Bible stories for kids." There was a pause. "Hate to say it, but we got another victim, Roland. He killed a woman to get into the building, looks like. Okay, we're going to secure the place and keep looking for Ware. Out." The detective shook his head and said to Grady, "No sign of him." Except that, of course, that was the whole problem. Maybe they had found plenty of signs of Ware. Maybe they'd even found Ware himself, in the form of another cop, a med-tech, an ESU officer, a reporter, a soft-clothed detective, a passerby, or homeless man. And they simply didn't know it. Through the yellowing window in the interview room, Andrew Constable could see the grim face of a large black guard peer in and look at him. The face disappeared as the man stepped away from the door. Constable rose from the metal table and walked past his lawyer to the window. He looked outside and saw 2 guards in the hall speaking gravely to each other. "All right, then." "What's that?" Joseph Roth asked his client. "Nothing," Constable responded. "I didn't say anything." "Oh, I thought you did." "No." Though he wondered if he had. Made some comment, uttered a prayer. He returned to the table where the lawyer looked up from a pad of yellow foolscap that contained a half-dozen names and phone numbers, which Constable's associates in Canton Falls had just provided in response to their questions about what Ware might have planned, where he might be. Roth looked uneasy. They'd just learned that a man with a rifle had made an attempt on Grady's life in front of the building a few minutes ago. But it hadn't been Ware, who was still unaccounted for. The lawyer said, "I'm worried that Grady'll be too spooked to deal with us. I think we should call him at home and tell him what we've found," tapping the sheets. "Or at least give this stuff to that detective. What was his name? Bell, right?" "That's it," Constable said. Moving his pudgy finger over the sheet of names and numbers, Roth said, "You think anybody here'll know something specific about Ware? That's what they'll want, something specific." Constable leaned forward and looked at the list, then at his lawyer's watch. He shook his head slowly. "I doubt it," he said. You doubt it?" "Yeah. See this first number?" "Yeah." "It's the dry cleaner on Harrison Street in Canton Falls. And the one below it's the IGA. The next one's the Baptist Church. And those names?" The prisoner continued. "Ed Davis, Brett Samuels, Joe James Watkins." "Right," Roth said. "Jetty Barnes Associates." Constable gave a chuckle. "Gosh, no, they're all made up." "What?" Roth frowned. Leaning close to his lawyer, the prisoner stared into the man's confused eyes. "I'm saying that those names and numbers are fake." "I don't understand." Constable whispered, "Of course you don't, you pathetic fucking Jew," and slammed his fists into the side of the shocked lawyer's face before Roth could raise his arms to protect himself. Chapter 41. Andrew Constable was a strong man, strong from hiking to remote hunting and fishing grounds, from dressing deer and sawing bones, from chopping wood. Paunchy Joe Roth was no match for him. The lawyer tried to rise and call for help, but Constable struck him hard in the throat. The man's shout became a gurgling sound. The prisoner pulled him to the floor and began pummeling the bleeding man with his cuffed fists. In a moment Roth was unconscious, his face swollen like a melon. Constable dragged him back to the table and propped him up on it, his back to the door. If one of the guards happened to glance in again, it would look as if he were reading the papers, head down. Constable bent down, pulled off one of the lawyer's shoes and socks, and wiped the blood off the table as best he could, and covered the rest with documents and pads of paper. He'd kill the lawyer later. For now, for a few minutes at least, he needed this innocent-looking tableau. A few minutes, until he was free. Freedom, which was the whole point of Eric Ware's plan. Constable's best friend, Jetty Barnes, the second-in-command of the Patriot Assembly, had hired Ware not to kill Grady, but to break the prisoner out of the notoriously secure Manhattan Detention Center, transport him to freedom over the Bridge of Sighs, and ultimately into the New England wilderness, where the Assembly would resume its mission to wage war against the impure, the unclean, the ignorant, to rid the land of blacks, gays, Jews, Hispanics, foreigners, the them that Constable railed against in his weekly lectures at the Patriot Assembly and in the secret websites subscribed to by the thousands of right-thinking citizens around the country. Constable now rose, walked to the door, looked out again. The guards had no clue about what had just happened inside the interview room. It occurred to the prisoner that he ought to have a weapon of some kind, and so he lifted a metal mechanical pencil from the lawyer's bloody shirt and then nestled the butt of the pencil in the wadded-up sock to protect his palm. The sharp point would make a fine stabbing implement. Then he sat back across from Roth and waited, thinking about the plan created by Ware, or Magic Man, as Barnes called him. It was a masterpiece, involving dozens of tricks of the illusionist's trade. Feint and double feint, careful timing, clever diversions. It began with Ware carefully planting the idea with the police that there was a conspiracy to kill Grady. The Reverend Ralph Swenson laid the groundwork for this by making one attempt on the prosecutor's life. The bungled killing would reinforce the cops' belief that there was a plot to kill the prosecutor, and they'd stop looking for any other crimes, such as the planned jailbreak. Ware himself would then intentionally get caught during a second attempt to kill Grady and be taken to detention. Meanwhile, Constable was supposed to do some misdirection of his own. He'd disarm his captors by being the voice of reason, pleading his innocence and winning sympathy, and luring Grady to the courthouse this evening by offering to incriminate Barnes and other conspirators. Constable would even try to help track down the illusionist, further disarming the police and giving him the chance to deliver a coded message about his exact location in the detention center, which Barnes would pass on to Ware. When Grady arrived, Hobbs Wentworth would try to kill the prosecutor, but whether he succeeded or not didn't matter. The important thing was that Hobbs would divert the police from the detention center. Then Ware, who was roaming free in the building after faking his own death, would sneak up here in disguise, kill the guards, and break Constable out. There was one more part to the plan, an aspect that Constable had been looking forward to for weeks. Just before Ware arrived at the interview room, Jetty Barnes had told him Constable was supposed to take care of your lawyer. What's that mean? Ware said it's up to you. He just said you're supposed to take care of Roth so he's not in the way. Now, watching the blood drip from the lawyer's eyes and mouth, he thought, well, the Jews took care of. Constable was wondering how Ware would kill the guards, what kind of disguises he'd have with him, what their escape route would be, when, right on schedule, he heard the distinctive buzz of the outer door. Ah, his chariot to freedom had arrived. Constable dragged Roth off the bench and dumped him in the corner of the interview room. He thought about killing him now, stomping on his windpipe, but he supposed Ware had a gun with a silencer, or a knife. He could use that. Hearing the click of the key in the lock of the interview room, the door swung open. For a split second he thought, amazing. Ware had managed to turn himself into a woman. But then he remembered her. This was the red-headed officer who'd been with Detective Bell yesterday. "Injury here," she shouted as she glanced down at Roth. "Call EMS." Behind her, one guard grabbed a phone, and the other hit a red button on the wall, sending a klaxon alarm braying into the hallway. What was going on? Constable didn't understand. Where was Ware? He glanced back at the woman to see the pepper spray, the only permissible weapon in detention, in her hand. He thought fast and began moaning loud, holding his belly. "Somebody got in here! Another prisoner! He tried to kill us!" Hiding the sharp pencil, he clutched his bloody hands to his belly. "I'm hurt! I've been stabbed!" A fast glance outside, still no sign of the magic man. The woman frowned and looked around the cell as Constable slumped to the floor, thinking, when she gets closer, he'd stab toward her face with the pencil, maybe hit her eye. He could get the spray away, blast her in the mouth or eyes with it, maybe hold the pencil to her back. The guards would think it was a gun and open the door for him. Ware had to be close. Maybe he was just outside the security doors. "Come on, honey, a little closer. She might have a bulletproof vest on," he reminded himself. "Aim for her pretty face." "Your lawyer?" she asked, leaning over Roth. "Is he stabbed too?" "Yes, it was some black prisoner. He said I was a racist. He said he wanted to teach me a lesson." His head was down, but he could sense her stepping closer. "Joe's hurt bad. We have to save him." "Just a few more feet." Or if he is a white man and looks like a smart man, if he has all his teeth and wears clothes that don't smell like yesterday's piss, well then, are you going to be just a little slower to pull that trigger?" Constable moaned. He sensed her very close. She said, "Let me see how badly you're hurt." He gripped the pencil firmly, got ready to spring. He looked up to find his target and saw the nozzle of the pepper spray a foot away from his eyes. She pushed the button, and the stream shot him square in the face. 100 hot needles pierced his mouth and nose and eyes. Constable screamed as the policewoman ripped the pen out of his hand and kicked him onto his back. "Why'd you do that?" he cried, rising up on one elbow. "Why?" Her answer was to debate for a brief moment, then hit him with a second stream of fiery spray. Chapter 42. Amelia Sachs put the pepper spray canister away. The potential sergeant in her was a bit troubled by the gratuitous second blast into Constable's face, but having noticed the 14-carat shiv half concealed in his hand, Sachs, the street cop with wire, thoroughly enjoyed hearing the vicious bigot squeal like a pig as she sprayed him again. She stepped aside as the 2 floor guards grabbed the prisoner and dragged him out. "A doctor! Get me to a doctor! My eyes! I have a right to a doctor!" "I keep telling you to shut up!" The guards dragged him down the hall. Constable lashed out with his feet. They stopped, shackled his ankles, and then pulled him around the corner. Sachs and 2 more guards looked over Joseph Roth. He was breathing but unconscious and badly hurt. She decided it was best not to move him. Soon a city EMS team arrived and, after Sachs checked their IDs, went to work on the lawyer, clearing his airway and getting a neck brace around him, then strapping him onto a backboard which they placed on a gurney. They took him out of the secure area for the drive to the hospital. Sachs stood back and surveyed the room and the lobby to make sure that Ware hadn't slipped in unnoticed. No, she was sure he hadn't. She then went outside, and it was only when she got her Glock back from the officer at the desk that she began to feel more at ease. She called Rhyme to tell him what had happened. Then she added, "Constable was expecting him, Rhyme." "Expecting Ware?" "I think so." He was surprised when I opened the door. He tried to recover, but I could tell he was waiting for somebody. So that's what Ware's up to. Breaking Constable out? That's what I think. Goddamn misdirection, he muttered. He's had us focused on the plot to kill Grady. I never thought they'd be going for a breakout. Then he added, unless the escape is misdirection, and Ware's job really is to kill Grady. She considered this. That'd work, too. And no sign of Ware anywhere. None. Okay, I'm still going over what you found at detention, Sachs. Come on back and we'll look over it. I can't, Rhyme, she said, studying the hallway in which a dozen onlookers stood gazing at the excitement in the secure portion of the lobby. He's got to be here someplace. I'm going to keep hunting. Suzuki piano lessons for children involve working through a series of progressively more difficult music books containing a dozen or so pieces. When a student completes a book successfully, the parents often throw a small party for friends, family, and the music teacher, during which the student gives a short recital. Christine Grady's Suzuki Volume 3 party was scheduled for a week from tonight, and she'd been practicing hard for her mini-concert. She was now sitting in the Yano room of the family's apartment, finishing up Schumann's The Wild Rider. The Yano room was dark and small, but Chrissy loved it here. It contained only a few chairs, shelves of sheet music, and a beautiful, shiny baby grand piano. Hence her nickname for the place. With some effort, she played the Andante movement of Clementi's Sonatina in C, and then rewarded herself by playing the Mozart Sonatina, one of her favorites. She didn't think her playing was all that good, though. She was distracted by the police in their apartment. The men and women were all very nice and talked cheerfully about Star Wars or Harry Potter or Xbox games with big smiles on their faces. But Chrissy knew they weren't really smiling at all. They were only doing it to make her feel comfortable. But all the fake grins really did was make her more scared. Because, even though they didn't say it, the fact that the police were here meant that somebody was trying to hurt her daddy. She wasn't worried about somebody trying to hurt her. What scared her was that some bad man would take her daddy away from her. She wished he'd stop doing the court job he had. Once she'd worked up her courage and asked him, but he'd said to her, "How much do you like playing the piano, honey?" "Lots." "Well, that's how much I like doing my job." "Oh, okay," she'd said, even though it wasn't okay at all, because playing music didn't make people hate you and want to kill you. She now squinted harder and concentrated, flubbed a passage once and then tried again. And now she'd learned they were going to have to go live someplace else for a while. Just a day or two, her mom had said, but what if it was for longer than that? What if they had to cancel the Suzuki party? Upset, she gave up playing, closed the music book, and started to put it in her book bag. Hey, look at this. Resting on the music stand was a York peppermint patty. Not a little one, but a full-sizer, the kind they sell at the checkout stands at Food Emporium. She wondered who'd left it. Her mother didn't like anybody to eat in the Yano room, and Chrissy was never allowed to have candy or anything sticky when she was playing. Maybe it had been her daddy. She knew he felt bad for her because of all the policemen around, and because she hadn't been able to go to her recital last night at the neighborhood school. That was it. This was a secret treat from her father. Chrissy glanced behind her. Through the crack in the door, she saw people walking back and forth, heard the calm voice of that nice policeman from North Carolina who had 2 boys she was going to meet someday. Her mother brought a suitcase out of the bedroom. She had her unhappy face on and was saying, "This is crazy. Why can't you find him? He's one man. There are hundreds of you. I don't understand it." Chrissy sat back, opened up the foil covering, and slowly ate the candy. When she was finished, she carefully examined her fingers. Yep, there was chocolate on them. She'd go to the bathroom and wash them off, and while she was there, she'd flush the wrapper down the toilet so her mother wouldn't find out. That was called disposing of the evidence, which she'd learned from that CSI television program her parents wouldn't let her watch, even though she managed to, every once in a while. Roland Bell had returned safely with Charles Grady to the apartment, where the family was now packing up to go to an NYPD safe house in the Murray Hill area of town. He'd pulled the shades down and told the family to stay away from the windows. He could see that this fueled their uneasiness, but his job wasn't to coddle psyches. It was to keep a very clever killer from taking their lives. His cell phone rang. It was Rhyme. "Everything secure there?" the criminalist asked. "Tight as a bed, baby," Bell replied. "Constable's in a secure cell." "And we know his guards, right?" Bell asked. "Amelia said Ware might be good, but he's not good enough to turn himself into two Shaquille O'Neal lookalikes." "Got it. How's the lawyer?" "Roth, he'll live. Was a bad beating, though. Rhymes stopped talking as someone else in the room began speaking. Bell believed he heard the soft voice of Mel Cooper. He then resumed, speaking to Bell. "I'm still going through what Amelia found at the scenes in the detention center. Don't have any specific leads yet, but we've got something else I wanted to mention. Betting and Saul finally tracked down which room at the Lanham Arms the key card belonged to." "Who was it registered to?" "Fake name and address," Rhyme explained, "but the desk clerk said the guest fit Ware's description perfectly. CS didn't get much, but they found a discarded syringe behind the dresser. We don't know whether Ware left it or not, but I'm going on the assumption he did. Mel found traces of chocolate and sucrose on the needle." "Sucrose? That's sugar?" "Right, and arsenic in the barrel of the syringe." Bell said, "So he injected poison into some sweets." "Sounds like it. Ask the Gradys if anybody's sent them any candy lately." Bell relayed the question to the prosecutor and his wife, and they shook their heads, dismayed to even hear the question. "No, we don't keep candy in the house," the prosecutor's wife said. The criminalist then asked Bell, "You said he surprised you by getting into Grady's apartment itself this afternoon." "Yep. We thought we'd nail him in the lobby, the basement, or the roof. We never expected him to get in the front door." "After he broke in, where did he go?" "He just showed up in the living room, shook us all up." "So he might have had time to leave some candy in the kitchen." "No, couldn't have been in the kitchen," Bell explained. "Lon and I were in there." "What other rooms could he have gotten into?" Bell posed the question to Grady and his wife. "What's going on, Roland?" the prosecutor asked. "Lincoln just found some more evidence and is thinking that Ware might have tried to get some poison into your house. It looks like it was in some candy. We're not sure he did, but—" "Candy?" from a soft, high voice behind them. Bell, the Gradys, and two of the other cops on protection detail turned to see the prosecutor's daughter staring at the detective, eyes wide with fear. "Chrissy?" her mother asked. "What is it?" "Candy?" the girl whispered again. A foil wrapper fell from her hand, and she began to sob. Hands sweating, Bell looked at the passers-by on the sidewalk in front of Charles Grady's apartment. Dozens of people. Was one of them Ware? Or somebody else from that goddamn Patriot Assembly? The ambulance rolled up and two techs jumped out. But before they got through the front door, the detective carefully examined their IDs. "What's all this about?" one of them asked, offended. Bell ignored him and checked out the cars on the street, the passers-by, the windows in the buildings nearby. When it was safe, he gave a whistle, and Luis Martinez, the quiet bodyguard, hustled the girl out and into the ambulance, accompanied by her mother. Chrissy wasn't showing symptoms of poisoning yet, though she was pale and shook from fearful crying. The girl had eaten a peppermint patty that had mysteriously appeared in her piano room. This was beyond evil to Bell. Hurting children, and though he'd been suckered in by Constable's smooth talk momentarily, this incident clarified the complete depravity of people like those in the Patriot Assembly. Differences between cultures? Between races? No, sir, there's only one difference. There's good and decency on the one side, and evil on the other. If the girl died, Bell would make it his personal quest to see that both Ware and Constable received the punishment that corresponded to what he'd done to Chrissy, lethal injection. "Don't you worry, honey," he now said to her as one of the medics took her blood pressure. "You're going to be just fine." The response to this was the girl's silent sobbing. He glanced at Chrissy's mother, on whose face was a look of tenderness that couldn't quite hide a fury exponentially greater than Bell's. The detective radioed to Central and was patched through to emergency services at the hospital they were careening toward at the moment. He said to the supervisor, "We're going to be at the admission dock in 2 minutes. Now listen here, I want that area and a route to a poison control center cleared of people. I don't want a soul around unless they're wearing a picture ID badge." "Well, Detective, we can't do that," the woman said. "That's a very busy section of the hospital." "I'm going to be muley on this one, ma'am." "You're going to be what?" "Stubborn. There's an armed perpetrator who's after this little girl and her family, and if I do see anybody in our line of sight without a badge, they're going to get handcuffed and in a pretty impatient way." "This is an emergency room in a city hospital, Detective," the woman responded testily. "Do you know how many people I'm looking at right now?" "No, ma'am, I do not, but imagine looking at every one of them on their bellies and hog-tied, which is what they're going to be if they're not gone by the time we get there, and by the by, that's looking to be all of 2 minutes from right now." Chapter 43. Cases change color. Charles Grady sat hunched forward in an orange plastic chair in a room off the urgent care waiting area, staring at the green linoleum scuffed by thousands of despairing feet. Criminal cases, I mean. Roland Bell sat next to him. Louisa's vigilant form filled one doorway, and nearby, at the entrance to a busy hallway, was another of Bell's SWAT officers, Graham Wilson, a handsome, intense detective with keen, stern eyes and a talent for spotting people packing weapons as if he had X-ray vision. Grady's wife had accompanied Chrissy into the ER itself, along with Luis and another protection team officer. "I had a law school professor one time," Grady continued, still as wood. He'd been a prosecutor and then a judge. He told us once in class that in all his years of practicing law, he'd never seen a black-and-white case come through the door. They were all different shades of gray. There was pretty damn dark gray and there was damn light gray, but they were all gray. Bell glanced up the corridor toward the impromptu waiting room that the duty nurse had made for the injured skateboarders and bicyclists. As Bell had insisted, this portion of the hospital had been cleared. But then, once you got involved in the case yourself, it changed color. It became black and white. Whether you were prosecuting or defending, the gray disappeared. Your side was 100% good. The other side was 100% evil. Right or wrong? My professor said you have to guard against that. You have to keep reminding yourself that cases were really gray. Bell noticed an orderly. The young Latino seemed harmless, but the detective nodded to Wilson, who stopped him and checked his badge nonetheless. He gave an okay sign to Bell. Chrissy had been in an operating room for 15 minutes. Why couldn't somebody come out and at least give them some progress? Grady continued. "But you know, Roland, all these months since we found out about that conspiracy in Canton Falls, I kept seeing the constable case as black and white. I never once considered it gray. I went after him with everything I had." A sad laugh. He looked up the hall again, the grim smile fading. "Where the hell's that doctor?" Lowered his head again. "But maybe if I'd seen more gray, maybe if I hadn't gone after him so hard, if I'd compromised more, he might not have hired Ware. He might not have—" He nodded toward where his daughter was at the moment. He choked and cried silently for a moment. Bell said, "I'm thinking your professor was wrong, Charles. At least about people like Constable. Anybody who'd do what he's done, well, there is no gray with people like that." Grady wiped his face. "Your boys, Roland. They ever been in the hospital?" Visiting their mother toward the end was the detective's first thought, but Bell didn't say anything about that. "Off and on. Nothing serious. Fixing up whatever a softball can do to a forehead or a little finger. Or a shortstop running you down armed with a softball." "Well," Grady said, "it takes your breath away." Another look up the empty hall. "Takes it clean away." A few minutes later, the detective was aware of motion in the corridor. The doctor, wearing green scrubs, noticed Grady and walked slowly toward them. Bell could read nothing on his face. "Charles," the detective said softly. But though his head was down, Grady was already watching the man's approach. "Black and white," he whispered. "Lord." He rose to meet the doctor. Gazing out the window at the evening sky, Lincoln Rhyme heard his phone ring. "Command, answer phone." Click. "Yes?" "Lincoln, it's Roland." Mel Cooper turned gravely to look at him. They knew Bell was at the hospital with Christine Grady and her family. "What's the word?" "She's all right." Cooper closed his eyes momentarily, and if ever a Protestant came close to blessing himself, this was the moment. Rhyme, too, felt a surge of relief. "No poison?" "Nothing. It was just candy. Not a lick of toxin anywhere." "So that was misdirection, too," the criminalist mused. "Seems to be." "But what the hell does it mean?" Rhyme asked in a faint voice, the question directed not so much to Bell but to himself. The detective offered, "For my money, Ware pointing us to Grady? I'm thinking that means he's still going to try something else to spring Constable from detention. He's in the courthouse somewhere." "You on your way to the safe house?" "Yep, whole family. We'll sit it out there till you catch this fellow." "Till? How about if?" They hung up, and Rhyme turned from the window and wheeled back to the evidence chart. The hand is quicker than the eye. Except that it's not. What did master illusionist Eric Ware have in mind? Feeling his neck muscles tense to the point of cramping, he gazed out the window as he considered the enigma they were facing. Hobbs Wentworth, the hit man, was dead, and Grady and his family were safe. Constable had clearly been preparing to escape from the interview room at the Tombs, but there'd been no overt attempt by Ware to actually spring him. So it appeared that Ware's plans were falling apart. But Rhyme couldn't accept that obvious conclusion. With a supposed attempt on Christine Grady, he'd taken their attention away from downtown, and Rhyme now leaned toward Bell's conclusion that there was soon going to be another attempt to rescue Constable. Or was there something else going on? Maybe an attempt to kill Constable to keep him from testifying. The frustration seared him. Rhyme had long ago accepted that with his condition he would never physically capture a perp. But the compensation was the sinewy strength of a clever mind. Sitting motionless in his chair or bed, he could at least outthink the criminals he pursued. Except that with Eric Ware, the conjurer, he couldn't. This was a man whose soul was devoted to deception. Rhyme considered if there was anything else to be done to find answers to the impossible questions raised by the case. Sachs, Silito, and ESU were scouring the detention center and courts. Kara was at the Cirque Fantastique awaiting Kadeski. Tom was placing calls to Keating and Lesser, the killer's former assistants, to see if the man had contacted them in the past day or if they'd happened to remember something else that could be helpful. A physical evidence response team, on loan from the FBI, was searching the scene of the office building where Hobbs Wentworth had shot himself, and technicians in Washington were still analyzing the fiber and fake blood paint found by Sachs at the detention center. What else could Rhyme do to find out what Ware had in mind? Only one thing. He decided to try something he hadn't done for years. Rhyme himself began to walk some grids. This search started at the bloody escape scene in the detention center and took him through winding corridors lit with algae green fluorescence, around corners banged dull from years of careening supply carts and pallets, into closets and furnace rooms, trying to follow the footsteps and discern the thoughts of Eric Ware. The walk was, of course, conducted with his eyes closed, and took place exclusively in his mind. Still, it seemed appropriate that he should engage in a hot pursuit that was wholly imaginary, when the prey he sought was a vanished man. The stoplight changed to green, and Mallory accelerated slowly. He was thinking about Andrew Constable, a conjurer in his own right, to hear Jetty Barnes tell it. Like a mentalist, Constable could size up a man in seconds and assume a countenance that would put him instantly at ease, speaking humorously, intelligently, with understanding, taking rational, sympathetic positions, selling the medicine to the gullible, of which there were plenty, of course. You'd think that people would tip to the nonsense that groups like the Patriot Assembly spewed, but as the great impresario of Mallory's own art, P.T. Barnum, noted, there's a sucker born every minute. As he picked his way through the Sunday evening traffic, Mallory was amused to think of Constable's utter bewilderment at the moment. Part of the plan for the prisoner's escape required Constable to incapacitate his lawyer. 2 weeks ago, in the restaurant in Bedford Junction, Jetty Barnes had said to him, "Well, Mr. Ware, the thing is, Roth's Jewish. Andrew will enjoy hurting him pretty good." "Makes no difference to me," Mallory had replied. "He can kill him if he wants to. That won't affect my plan. I just want him taken care of, out of the way." Barnes had nodded. "Suspect that'll be good news to Mr. Constable." He could imagine the growing dismay and panic within Constable as he sat over the cooling body of his lawyer, waiting for Ware to arrive with guns and disguises to sneak him out of the building, an event that, of course, was never going to happen. The jail door would open, and a dozen guards would haul the man back to his cell. The trial would go on, and Andrew Constable, as confused as Barnes and Wentworth and everyone else in his Neanderthal clan in upstate New York, would never know how they'd been used. As he waited at another stoplight, he wondered how the other misdirection of his was unfolding. The poisoned little girl routine. Melodramatic, Mallory had assessed, if not an outright cliché, but he'd learned from years of performing that audiences do much better with the obvious. Not the best misdirection in the world, of course. He wasn't sure they'd discover the syringe in the Lanham, nor could he be certain the girl or anyone else would eat the candy. But Rhyme and his people were so good that he guessed there was a chance they would leap to the horrifying conclusion that this was another attempt on the life of the prosecutor and his family. Then they'd find there was no poison in the candy after all. What would they make of that? Was there other tainted candy? Or was this misdirection to lead them away from Manhattan detention, where Malarick might be planning some other way to break Constable out? In short, the police too would be floating in a soup of confusion, having no idea what was actually going on. Well, what's been going on for the past 2 days, revered audience, is a sublime performance featuring the perfect combination of physical and psychological misdirection. Physical, by directing the attention of the police toward both Charles Grady's apartment and the detention center. Psychological, by shifting suspicion away from what Malarick was really doing and toward the very credible motive that Lincoln Rhyme proudly believed he'd figured out: the hired killing of Grady and the orchestration of Andrew Constable's escape. Once the police had deduced that, their minds stopped looking for any other explanation as to what he was really up to, which had absolutely nothing to do with the Constable case. All of the clues he left so obviously. The illusionist trick attacks on the first 3 victims, who represented aspects of the circus, the shoe with the dog hairs and dirt ground into it leading to Central Park, the references to the fire in Ohio, and the connection with the Cirque Fantastique, all of those had convinced the police that his intent couldn't really be revenge against Kadesky, because that, as Lincoln Rhyme had told him, was too obvious. He had to be up to something else. But he wasn't. Now, dressed in a medical technician's uniform, he eased the ambulance he was driving through the service entrance of the tent housing the world-renowned, internationally heralded, critically acclaimed Cirque Fantastique. He parked under the box seat's scaffolding, climbed out, and locked the door. None of the stagehands, police, or the many security guards paid any attention to him or the ambulance. After the bomb scare earlier in the day, it was perfectly normal for an emergency vehicle to be parked here. Perfectly natural, an illusionist would note. Look, revered audience, here is your illusionist, center stage yet completely invisible. He's the vanished man, present but unseen. No one even glanced at the vehicle, which wasn't an ordinary ambulance at all, but a Feek. In place of medical equipment, it now held a dozen plastic drums containing a total of 700 gallons of gasoline, attached to a simple detonation device which would soon spark the liquid to life, sending the deadly flood erupting into the bleachers, into the canvas, into the audience of more than 2,000 people, among whom would be Edward Kadesky. See, Mr. Rhyme, when we talked before, my words were just patter. Kadesky and the Cirque Fantastique destroyed my life and my love, and I'm going to destroy him. Revenge is what this is all about. Ignored by everyone, The illusionist now walked casually out of the tent and into Central Park. He'd change out of the medical worker's uniform and into a new disguise, and would return under cover of night, becoming, for a change, a member of the audience himself, and finding a good vantage spot to enjoy the finale of his show. Chapter 44. Families, clusters of friends, couples, children were slowly entering the tent, finding their seats, filling in the bleachers and box seats, slowly changing from individuals into that creature called an audience, the whole becoming very different from the parts. Metamorphosis. Kara turned away from the sight and stopped a security guard. "I've been waiting for a while. You have any idea when Mr. Kadesky will be back? It's really important." No, he didn't know, and neither did the two other people she asked. Another glance at her watch. She felt heartsick. An image came to her of her mother, lying in the Stuyvesant home, looking around the room, pierced with clarity and wondering where her daughter was. Kara wanted to cry in frustration at being trapped here, knowing that she had to stay, do what she could to stop Ware, yet wanting so desperately to be at her mother's side. She turned back to the brightly lit interior of the huge circus tent. Performers waited in the wings, getting ready for the opening act, wearing their eerie commedia dell'arte masks. The kids in the audience were wearing the face gear too, overpriced souvenirs from the stands outside. Pug and hooked noses, beaks. They gazed around, mostly excited and giddy, but some were uneasy, she could see. The masks and other worldly decorations probably made the circus seem to them like a scene from a horror movie. Kara loved performing for children, but she knew that you had to be careful. Their reality was different from adults, and an illusionist could easily destroy youngsters' shaky sense of comfort. She only did funny illusions in her young children's shows, and would often gather the kids around her afterward and tip the gaff. Looking at all the magic around her, feeling the excitement, the anticipation, her palms were sweating as if she herself were about to go on. Oh, what she wouldn't give to be standing in the prep tent right now, content, confident, yet wired, feeling the accelerating heartbeat of anticipation as the clock ticked toward showtime. There was no sensation like that in the world. She laughed sadly to herself. Well, here she'd made it to Cirque Fantastique. But as an errand girl. She wondered now, am I good enough? Despite what David Balzac said, sometimes she believed she was, at least as good as, say, Harry Houdini during his early shows. The only escapism at those had been the audience members who snuck out of the halls, bored or embarrassed to watch him flub simple sleights. Robert Houdin was so uncomfortable in his initial performances that he ended up offering the audience clockwork automatons like a wind-up Turk who played chess. But as she gazed backstage at the hundreds of performers who'd been in the business since childhood, Balzac's firm voice looped through her mind, "Not yet, not yet, not yet." She heard these words with both disappointment yet comfort. He was right, she decided with finality. He was the expert, she was the apprentice. She had to have confidence in him. A year or two, the wait would be worth it. Besides, there was her mother, who was maybe sitting up in bed right now, chatting with Janine, wondering where her daughter was, the daughter who'd abandoned her on the one night when she should have been there. Kadesky's assistant, Catherine Tunney, appeared at the top of the stairs and gestured toward her. Was Kadesky here? Please. But the woman said, "He just called. He had a radio interview after dinner and he's running late. He'll be here soon. That's his box in the front. Why don't you wait there?" Kara nodded and, discouraged, walked to the seat Catherine indicated, sat down and gazed back at the tent. She saw that the magic transformation was finally complete. Every seat was filled. The children, the men, the women were now an audience. Thud! Kara jumped as a loud, hollow drum resonated through the tent. The lights went down, extinguished completely, plunging them into a darkness broken only by the red exit lights. Thud! The crowd was instantly silent. Thud! 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 The drum beat sounded slowly. You could feel it in your chest. Thud, thud. A brilliant spotlight shot into the center of the ring, illuminating the actor playing Arlecchino, dressed in his black and white checkered bodysuit, wearing his matching half-mask. Holding a long scepter high in the air, he looked around mischievously. Thud. He stepped forward and began to march around the ring as a procession of performers appeared behind him. Other commedia dell'arte characters, as well as spirits, fairies, princesses and princes, wizards, some walking, some dancing, some cartwheeling slowly as if under water, some on high stilts, stepping more gracefully than most people strolled down the sidewalk, some riding in chariots or carts decorated with tulle and feathers and lace and tiny glowing lights. Everyone moving in perfect time to the drum. Thud, thud. Faces masked, faces painted white or black or silver or gold, faces dotted with glitter, hands juggling glowing balls, hands carrying orbs or flares or candles or lanterns, hands scattering confetti like glittering snow, solemn, regal, playful, grotesque. Thud. Both medieval and futuristic, the parade was hypnotic, and its message was unmistakable. Whatever existed outside the tent was invalid here. You could forget everything you'd learned about life, about human nature, about the laws of physics themselves. Your heart was now beating not to its own rhythm, but in time to the crisp drum, and your soul was no longer yours. It had been captured by this unearthly parade, making its deliberate way into the world of illusion. Chapter 45. We come now to the finale of our show, revered audience. It's time to present our most celebrated and controversial illusion, a variation on the infamous burning mirror. During our show this weekend, you've seen the performances of illusions created by such masters as Harry Houdini and P.T. Selbit and Howard Thurston, but not even they would attempt an act like the burning mirror. Our performer, trapped in a likeness of hell, surrounded by flames that close in inexorably, and the only route for escape, a tiny doorway protected by a wall of fire. Though, of course, the door might not be an escape route at all. Maybe it's just an illusion. I have to warn you, revered audience, that the most recent attempt to perform this trick resulted in tragedy. I know because I was there. So please, for your own sake, spend a moment looking around the tent and consider what you will do should disaster strike. But on reflection, no. It's too late for that. Perhaps the best you can hope for now is simply to pray. Malarick had returned to Central Park and was standing under a tree about 50 yards from the glowing white tent of the Cirque Fantastique. Bearded once more, he was dressed in a jogging suit and a high-necked knit shirt. Tufts of sweaty blonde hair poked from underneath a Chase Manhattan 10K Run for the Cure cap. Faux sweat stains out of a bottle attested to his present persona, a minor financial executive at a major bank out for his Sunday night run. He'd stopped for a breather and was absently looking at the circus tent. Perfectly natural. He found himself oddly calm. This serenity reminded him of that moment just after the Hasbro circus fire in Ohio, before the full implications of the disaster had become clear. While by rights he should have been screaming, he in fact found himself numb, in an emotional coma. He felt the same at this moment, listening to the music. The bass notes amplified, it seemed, by the taut canvas of the tent itself. The diffuse applause, laughter, gasps of astonishment. In his years of performing, he'd rarely gotten stage fright, When you knew your act cold, when you'd rehearsed sufficiently, what was there to be nervous about? This is what he now experienced. Everything had been so carefully planned that he knew his show would unfold as intended. Scanning the tent in its last few minutes on Earth, he saw two figures just outside the large service doorway through which he'd driven the ambulance not long before, a man and a young woman, speaking to each other, ear close to mouth, so they could converse over the sound of the music. Yes, one of them was Kadesky. He'd been worried that the producer might not be present at the time of the explosion. The other was Kara. Kadesky pointed inside, and together they walked in the direction he'd indicated. Mallory estimated that they had to be no more than 10 feet from the ambulance. A look at his watch. Almost time. And now, my friends, my revered audience. Exactly at 9 p.m., a spume of fire shot from the doorway of the tent. A moment later, the silhouette of the huge flames inside rolled across the glowing canvas of the tent as they consumed the bleachers, the audience, the decorations. The music stopped abruptly, replaced by screams, and coils of dark smoke began to pour from the top of the tent. He leaned forward, mesmerized by the horror of the sight. More smoke, more screams. Struggling not to let an unnatural smile slide onto his face, he offered a prayer of thanks. There was no deity Malarick believed in, but he sent these words of gratitude to the soul of Harry Houdini, his namesake and idol, and the patron saint of magicians. Gasps and cries, as those around him in this secluded part of the park ran forward to help or to gape. Malarick waited a few moments longer, but he knew that soon hundreds of police would fill the park. Looking concerned, pulling out his cell phone to pretend to call the fire department, he eased toward the sidewalk. Still, he couldn't help pausing once more. He looked back to see, half obscured by smoke, the huge banners in front of the tent. On one of them, masked Arlecchino reached outward, holding up his empty palms. "Look, revered audience, nothing in my hands." Except that, like a sleight-of-hand artist, the character was holding something. Something hidden from view in a perfect backhand finger conceal. And only Malarick knew what it was. The coy harlequin was holding death. Part 3. Tipping the Gaff. Sunday, April 21st, to Thursday, April 25th. To be a great magician, one must be able to present an illusion in such a way that people are not only puzzled, but deeply moved. S. H. Sharp. Chapter 46. Amelia Sachs's Camaro hit 90 on the West Side Highway, speeding toward Central Park. Unlike the FDR Drive, which was a controlled-access expressway, the roadway here was dotted with stoplights, and at 14th Street it featured a jog that sent her misaligned Chevrolet into an alarming skid, resulting in a sparking kiss between sheet steel and concrete barriers. So the killer had tricked them with yet another genius's touch. Neither Charles Grady's death nor Andrew Constable's escape was Ware's goal. They were the ultimate misdirections. The killer had been after what they'd rejected yesterday as being too obvious, the Cirque Fantastique. As she'd been about to kick in one of the few remaining hiding spots, in the basement of the court and detention center, Glock high, Rhyme had called her and told her the situation. Lon Solito and Roland Bell were headed for the circus. Mel Cooper was jogging over there to help out. Bo Howman and several ESU teams were on their way too. Everybody was needed, and Rhyme wanted her uptown as fast as possible. "I'm on my way," she'd said, clicking the phone off. She'd turned and begun to sprint out of the basement, but paused, returned to the door she'd been standing at, and kicked it in anyway, just in case. It had been completely empty, completely silent, except for the sound of the killer's derisive laughter in her imagination. 5 minutes later she was in her Camaro, pedal down. The light at 23rd Street was against her, but the cross traffic wasn't too bad, so she went through it fast, relying on the steering wheel rather than her brakes or the conscience of citizens to yield to her flashing blue light to get her to the other side. Once through it, a fast downshift, pedal to the floor, and the rattling engine sped her up to 80. Her hand found her Motorola, and she called Rhyme to tell him where she was and to ask what exactly he needed her to do. Mallory wandered slowly out of the park, jostled by people running the opposite way toward the fire. "What's going on?" "Jesus, the police! Did somebody call the police? Do you hear screaming? Do you hear that?" At the corner of Central Park West and a cross street, he collided with a young Asian woman. Staring in concern toward the park, she asked, "You know what happened?" Mallory thought, "Yes, indeed I do. The man and the circus that destroyed my life are dying." But he frowned and said to her gravely, "I don't know, but it seems pretty serious." He continued west, beginning what would be a very circuitous half-hour journey back to his apartment, during which he'd execute several quick changes and make absolutely certain no one was following him. His plans called for him to stay at his apartment tonight, then, in the morning, leave for Europe, where after several months of training he'd resume performing under his new name. Not a soul on earth, other than his revered audience, knew Mallory, and that's who he'd be to the public from now on. He had one regret, that he wouldn't be able to perform his favorite routine, the burning mirror. Far too many people associated that with him. In fact, he'd have to trim a lot of the material. He'd give up ventriloquism, mentalism, and many of the close-in routines he'd done. Having such a broad repertoire could, as had happened this weekend, tip the gaff as to his identity. Mallory continued to Broadway, then doubled back toward his apartment. He continued to check the streets behind and around him. He saw no one following. He stepped inside the lobby and paused, studied the street for a full 5 minutes. An elderly man, Mallory recognized him as a neighbor from across the street, walking his poodle, a kid on rollerblades, 2 teenage girls with ice cream cones, no one else. The street was empty. Tomorrow was Monday, a work and school day. People were now home ironing clothes, helping their children with lessons, and glued to the TV watching CNN reporting on the terrible tragedy in Central Park. He hurried to his apartment, doused all the lights. And now the show closes, revered audience, as they always do. But it is the nature of our art that what's old to today's audience will be fresh and inventive to those elsewhere tomorrow and the day after. Did you know, my friends, that curtain calls are not to thank the performer, but are intended to give him a chance to thank his audience? Those people who were kind enough to lend him their attention during his show. So I applaud you now for gracing me with your presence during these modest performances. I hope I've given you excitement and joy. I hope I've brought wonder to your hearts as you joined me in this netherworld where life is transformed to death, death to life, and the real to the unreal. I bow to you, revered audience." He lit a candle and settled into the couch. He kept his eyes fixed on the flame. Tonight, he knew that it would shudder, that he would receive a message. Staring, sitting forward, bathed in the contentment of vengeance completed, rocking back and forth hypnotically, breathing slowly. The candle flickered. Yes. Speak to me. Flicker again. And indeed, only a moment later, it did. But the shuddering wasn't a message from the supernatural spirit of a loved one long gone, but solely from the gust of cool April evening air that filled the room when the half-dozen police officers in riot gear broke the door in with a battering ram. They flung the gasping illusionist to the floor, where one of them, the red-haired policewoman he recalled from Lincoln Rhymes' apartment, seated a pistol against the back of his head and gave a steady recitation of his rights. Chapter 47. Their arms trembling against the weight of both Lincoln Rhyme and his Storm Arrow wheelchair, 2 sweating ESU officers carried their burden up the stairs into the building, and deposited the criminalist in the lobby. He then took over and maneuvered his chair into the conjurer's apartment, where he parked next to Amelia Sachs. While their fellow emergency service officers cleared the rooms, Rhyme watched as Bell and Solito carefully searched the astonished killer. Rhyme had suggested they borrow a doctor from the medical examiner's office to help in the search. He arrived a moment later and did as requested. It turned out to be a good idea. The MD found several slits cut into the man's skin. They looked like small scars, but could be pulled open. Inside were tiny metal tools. "X-ray him at the detention infirmary," Rhyme said. "Hell, wait, do an MRI, every square inch." When the conjurer was triple-cuffed and double-shackled, 2 officers pulled the man into a sitting position on the floor. The criminalist was examining a bedroom in which was a huge collection of magicians' props and tools. The masks, fake hands, and latex appliances made the place eerie, sure, but Rhyme sensed mostly loneliness. Seeing these objects stored here for the killer's horrific purposes when they were meant to be part of a show to entertain thousands of people. "How?" the conjurer whispered. Rhyme noted the look of astonishment, dismay, too. The criminalist relished the sensation. All hunters will tell you that the actual search for their quarry is the best part of the game, but no hunter can be truly great unless he feels peak pleasure when he finally brings down his prey. "How did you figure it out?" the man repeated in his asthmatic wheeze. "That your point was to hit the circus?" Rhyme glanced at Sachs. She said, "There wasn't a lot of evidence, but it suggested—" "Suggested? Sachs, I'd say it screamed." "Suggested," she continued, unfazed by his interjection, "what you were really going to do. In the closet, the one in the basement of the criminal courts building, we found the bag with your change of clothes in it, the fake wound." "You found the bag?" she continued. "There was some dried red paint on the shoes and your suit, and carpet fibers." "I thought the paint was fake blood." Rhyme shook his head, angry with himself. "It was logical to make that assumption, but I should have considered other sources. It turned out that the FBI's paint database identified it as Jenkin Manufacturing automotive paint. The shade is an orange-red that's used exclusively for emergency vehicles. That particular formula is sold in small cans for touch-ups. The fibers were automotive, too. They were from heavy-duty commercial carpet installed in GMC ambulances up until 8 years ago." Sachs. "So Lincoln deduced that you'd bought or stolen an old ambulance recently and fixed it up. It might have been for an escape or for another attempt on Charles Grady's life, but then he remembered the bits of brass. What if they actually were from a timer, like we'd thought originally? And since you'd used gas on the handkerchief in Lincoln's apartment, well, that meant that possibly you were going to hide a gas bomb in a fake ambulance." Rhyme offered. "Then I simply used logic." "He played a hunch, is what he's saying," Bell chided. "Hunches," Rhyme snapped, "are nonsense. Logic isn't. Logic is the backbone of science, and criminalistics is pure science." Solito rolled his eyes at Bell. But insubordination in the ranks wasn't going to dampen Rhyme's enthusiasm. "Logic, I was saying. Kara had told us about pointing your audience's attention toward where you don't want them to look. The best illusionists will rig the trick so well that they'll point directly at their method, directly at what they're really going to do, but you won't believe them. You'll look in the opposite direction. When that happens, you've had it. You've lost and they've won. That's what you did. And I have to say it was a brilliant idea. Not a compliment I give very often, is it, Sachs? You wanted revenge against Kadesky for the fire that ruined your life, and so you created a routine that'd let you do it and get away afterward, just like you'd create an illusion for the stage, with layers of misdirections." Rhyme squinted in consideration. He said, "The first misdirection, you forced. Kara told us that's the word illusionists use, right?" The killer said nothing. "I'm sure that's what she said. First, you forced the thought on us that you were going to destroy the circus for revenge. But I didn't believe it. Too obvious. And our suspicion led to misdirection, too. You planted the newspaper article about Grady, the restaurant receipt, the press pass, and the hotel key to make us conclude you were going to kill him. Oh, the jogging jacket by the Hudson River, you were going to leave that at the scene intentionally, weren't you? That was planted evidence you wanted us to find." The conjurer nodded. I was, yes. But it worked out better because your officers surprised me and it looked more natural for me to leave the jacket when I escaped. Now, at that point, the criminalist continued, we think you're a hired assassin, using illusion to get close to Charles Grady and kill him. We've figured you out. There go our suspicions. To an extent. The conjurer managed a faint smile. An extent? He wheezed. See, when you use misdirection to trick people, smart people, they continue to be suspicious. So you hit us with misdirection number 3. To keep us focused away from the circus, you made us think that you got arrested intentionally to get inside the detention center, not to kill Grady, but to break Constable out of jail. By then we'd forgotten completely about the circus and Kadesky. But in fact, you didn't care a bit about either Constable or Grady. They were props, misdirections to fool you, he admitted. The Patriot Assembly, they're not going to be too happy about that, Salida muttered. A nod at the shackles. I'd say that's the least of my worries, wouldn't you? Knowing what he did about Constable and the others in the Assembly, Rhyme wasn't too sure. Bell nodded at the conjurer and asked Rhyme, but why'd he go to the trouble to set up Constable and plan the fake escape? Solido answered, obviously to, misdirect us away from the circus so he'd have an easier time getting the bomb there. Actually, no, Lon, Rhyme said slowly. There was another reason. At these words, or perhaps at the cryptic tone in Rhyme's voice, the killer turned toward the criminalist, who could see caution in his eyes, real caution, if not fear, for the first time that night. Gotcha, Rhyme thought. He said, see, there was a 4th misdirection. 4? Solido said. That's right. He's not Eric Ware, Rhyme announced, with what even he had to admit was excessive dramatics. Chapter 48. With a sigh, the killer eased back against the chair leg, eyes closing. Not where? Solido asked. That, Rhyme continued, was the whole point of what he did this weekend. He wanted revenge against Kadesky and the Hasbro Circus, the Cirque Fantastique now. Well, it's easy to get revenge if you don't care about escaping, but, a nod toward the conjurer, he wanted to get away, stay out of prison, keep performing. So he did an identity quick change. He became Eric Ware, got himself arrested this afternoon, fingerprinted, and then escaped. Solido nodded. So after he killed Kadesky and burned down the circus, everybody'd be looking for Ware and not for who he really is. A frown. And who the hell is he? Arthur Lesser, Ware's protege. The killer gasped softly as the last shred of anonymity and hope for escape vanished. But Lesser called us, Solido pointed out. He was out west in Nevada. No, he wasn't. I checked the phone records. The call came up no caller ID on my phone because he placed it through a prepaid long-distance account. He was calling from a payphone on West 87th Street. He doesn't have a wife. The message on his voicemail in Vegas was fake. Just like he called the other assistant, Keating, and pretended to be Ware, right? Solido asked. Yep. Asking about the Ohio fire, sounding weird and threatening. To back up what we thought, that Ware was in New York to get revenge against Kadesky. He had to leave a trail that Ware had resurfaced, like ordering the Darby handcuffs in Ware's name, the gun he bought, too. Rhyme looked over the killer. How's the voice? He asked sardonically. The lungs feel better now? You know they're fine, Lesser snapped. The whisper and wheezing were gone. There was no damage to his lungs. It was just another ruse to make them believe he was Ware. Rhyme nodded toward the bedroom. I saw some designs for promotional posters in there. I assume you drew them. The name on them was Malarick. That's you now, right? The killer nodded. What I told you before is true. I hated my old name. I hate anything about me from before the fire. It was too hard to be reminded of those times. Malaric's how I think of myself now. How did you catch on?" "After they sealed the corridor in detention, you used your shirt and wiped the floor and the cuffs," Rhyme explained. "But when I thought about that, I couldn't figure out why. To clean up the blood? That didn't make sense. No, the only answer I could come up with was that you wanted to get rid of your fingerprints. But you'd just been printed. Why would you be worried about leaving them in the corridor?" Rhyme gave a shrug, suggesting that the answer was painfully obvious. Because your real prints were different from the ones on the card that had just been rolled and filed. "How the fuck did he manage that?" Solito asked. "Amelia found traces of fresh ink at the scene. That was from his being printed tonight. The trace wasn't important in itself, but what was significant was that it matched the ink we found in his gym bag at the Marston assault. That meant he'd come in contact with fingerprint ink before today. I guessed that he stole a blank fingerprint card and printed it at home with the real Eric Ware's prints. He used that adhesive wax to hide it in his jacket lining tonight. We were looking for weapons and keys, not pieces of cardboard. And then after they rolled his prints, he distracted the technicians and swapped the cards, probably flushed the new one or threw it out." Lesser grimaced in anger, a confirmation of Rhyme's deduction. "DOC sent over the card they had on file, and Mel processed it. The rolled prints were Ware's, but the latents were Lesser's. He was in the AFIS database from when he was arrested with Ware on those reckless endangerment charges in New Jersey. We checked the DOC officer's Glock, too. She took that with her, and he didn't get a chance to wipe it down. Those prints came back a match for Lesser, too. Oh, and we got a partial from the razor knife blade." Rhyme glanced at the small bandage on Lesser's temple. "You forgot to take that with you." "I couldn't find it," the killer snapped. "I didn't have time to look." "But," Solito pointed out to Rhyme, "he'd be younger than Ware." "He is younger than Ware." He nodded toward Lesser's face. "The wrinkles are just latex appliances, like the scars. They're all fake. Ware was born in 1950. Lesser's 20 years younger, so he had to age." Then he muttered, "Oh, I missed that one. Should have thought better. Those bits of latex covered with makeup that Amelia found at the scenes? I assumed they were from those finger pads he was wearing, but that wouldn't make sense. Nobody'd wear makeup on his fingers. It would come off. No, it was from the other appliances." Rhyme examined the killer's cheeks and brow. "The latex must be uncomfortable. You get used to it. Sax, let's see what he really looks like." With some difficulty, she peeled off the beard and patches of wrinkles around his eyes and chin. The resulting face was blotchy from the adhesive, but yes, he was clearly much younger. The structure of his face was different, too. He didn't look much at all like the man he'd been. "Not like those masks in Mission Impossible, hmm? Put 'em on, pull 'em off?" "No. Real appliances aren't like that at all." "The fingers, too." Rhyme nodded at the killer's left hand. To make the fusing of the fingers credible, they'd been bound together with a bandage, then covered in thick latex. As a result, the 2 digits were wrinkled, limp, and virtually white, but, of course, they were otherwise normal. Sachs examined them. "I was just asking Rhyme why you didn't uncover them at the street fair, since we were looking for a man with a deformed left hand. But the 2 digits had their own appearance of deformity and would have given him away." Rhyme looked the killer over and said, "Pretty close to a perfect crime. A perp who made certain that we charged somebody else. We'd know Ware was guilty, we'd have positive ID, but then he'd disappear. Lesser would go on with his life, and the escapee, Ware, would be gone forever. The vanished man." And even though Lesser had picked the victims yesterday to misdirect the police, not out of any deep psychological urge, nonetheless, Terry Dobyns's ultimate diagnosis fit perfectly. Seeking revenge for the fire that had destroyed a loved one. The difference was that the tragedy hadn't been Ware's loss of his career and the death of his wife. It had been Lesser's loss of his mentor, Ware himself. But there's one problem, Solito pointed out. All he did by swapping the print cards was make sure we'd go after the real Ware. Why would he do that to his mentor? Rhymes said, "Why do you think I made those strapping young officers carry me up the stairs into this extremely inaccessible place, Lon?" He looked around the room. "I wanted to walk the grid myself. Oh, excuse me, I should say roll the grid." He now wheeled through the room expertly, using the touchpad controller. He stopped by the fireplace and glanced up. "I think I've found our perp, Lon." He looked up at the mantel, on which sat an inlaid box and a candle. "That's Eric Ware, right? His ashes." Lesser said softly, "That's right." He knew he didn't have much time left. He wanted to get out of the burn unit in Ohio and go back to his house in Vegas before he died. I snuck him out one night and drove him home. He lived another few weeks after we got there. I bribed a night shift operator at a mortuary to cremate him. "And the fingerprints?" Rhyme asked. "You rolled his prints after he died? Had stamps made so you could do the fake fingerprint card?" A nod. "So, you've been planning this for years?" Passionately, Lesser said, "Yes. His death is like a burn that doesn't stop hurting." Bill asked, "You risked all of this for revenge? For your boss?" "Boss? He was more than my boss," Lesser spat out madly. "You don't understand. I think about my father a couple times a year, and he's still alive. I think about Mr. Ware every hour of the day. Ever since he came into the shop in Vegas where I was performing, young Houdini, that was me. I was 14 then. What a day that was. He told me he was going to give me the vision to be great. On my 15th birthday, I ran away from home to travel with him." His voice wavered for a moment and fell silent. He continued, "Mr. Ware may have beat me and screamed at me and made my life hell sometimes, but he saw what was inside me. He cared for me. He taught me how to be an illusionist." A cloud filled the man's face. "And then he was taken away from me. Because of Kadesky. He and that fucking business of his killed Mr. Ware, and me too. Arthur Lesser died in that fire." He looked at the box, and on his face there was an expression of sorrow and hope and such odd love that Rhyme felt a chill crawl down his neck until it disappeared into his numb body. Lesser looked back to Rhyme and gave a cold laugh. "Well, you may have caught me. But Mr. Ware and I won. You didn't stop us in time. The circus is gone, Kadesky's gone. And if he isn't dead himself, his career's over." "Ah, yes. The Cirque Fantastique, the fire." Rhyme shook his head gravely. Then he added, "Still—" Lesser frowned, sweeping the room with his eyes, trying to nab Rhyme's meaning. "What? What are you saying?" "Think back a little. Earlier tonight. You're in Central Park, watching the flames, the smoke, the destruction, listening to the screams. You figure you better leave. We'll be looking for you soon. You're on your way back here. Someone, a young woman, an Asian woman in a jogging suit, bumps into you. You exchange a few words about what's going on. You go your separate ways." "What the hell are you talking about?" Lesser snapped. "Check the back of your watch band," Rhyme said. With a clink of the cuffs, he turned his wrist over. On the band was a small black disc. Sachs peeled it off. "GPS tracker. We used that to follow you here. Weren't you a little surprised that we just showed up a-knocking on your door?" "But who—" "Wait. It was that illusionist, that girl, Kara. I didn't recognize her." Rhymes said wryly, "Well, that is the whole point of illusion now, isn't it? We spotted you in the park, but we were afraid you'd get away. You do have a tendency to do that, you know. And we assumed you'd take a complicated route back to where you were staying, so I asked Kara to do a little disguise of her own. She's good, that woman. Hardly recognized her myself. When she bumped into you, she taped the sensor to your watch." Sachs continued, "We might have been able to take you down on the street, but you've been just a little too good at escaping. Anyway, we wanted to find your hidey hole." "But that means you knew before the fire." "Oh," Rhymes said dismissively, "your ambulance? The bomb squad found it and rendered it safe in about 60 seconds. They drove it off and replaced it with another one so you wouldn't think we'd caught on. We knew you'd want to watch the fire. We got as many undercover officers as we could into the park, looking for a male about your build, who'd watch the fire, but then who'd leave not long after it started. A couple of them saw you, and we had Kara nail you with the chip. And presto," Rhymes smiled at his choice of word, "here we are." "But the fire! I saw it," Rhymes said to Sachs. "See what I keep saying about evidence versus witnesses? He saw the fire, therefore it had to be real." To Lesser he said, "But it wasn't real, now, was it?" Sachs said, "What you saw was smoke from a couple of National Guard smoke grenades we mounted on the top of the tent with a crane. The flames? From a propane burner at the stage door where the ambulance was. Then they backlit a couple more burners in the ring and projected the shadows of the flames onto the side of the tent." "I heard screams," Lesser whispered. "Oh, that was Kara's idea. She thought we could have Kadesky tell the audience they were taking an intermission from the show so a movie studio could shoot a scene in the tent about a fire in a circus. He had everybody start screaming on cue. They loved it. They got to be extras." "No," the conjurer whispered. "It was an illusion," Rhyme said to him. "It was all an illusion. Some sleight of mind from the immobilized man." "I better run the scene here," Sachs said, nodding around the room and frowning. Sure, Sachs, what was I thinking of? Here we are sitting around chatting and contaminating a crime scene." With multiple cuffs and shackles binding him and an officer on either side, the killer was led out the door, far less cocky than the last time he'd been led down to detention. As two ESU officers were about to schlep Rhyme outside once more, Lon Solito's phone rang. He took the call. "She's right here." A glance at Sachs. "You want to talk to her?" Then he shook his head at her and continued to listen, looking grave. "Okay, I'll tell her." He hung up. "That was Marlowe," he said to Sachs, the head of patrol services. What was up, the criminalist wondered, seeing the troubled look on Solito's face. The rumpled detective continued, speaking to Sachs. "He wants you downtown tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's about your promotion." Solito then frowned. "There was something else he wanted me to tell you. Something about your score on the test. What was it?" He shook his head, stared at the ceiling, clearly troubled. "What was it?" Sachs looked on impassively, though Rhyme observed a fingernail make a brief assault on the cuticle of her thumb. Then the detective snapped his fingers. "Oh, yeah, now I remember. He said you got the third highest score in the history of the department." A frown filled his face, and he looked at Rhyme. "You know what this means, don't you? Christ have mercy, now there'll be no living with her." Jogging, breathless, the corridor was a mile long. Kara sprinted along the grey linoleum with only one thing in her mind, not the late Eric Ware or his psychotic assistant Art Lesser, not the brilliance of the fire illusion at the Cirque Fantastique. No, all she thought was, am I in time? Down the dim corridor, footsteps pounding on the floor. Past doorways closed and doorways open, hearing bits of TV and music, hearing farewell conversation as families prepare to leave at the end of Sunday visiting hours, hearing her own hollow footsteps. She paused outside the room, inhaled a dozen deep breaths to steady her voice, and, more nervous than she'd ever been, going on stage, stepped into the room. A pause, then, "Hi, Mom." Her mother turned away from the TV. She blinked in surprise and smiled. "Why, look who it is. Hello, dear." "Oh, my God," Kara thought, looking at the bright eyes. "She's back." She's really back." She walked over and hugged the woman, then pulled the chair closer. "How are you?" "Fine. Little chilly tonight." "I'll close the window." Kara rose and pulled it shut. "I thought you weren't going to make it, honey. Busy night. I'll have to tell you what I've been up to, Mum. You won't believe it. I can't wait." Excitedly, Kara asked, "You want some tea or something?" She felt a fierce urgency to pour out all the details of her life in the past 6 months, to ramble. But she told herself to slow down. Gushing, she sensed, could easily overwhelm her mother, who seemed immensely fragile at the moment. "Nope, not a thing, dear. Could you shut the TV off? I'd rather visit with you. There's that control. I can never get it to work. Sometimes I almost think somebody sneaks in and changes the buttons. I'm glad I got here before you went to bed. I would have stayed up to visit with you." Kara gave her a smile. Her mother then said, "I was just thinking about your uncle, honey, my brother." Kara nodded. Her mother's late brother was the black sheep of the family. He'd gone out west when Kara was young and never kept in touch with the family. Kara's mother and grandparents had refused to talk about him, and his name was verboten at family gatherings. But of course the rumors flew. He was gay, he was straight and married, but he'd had an affair with a Roma gypsy, he'd shot a man over another woman, he'd never married and was an alcoholic jazz musician. Kara had always wanted to learn the truth about him. "What about him, Mum? You want to hear?" "Oh, you bet. Tell me some stories," she now asked, leaning forward and resting her hand on the woman's arm. "Well, let's see. When would it have been? I guess May of 70, maybe 71, not sure of the year. That's my mind for you. But I know it was May. Your uncle and some of his army buddies had come back from Vietnam." "He was a soldier? I never knew that." "Oh, he looked very handsome in his uniform. Well, they had a terrible time over there." Her voice grew serious. "Your uncle's best friend was killed right next to him, died in his arms, a big black fellow. Well, Tom and another soldier got it into their heads that they'd like to start a business to help their dead friend's family. So what they did was they went down south and bought a boat. Can you imagine your uncle on a boat? I thought it was the strangest thing ever. They started a shrimp business. Tom made a fortune." "Mom," Kara said softly. Her mother smiled at some memory and shook her head. "A boat? Well, the company was very successful, and people were surprised because, well, Tom never seemed too bright." Her mother's eyes sparkled. "But you know what he used to say to them?" "What, Mum?" "Stupid is as stupid does." "That's a good expression," Kara whispered. "Oh, you would have loved that man, Jenny. Did you know he met the President of the United States once and played ping-pong in China?" Not noticing her daughter's quiet crying, the old woman continued to tell Kara the rest of the story of Forrest Gump, the movie that she'd been watching on TV a few moments before. Kara's uncle's name was Gil, but in her mother's fantasy he was Tom, presumably after the film's star, Tom Hanks. Kara herself had become Jenny, Forrest's girlfriend. No, no, no. Kara thought in despair. I didn't make it in time after all. Her mother's soul had come and gone, leaving in its place only illusion. The woman's narrative became a garbled stream that moved from the shrimp boat in the Gulf to a swordfish boat in the North Atlantic, caught in something called a perfect storm, to an ocean liner sinking while her brother in tuxedo played the violin on deck. Thoughts, memories, and images from a dozen other movies or books joined real memories. Soon Kara's uncle, as well as all semblance of coherence, vanished completely. "It's somewhere outside," the old woman said with finality. "I know it's outside." She closed her eyes. Kara sat forward in her chair, gently resting her hand on her mother's smooth arm until the old woman was asleep, thinking, but she had been in her right mind earlier. Janine wouldn't have paged her if she hadn't. And if it happened once, she thought defiantly, it could happen again. Finally, Kara rose and walked out into the dark corridor, reflecting that, as talented a performer as she might be, she lacked the one skill she so desperately wanted: to magically transport her mother to that place where hearts stoked with the fuel of affection burn warmly for all the years God assigned them, where minds retain perfectly every chapter in the rich histories of families, where the apparent gulfs between loved ones turn out to be, in the end, nothing more than effects, temporary illusions. Chapter 49. Gerald Marlowe, a man with thick, Vitalis crisp hair, was head of the NYPD's Patrol Services Division. His deliberate manner had been forged walking a beat for 20 years and tempered by spending another 15 at the far riskier job of supervising officers who walked similar beats. Now, Monday morning, Amelia Sachs stood more or less at attention in front of him, willing her knees to ignore the arthritis that dug switchblades into them. They were in Marlowe's corner office high up in the big building, One Police Plaza, downtown. Marlowe glanced up from the file he'd been reading and eyed her impeccably pressed blue navies. "Oh, sit down, officer. Sorry, sit down." "So, Herman Sachs's daughter." Sitting, she noted a faint hesitation between the last two words of his sentence. Had the word girl been quickly replaced? "That's right." "I was at the funeral." "I remember." "It was a good one, as funerals go." Eyes on hers, posture upright, Marlowe said, "Okay, officer, here it is. You're in some trouble." It hit her like a physical blow. "I'm sorry, sir?" "A crime scene on Saturday by the Harlem River. Car went into the water. You ran it?" Where the conjurer's Mazda took out crackhead Carlos's shack and went for a swim. "Yes, that's right." "You placed somebody under arrest at the scene," Marlowe said. "Oh, that, not really arrest. This guy went under the tape and was digging around in a sealed area. I had him escorted out and detained." "Detained? Arrested. The point is, he was in custody for a while." "Sure. I needed him out of my hair. It was an active scene." Sachs was starting to get her bearings. The obnoxious citizen had complained. Happened every day. Nobody paid attention to crap like that. She began to relax. "Well, the guy? It was Victor Ramos." "Yeah, I think he told me that." "Congressman Victor Ramos." The relaxation vanished. The captain opened a New York Daily News. Let's see. Here. He lifted the paper and held up a centerfold, which featured a large picture of the man in cuffs at the scene. The headline read, "Time out for Victor." "You told the officers on the scene to put him in time out?" Did you?" "I believe I did, sir, yes." Marlowe offered. "He claimed he was looking for survivors." "Survivors?" she barked, laughing. "It was a 10-by-10 squatter's shack that got clipped when the perp's car went into the river. Part of a wall fell over and—" "You're getting a little hot here, officer." "And I think a bag of goddamn empties got ripped open. That was the only damage. EMS cleared the shack and I sealed it. The only living things left to rescue in that place were the lice." "Uh-huh," Marlowe said evenly, uneasy with her temper. "He said he was simply making sure anybody living there was safe." She added with uncontrolled irony, "The homeowners walked out on their own. Nobody was hurt, though I understand one of them later got a bruised cheek when he resisted arrest." "Arrest?" "He tried to steal a fireman's flashlight and then urinated on him." "Oh, brother." She muttered, "They were unharmed, they were stoned, and they were assholes, and those were the citizens Ramos was worried about?" The captain's grimace, containing shreds of both caution and sympathy, faded. The emotion was replaced by his rubbery, bureaucratic facade. "Do you know for a fact that there was any evidence Ramos destroyed that would have been relevant to collaring the suspect?" "Whether there was or not doesn't make a bit of difference, sir. It's the procedure that's important." She was struggling to keep calm, keep the edge out of her voice. Marlowe was, after all, her boss's boss's boss. "Trying to work things out here, Officer Sachs," he said sternly. Then repeated, "Do you know for a fact that evidence was destroyed?" She sighed. "No." "So his being in the scene was irrelevant?" Irrelevant?" "Yes, sir." She cleared her throat. "We were after a cop killer, Captain. Does that count for anything?" she asked bitterly. "To me, to a lot of people, yeah. To Ramos, no." She nodded. "Okay. What kind of firestorm are we talking?" "There were TV crews there, officer. You watched the news that night?" "Nope," she thought. "I was pretty busy trying to collar a murderer." Sachs chose a different answer. "No, sir." "Well, Ramos was prominently featured, being led off in cuffs." She said, "You know the only reason he was in the scene in the first place was to be filmed risking his goddamn life to look for survivors." "I'm curious, sir. Ramos running for re-election any time soon?" "Even confirming comments like that can get you early retirement. Or no retirement at all." Marlowe said nothing. "What's the bottom line?" Marlowe's lips tightened. "I'm sorry, officer. You've washed out. Ramos checked on you, found out about the sergeant's exam. He pulled strings. He got you flunked." "He did what?" "Flunked. He talked to the examining officers." "I had the third highest exam in the history of the department," she said, laughing bitterly. "Isn't that right?" "Yes, on the multiple choice and the orals. But you need to pass the assessment exercise, too." "I did fine on it." "The preliminary results were good, but in the final report you flunked." "Impossible! What happened?" "One of the officers in the exercise wouldn't pass you." "Wouldn't pass me? But I—" Her voice faded as she pictured the handsome officer with the shotgun stepping out from behind the dumpster. The man she'd snubbed. Bang, bang. The captain read from a piece of paper. "He said you didn't, quote, display proper respect for individuals in a supervisory position, and she exhibited disrespectful behavior with regard to peers, leading to situations of endangerment." So Ramos tracked down somebody willing to dime me out and fed him those lines. "I'm sorry, Captain, but you really think a street cop talks that way? Situations of endangerment? Come on." "Well, Pop," she thought to her father, "how's this for sticking in the craw?" Feeling heartsick. Then she looked carefully at Marlowe. "What else, sir?" "There is something else, isn't there?" To his credit, he held her eye as he said, "Yes, officer, there is. It gets worse, I'm afraid." "Let's hear how exactly it could be worse, Pop." "Ramos is trying to get you suspended." "Suspended? That's bullshit." "He wants an inquest." "Vindictive—" The prick didn't get spoken as she saw in Marlowe's gaze the reminder that it was this sort of attitude that had gotten her into trouble in the first place. He added, "I have to tell you that he's mad enough to— well, he's going for suspension without pay." This punishment was usually reserved for officers accused of crimes. "Why?" Marlowe didn't answer. But he didn't need to, of course. Sachs knew, to bolster his credibility, Ramos had to show that the time-out woman who'd embarrassed him was a loose cannon. And the other reason was that he was a vindictive prick. "What would the grounds be?" "Insubordination, incompetence." "I can't lose my shield, sir." Trying not to sound desperate. "There's nothing I can do about your flunking the exam, Amelia. That's in the board's hands, and they've already made their decision. But I'll fight the suspension. I can't promise anything, though. Ramos has got wire all over the city." A hand rose into her scalp. She scratched until she felt pain, lowered her hand, feeling slick blood. "Can I speak freely, sir?" Marlowe slumped slightly in his chair. "Jesus, officer, sure, you have to know I feel bad about this. Say what you want. And you don't have to sit at attention. We're not the Army, you know." Sachs cleared her throat. "If he tries for suspension, sir, my next call will be to the PBA lawyers. I'll light this one up. I'll take it as far as I have to." And she would, though she knew how non-rank cops who fought discrimination or suspensions through the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association were unofficially red-flagged. Many of them found their careers permanently sidetracked, even if they won technical victories. Marlowe held her steady gaze as he said, "Noted, officer." So it was knuckle time. Her father's expression about being a cop. "Amy, you have to understand, sometimes it's a rush, sometimes you get to make a difference, sometimes it's boring, and sometimes, not too often, thank God, it's knuckle time, fist to fist. You're all by your lonesome with nobody to help you. And I don't mean just the perps. Sometimes it'll be you against your boss, sometimes against their bosses. Could be you against your buddies, too. You're going to be a cop, you got to be ready to go it alone. There's no getting around it." "Well, for the time being, you're still on active duty." "Yes, sir. When will I know?" "A day or two." Walking toward the door, she stopped, turned back. "Sir?" Marlowe glanced up as if he was surprised she was still there. "Ramos was in the middle of my crime scene. If it had been you there, or the mayor, or the president himself, I would have done exactly the same thing." "That's why you're your father's daughter, officer. And why he'd be proud of you." Marlowe lifted his phone off the cradle. "We'll hope for the best." Chapter 50. Tom led Lon Solito into the front hallway, where Lincoln Rhymes sat in his candy-apple red chair, grumbling at construction workers to mind the woodwork as they carted refuse downstairs from the repair work currently going on in his fire-damaged bedroom. Passing by on his way to the kitchen to fix lunch, Tom grumbled back, "Leave him alone, Lincoln. You couldn't care less about the woodwork." "It's the principle," the criminalist replied tautly. "It's my woodwork and their clumsiness." "He's always this way when a case is over," the aide said to Solito. "Have you got some really thorny robbery or murder for him, a good pacifier?" "I don't need a pacifier," Rhymes snapped as the aide vanished. "I need people to be careful with the walls." Solito said, "Hey, Link, we've got to talk." The criminalist noted the tone and the look in Solito's eyes. They'd been working together for years, and he could read every emotion the cop broadcast, especially when he was troubled. What now, he wondered. "Just heard from the head of patrol. It's about Amelia." Solito cleared his throat. Rhymes' heart undoubtedly gave an extra slam in his chest. He never felt it, of course, though he did sense a surge of blood in his neck and head and face. Thinking, bullet, car crash. He said evenly in a low voice, "Go on." "She washed out. The sergeant's exam." "What?" "Yup." Rhymes' hot relief turned instantly to sorrow for her. The detective continued, "It's not official yet, but I know." "Where'd you hear?" "Cop radar, a fucking bird, I don't know. Sex is a star. When something like this happens, word gets out." "What about her score on the exam?" "Despite her score on the exam." Rhyme wheeled into the lab. The detective, looking particularly rumpled today, followed. The explanation was pure sax, it turned out. She'd ordered somebody out of an active crime scene, and when he wouldn't leave, had him cuffed. Bad for her, the guy turned out to be Victor Ramos. The congressman. Lincoln Rhyme had virtually no interest in local government, but he knew about Ramos, an opportunistic politico who'd abandoned his Latino constituents in Spanish Harlem until recently, now that the politically correct climate and size of the electorate meant he could push for Albany or a spot in Washington. "Can they wash her out?" "Come on, Link, they can do what they fucking want. They're even talking suspension." "She can fight it. She will fight it. And you know what happens to street cops who take on brass. Odds are even if she wins, they'll send her to East New York. Hell, even worse, they'll send her to a desk in East New York." "Fuck," the criminalist spat out. Solito paced around the room, stepping over cables and glancing at the Conjurer case whiteboards. The detective dropped into a chair that creaked under his weight. He needed a roll of fat around his waistband. The Conjurer case had seriously sidetracked his diet. "One thing," he said softly, a whiff of conspiracy in his voice. "Yeah?" "There's this guy I know. He was the one cleaned up the 18. When all that crack and smack kept disappearing from the evidence locker a few years ago? Yeah, that was it. He's got serious wire all over the big building. The commissioner will listen to him, and he'll listen to me. He owes me." Then he waved his arm toward the conjurer case evidence boards. "And fuck, look at what we just did. We nailed one hell of a doer. Let me give him a call, pull some strings for her." And Rhyme's eyes, too, took in the charts, then the equipment, the examining tables, books, all devoted to the science of analyzing the evidence that Sachs had teased or muscled out of crime scenes over the past few years they'd been together. "I don't know," he said. "What's the problem? If she made Sergeant that way, well, she wouldn't be the one making it." The detective replied, "You know what this promotion means to her, Link." Yeah, he did. "Look, all we're doing is playing by Ramos's rules. He wants to take it down a notch. We'll do the same. Make it a, even playing field." Celito liked his idea. He added, "Amelia'll never find out. I'll tell my guy to keep a lid on it. He'll do it." "You know what this promotion means to her." "So what do you think?" the detective asked. Rhyme said nothing for a moment, looking for the answer in the silent forensic equipment surrounding him, and then in the green mist of spring buds crowning the trees in Central Park. The scuffs on the woodwork had been scrubbed away, and all traces of the fire in the bedroom had been vanished, as Tom had put it, rather cleverly, Rhyme thought. A rich scent of smoke lingered, but that reminded Lincoln Rhyme of good Scotch and was therefore not a problem at all. Now, midnight, the room dark, Rhyme lay in his flexicare bed, staring out the window. Outside was a flutter of motion as a falcon, one of God's most fluid creatures, landed on the ledge. Depending on the light and their degree of alertness, the birds seemed to shrink or grow in size. Tonight they seemed larger than in the daylight, their forms magnificent, menacing, too. They weren't pleased with the noises radiating from the Cirque Fantastique in Central Park. Well, Rhyme wasn't very happy about them either. He'd dozed off 10 minutes ago, only to be awakened by a loud burst of applause from the tent. "They should have a curfew on that," Rhyme grumbled to Sachs, lying beside him in bed. "I could shoot out their generator," she replied, her voice clear. She apparently hadn't gotten to sleep at all. Her head was on the pillow next to his, lips against his neck, on which he could feel the faint tickle of her hair and the smooth, cool plane of her skin. Also, her breasts against his chest, belly to hip, leg over leg. He knew this only by observation, of course. There was no sensate proof of the contact. He relished that closeness all the same. Sachs always adhered to Rhyme's firm rule that those walking the grid not wear scent because they might miss olfactory evidence at crime scenes. But she was off duty at the moment, and he detected on her skin a pleasant, complex smell which he deduced to be jasmine, gardenia, and synthetic motor oil. They were alone in the apartment. They'd shipped Tom off to the movies with his friend Peter, and had spent the night with some new CDs, 2 ounces of Sevruga caviar, Ritz crackers, and copious Moet, despite the inherent difficulties in drinking champagne through a straw. Now, in the darkness, he was thinking again about music, about how such a purely mechanical system of tones and pacing could consume you so completely. It fascinated him. The more he thought about it, the more he decided that the subject might not be as mysterious as it seemed. Music was, after all, firmly rooted in his world, science, logic, and mathematics. How would one go about writing a melody? If the physical therapy exercises he was doing now eventually had some effect, could he actually press his fingers on a keyboard? As he was considering this, he noticed Sachs looking up at his face in the dim light. "You heard about the sergeant's exam?" she asked. A hesitation, then, "Yeah," he replied. He'd scrupulously avoided bringing up the matter all night. When Sachs was prepared to discuss something, she would. Until then, the subject didn't exist. "You know what happened?" she asked. "Not all the details. I assume it falls into the category of a quasi-corrupt, self-interested government official versus the overworked, heroic crime scene cop. Something like that?" A laugh. "Pretty much. I've been there myself, Sachs." The music from the circus kept thudding away, engendering mixed responses. Somehow you felt you should be irritated that it was intruding, but you couldn't resist enjoying the beat. She then asked, "Did Lon talk to you about pulling some strings for me? Making calls to City Hall?" Emilio'll never find out. I'll tell my guy to keep the lid on it. He chuckled. He did, yeah. You know, Lon. The music stopped. Then applause filled the night. The faint yet evocative sound of the MC's voice followed. She said, I heard he could have made the whole thing go away. Bypassed Ramos. Probably. He's got a long reach. Sachs asked, And what did you say about that? What do you think? I'm asking. Rhyme said, I said no. I wouldn't let him do it. You wouldn't? No. I told him you'd make rank on your own or not at all. God damn, she muttered. He looked down at her, momentarily alarmed. Had he misjudged her? I'm pissed at Lon for even considering it. He meant well. He believed that her arm around his chest gripped him tighter. What you told him, Rhyme, that means more to me than anything. I know that. It could get ugly. Ramos is going for suspension, 12 months off duty, no pay. I don't know what I'll do. You'll consult. With me. A civilian can't walk the grid, Rhyme. I have to sit still. I'll go crazy. When you move, they can't get you. We'll get through it. Love you, she whispered. His response was to inhale her flowery Quaker State scent and tell her that he loved her too. Man, it's too bright. She looked toward the window, filled with glare from the circus spotlights. Where are the shades? Burned up, remember? I thought Tom got some new ones. He started to put them up, but he was fussing too much, measuring and everything. I threw him out and told him to do it later. Sachs slipped out of bed and found an extra sheet, draped it over the window, cutting out much of the light. She returned to bed, curled up against him, and was soon asleep. But not Lincoln Rhyme. As he lay listening to the music and the cryptic voice of the MC, some ideas began to form in his mind, and the opportunity for sleep came and went. Soon he was completely awake, lost in his thoughts, which were, not surprisingly, about the circus. Late the next morning, Tom walked into the bedroom to find that Rhyme had a visitor. Hi, he said to Janine Williams, sitting in one of the new chairs beside his bed. Tom, she shook his hand. The aide, who'd been out shopping, was clearly surprised to see someone there. Thanks to the computer, the environmental control units, and CCTV, Rhyme was, of course, perfectly capable of calling someone up, inviting them over, and letting them inside when they arrived. No need to look so shocked, Rhyme said caustically. I have invited people over before, you know. Blue Moon comes to mind. Maybe I'll hire Janine here to replace you. Why don't you hire her as well as me? With 2 people here, we could share the abuse. He smiled at her. I wouldn't do that to you, though. I've handled worse. Are you a coffee lady or a tea lady? Rhyme said, Sorry, where were my manners? Should have had the pot boiling by now. Coffee'll do. Scotch for me, Rhyme said. When Tom glanced at the clock, the criminalist added, A small shot for medicinal purposes. Coffee all around, the aide said, and disappeared. After he'd gone, Rhyme and Janine made small talk about spinal cord injury patients and the exercises he was now pursuing fanatically. Then, impatient as ever, Rhyme decided he'd been the polite host long enough and lowered his voice to say, There's a problem, something bothering me. I think you can help. I'm hoping you can. She eyed him cautiously. Maybe. Could you close the door? The large woman glanced at it, rose, and then did as he asked. She returned to her seat. How long have you known Kara? He asked. Kara? Little over a year. Ever since her mother came to Stuyvesant. That's an expensive place, isn't it? Painfully, Janine said. Terrible what they charge, but all of the places like ours, the fees are pretty much the same. Does her mother have insurance? Medicare is all. Kara pays for most of it herself, she added, as best she can. She's current now, but she's in arrears a lot of the time. Rhyme nodded slowly. I'm going to ask you one more question. Think about it before you answer, and I need you to be completely honest. Well, the nurse said uncertainly, looking down at the newly varnished floor, I'll do the best I can. That afternoon, Roland Bell was in Rhyme's living room. To the soundtrack of some enticing Dave Brubeck jazz piano, they were talking about the evidence in the Andrew Constable case. Charles Grady and the state's attorney general himself had decided to delay the man's trial in order to include additional charges against the bigot: attempted murder of his own lawyer, conspiracy to commit murder, and felony murder. It wouldn't be an easy case, linking Constable to Barnes and the other conspirators in the Patriot Assembly, but if anyone could bring in convictions, Grady was the man to do it. He was also going for the death penalty against Arthur Lesser for the murder of patrol officer Larry Burke, whose body had been found in an alley on the Upper West Side. Lon Solito was presently at the officer's full-dress funeral in Queens. Amelia Sachs now walked through the doorway, looking frazzled after an all-day meeting with lawyers arranged through the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association about her possible suspension. She was supposed to have been back hours ago, and, glancing at her face, Rhyme deduced that the results of the session were not good. He himself had some news about his meeting with Janine and what had happened after that, and had tried to reach her but had been unable to. Now, though, there was no time to brief her, because another visitor appeared. Tom ushered Edward Kodesky into the room. "Mr. Rhyme," he said, nodding. He'd forgotten Sax's name, but he gave her a second nod in greeting. He shook Roland Bell's hand. "I got your message. It said there's something more about the case." Rhyme nodded. "This morning I did some digging, looking into a few loose ends." "What loose ends?" Sax asked. "Ends I didn't know were loose. Unknown loose ends." She frowned. The producer, too, looked troubled. "Where's Assistant Lesser? He hasn't escaped, has he?" No, he's still in detention." The doorbell rang. Tom vanished, and a moment later Kara stepped through the doorway into the room. She looked around, ruffling her short hair, which had lost its purple sheen and was now ruddy as a freckle. "Hi," she said to the group, blinking in surprise when she saw Kodesky. "Can I get anybody anything?" Tom asked. "Maybe if you could leave us for a minute, Tom, please." The aide glanced at Rhyme and, hearing the firm, troubled tone in his voice, nodded and left the room. The criminalist said to Kara, "Thanks for coming by. I just need to follow up on a few things about the case." "Sure," she said. "Loose ends." Rhyme explained. "I want to know a few more details about the night that the conjurer drove the ambulance bomb into the circus." The young woman nodded, flicking her black fingernails against one another. "Anything I can do to help, I'd be glad to." "The show was scheduled to start at 8, wasn't it?" Rhyme asked Kodesky. "That's right. You weren't back from your dinner and radio interview yet when Lesser parked the ambulance in the doorway?" "No, I wasn't." Rhyme turned to Kara. "But you were there." "Yeah, I saw the ambulance drive in. I didn't think anything about it at the time." "Where did Lesser park, exactly?" "It was under the box seat scaffolding," she said. "Not under the expensive seats, though?" Rhyme asked Kodesky. "No," the man said. "So it was near the main fire exit, the one most people would use in an evacuation." "That's right." Bell asked, "Lincoln, what are you getting at?" "What I'm getting at is Lesser parked the ambulance so that it would do the most damage and yet still give a few people in the box seats a chance to escape. How did he know exactly where to park it?" "I don't know," the producer responded. "He probably checked it out ahead of time and saw it was the best location. I mean, best from his point of view, worst for us." "He might have checked it out earlier," Rhyme mused, "but he also would be reluctant to be seen doing reconnaissance around the circus, since we had officers stationed there." "True." "So, isn't it possible that someone on the inside might have told him to park there?" "Inside?" Kodesky asked, frowning. "Are you saying somebody was helping him? No, none of my people would do that." "Rhyme," Sachs said, "what are you getting at?" He ignored her and turned again to Kara. "I asked you to go to the tent to find Mr. Kodesky about when?" "I guess it was about 7:15. "And you were in the box seat area?" She nodded, and he continued, "Near the exit row?" The woman looked around the room awkwardly. "I guess. Yeah, I was." She looked at Sachs. "Why is he asking me all this? What's going on?" Rhyme answered. "I'm asking because I remembered something you told us, Kara, about people who were involved in an illusionist's act. There's the assistant, the person that we know is working with the illusionist. Then there's the volunteer from the audience. Then there's someone else, the Confederate. Those are people who are actually working with the magician, but seem to have nothing to do with him. They pretend to be stagehands or volunteers." Kadesky said, "Right, lots of magicians use Confederates." Rhyme turned to Kara and said sharply, "Which is what you've been all along, haven't you?" "What's that?" Bell asked, his drawl more pronounced in his surprise. The young woman gasped, shaking her head. "She's been working with Lesser from the beginning," Rhyme said to Sachs. "No," Kadesky said. "Her?" Rhyme continued. "She needs money badly, and Lesser paid her 50,000 to help him." Desperate, Kara said, "But Lesser and I never even met before today." "You didn't need to see him in person. Balzac was the intermediary. He was in on it, too." "Kara?" Sachs whispered. "No, I don't believe it. She wouldn't do that." "Wouldn't she? What do you know about her? Do you even know her real name?" Sachs's troubled eyes turned toward the young woman. "No," she whispered. "She never told me." Tearfully, the young woman shook her head. Finally, she said, "Amelia, I'm so sorry. But you don't understand. Mr. Balzac and Ware were friends. They performed together for years, and he was devastated when Ware died in the fire. Lesser told Mr. Balzac what he was going to do, and they forced me to help him, but you have to believe me, I didn't know they were going to hurt anybody. Mr. Balzac said it was just an extortion thing to get even with Mr. Kadesky. By the time I realized Lesser was killing people, it was too late. They said if I didn't keep helping him, he was going to give my name to the police. I'd go to jail forever. Mr. Balzac would, too." She wiped her face. "I couldn't do that to him." "To your revered mentor," Rhyme said bitterly. With a look of panic in her brilliant blue eyes, the young woman shoved her way through Sachs and Kadesky and leaped for the door. "Stop her, Roland!" Rhyme shouted. Bell sprinted forward and tackled her. They tumbled into the corner of the room. She was strong, but Bell managed to cuff her. He rose, panting from the effort, and pulled his Motorola off his belt, calling in for a prisoner transfer down to detention. Looking disgusted, he put the radio away and read Kara her rights. Rhyme sighed. "I tried to tell you earlier, Sachs. I couldn't get through on the phone. I wish it weren't true, but there you have it. She and Balzac were with Lesser all along. They gulled us like we were their audience." Chapter 51. Whispering, the policewoman said, I don't see how she did it." Rhyme said to Bell, "She manipulated the evidence, lied to us, planted fake clues. Roland, go over to the whiteboards, I'll show you." "Kara planted evidence?" Sachs asked, astonished. "Oh, you bet she did, and she did a damn good job, too. From the first scene, even before you found her. You told me that she gave you that sign to meet her in the coffee shop. They set it up from the beginning." Bell was at the whiteboards, and as he pointed out items of evidence, Rhyme would explain how Kara had tricked him. A moment later, Tom called, "There's an officer here." "Show him in," Rhyme said. A policewoman walked through the doorway and joined Sachs, Bell, and Kadesky, surveying them through stylish glasses with a look of curiosity on her face. She nodded to Rhyme, and, in a Hispanic accent, asked Bell, "You called for prisoner transport, detective?" Bell nodded to the corner of the room. "She's over there. I Mirandized her." The woman glanced toward the corner of the room at Kara's prone form and said, "Okay, I'll take her downtown." She hesitated. "But I got a question first." "Question?" Rhyme asked, frowning. "What are you talking about, officer?" Bell asked. Ignoring the detective, the officer sized up Kadesky. "Could I see some identification, sir?" "Me?" the producer asked. "Yes, sir. I'll need to see your driver's license." "You want my ID again? I did that the other day." "Sir, please." Huffily, the man reached into his hip pocket and withdrew his wallet. Except that it wasn't his. He stared at a battered zebra-skin billfold. "Wait, I don't know what this is." "It's not yours?" the cop asked. "No," he said, troubled. He began patting his pockets. "I don't know. See, that's what I was afraid of," the policewoman said. "I'm sorry, sir. You're under arrest for pickpocketing. You have the right to remain silent." "This is bullshit," Kadesky muttered. "There's some mistake." He opened up the wallet and stared at it for a moment. Then he barked an astonished laugh, held up the driver's license for everyone to see. It was Kara's. There was a handwritten note inside. It dropped out. He picked it up. "It says, 'Gotcha.'" Kadesky said, narrowing his eyes and studying the policewoman closely, then the driver's license. "Wait, is this you?" The officer laughed and removed the glasses, then her cop cap, and the brunette wig beneath it, revealing the short, reddish hair once again. With a towel that Roland Bell, now chuckling hard, handed her, she wiped the dark complexion makeup off her face and peeled away the thick eyebrows and the fake red nails covering the black glossy ones. She then took her wallet back from the hands of the astonished Edward Kadesky and handed him his, which she dipped when she'd plowed into him and Sachs in her escape toward the door. Sachs was shaking her head, too astonished to react. She and Kadesky were both staring at the body lying on the floor. The young illusionist walked into the corner and lifted the device, a lightweight frame in the shape of a person lying on her stomach. Short, reddish-purple hair covered the head portion, and the body wore clothing that resembled the jeans and windbreaker Kara had been in when Bell had cuffed her. The arms of the outfit ended in what turned out to be latex hands, hooked together with Bell's handcuffs, which Kara had escaped from and then relatched on the phony wrists. "It's a fake," Rhyme now announced to the room, nodding at the frame. "A phony Kara." When Sachs and the others had turned away, misdirected by Rhyme toward the chart, Kara had escaped from the cuffs, unfurled the body frame, and then silently slipped out the door to do the quick change in the hallway. She now folded up the device, which compressed into a little package the size of a small pillow. She'd had it hidden under her jacket when she'd arrived. The dummy wouldn't have passed close examination, but in the shadows, with an unsuspecting, misdirected audience, no one had noticed it wasn't the girl. Kadesky was shaking his head. "You did the whole escape and the quick change in less than a minute? 40 seconds. How?" "You saw the effect," Kara said to him. "Think I'll keep the method to myself." "So the point of this is, I assume," said Kadesky cynically, "that you want an audition?" Kara hesitated, and Rhyme shot a prodding glance toward the young woman. "No, the point is, this was the audition. I want a job." Kadesky studied her closely. "It was one trick. You have others?" "Plenty. How many changes have you done in one show?" 42 changes, 30 characters during a 30-minute routine." 42 setups in half an hour? The producer asked, eyebrows raised. "Yep." He debated for only a few seconds. "Come see me next week. I'm not cutting back my current artists' time in the ring, but they could use an assistant and an understudy, and maybe you can do some shows at our winter camp in Florida." Rhyme and Kara exchanged glances. He nodded firmly. "Okay," the young woman said to Kadesky. She shook his hand. Kadesky glanced at the spring-loaded wire form that had fooled them. "You made that?" "Yep." "You might want to patent it." "I never thought about that. Thanks. I'll look into it." He looked her over again. 42 in 30 minutes. Then, nodding, he left the room. Both he and Kara looked as if they'd each bought a very nice, very underpriced sports car. Sachs laughed. "Damn, you had me going." A glance at Rhyme. "Both of you." "Wait up here," Bell said, feigning hurt. "I was in on it, too. I'm the one hog-tied her." Sachs shook her head again. "When did you think this up?" "It had started last night," Rhyme explained, lying in bed, listening to the music from Cirque Fantastique, the ringmaster's muted voice, the applause and laughter from the crowd. His thoughts had segued to Kara, how good her performance at Smoke and Mirrors had been, recalling her lack of self-confidence and Balzac's sway over her, recalling, too, what Sachs had told him about her mother's advanced senility, which had prompted Rhyme's invitation to Janine the next morning. "I'm going to ask you one more question," Rhyme had said to the woman. "Think about it before you answer, and I need you to be completely honest." The query was, will her mother ever come out of it? Janine had said, "Will she get back her mind? Is that what you're asking?" "That's right. Will she recover?" "No." "So Kara's not taking her to England?" A sad laugh. No, that woman's not going anywhere." "Kara said she couldn't quit her job because she needs to keep her mother in the nursing home." "She needs to be cared for, sure, but not at our place. Kara's paying for rehab and recreation, medical intervention, short-term care. Kara's mom doesn't even know what year it is. She could be anywhere. Sorry to say it, but all she needs is maintenance at this point." "What'll happen to her if she goes to a long-term home?" "She'll keep getting worse until the end. Just the same as if she stayed with us, only it wouldn't bankrupt Kara. After that, Janine and Tom had gone off to have lunch together, and undoubtedly to share war stories about the people in their care. Rhyme had then called Kara. She'd come over, and they'd had a talk. The conversation had been awkward. He'd never done well with personal matters. Confronting a heartless killer was easy, compared with intruding on the tender soul of someone's life. "I don't know your profession too well," Rhyme had said, "but when I saw you perform at the store on Sunday, I was impressed. And it takes a lot to impress me. You were damn good." "For a student," had been her dismissive response. "No," he'd said firmly, "for a performer. You should be on stage." "I'm not ready yet. I'll get there eventually." After a thick pause, Rhyme said, "The problem with that attitude is that sometimes you don't get there eventually." He glanced down at his body. "Sometimes things intervene. And there you are, you've put off something important and you miss it forever." "But Mr. Balzac is keeping you down, it's obvious. He's only thinking what's best for me." "No, he's not. I don't know what he's thinking of, but the one thing he's not thinking of is you. Look at Ware and Lesser, and Keating. Mentors can mesmerize you. Thank Balzac for what he's done. Stay friends. Send him box seat tickets for your first Carnegie Hall show. But get away from him now, while you can." "I'm not mesmerized," she'd said, laughing. Rhyme hadn't responded, and he sensed she was considering just how much she was under the man's thumb. He continued, "We've got some juice with Kodesky after everything we've done. Amelia told me how much you like the Cirque Fantastique. I think you should audition." "Even if I did, I have a personal situation. My—" "Mother," Rhyme had interrupted. "Right.
I had a talk with Janine." The woman had fallen silent. Rhyme had said, "Let me tell you a story."
"Story?"
"I headed the forensics department here in New York. The job had the typical administrative crap you can imagine. But the thing I loved most, and what I was best at, was running crime scenes. So even after I was promoted, I still got into the field as often as I could. Well, we had a serial rapist working in the Bronx a few years ago. I won't go into the details, but it was an ugly situation, and I wanted that man nailed. I wanted him bad. I got a call from patrol that there'd been another attack just a half-hour before, and it looked like there was some good evidence. I went uptown to run the scene personally. Just as I got there, I found out my second-in-command and a good friend of mine had had a heart attack. A bad one, big shock. He was a young guy in good shape. Anyway, he was asking for me." Rhyme had pushed down a hard memory and continued, "But I stayed and ran the scene, filled out the chain of custody cards, and then went to the hospital. I got there as fast as I could, but I was too late. He died a half-hour before. I wasn't proud of that. It still hurts me after all these years. But I wouldn't have done it different."
"So your point is that I should put my mother in some shitty home," she'd said bitterly. "A cheaper one, just so I can be happy."
"Of course not. Put her someplace that'll give her what she needs. Care and companionship, not what you need. Not a rehab center that's going to bankrupt you. My point? It's that if there's something you know you're meant to do in life, that has to take priority over everything else. Get a job with Cirque Fantastique or another show, but you have to move on."
"Do you know what some of those homes are like?"
"Well, then your job is to find one that you're both comfortable with. Sorry to be blunt, but I told you up front I don't do well with delicacy."
She'd shaken her head. "Look, Lincoln, even if I decided to, do you know how many people would die for a job at Cirque Fantastique? They get 100 resumes a week."
Finally he'd smiled. "Well, now, I've been thinking about that. The immobilized man has an idea for a routine I think we should try."
Rhyme now finished telling Sachs the story. Kara said, "We thought we'd call the trick the escaping suspect. I'm going to add it to my repertoire." Sachs turned to Rhyme. "And the reason you didn't tell me before was—"
"I'm sorry, you were downtown. I couldn't get through."
"Well, it might have worked better if you told me. You could have left a message."
"I am sorry. There, I've apologized. I don't do it very often, you know. I'd think you might appreciate it. Though, now that you brought it up, I don't really see how it could have worked better. The look on your face was priceless. Added to the credibility."
"And Balzac?" Sachs asked. "He didn't know where? He wasn't really involved?"
Rhyme nodded at Kara. "Pure fiction. We wrote the script, the two of us."
Sachs eyed the young woman. "First you get stabbed to death when I'm supposed to be looking out for you, then you turn into a murder suspect." The policewoman gave an exasperated sigh. This could be a difficult friendship. Kara offered to run up the street to get some more Cuban takeout, which they'd missed the other day, though Rhymes suspected it was just an excuse for her to pick up another one of the restaurant's sludgy coffees. But before they could decide on the order, they were interrupted by Rhymes' ringing phone. He ordered, "Command, answer phone." A moment later, Solito's voice came on the speakerphone. "Link, you busy?" "Depends," he grumbled. "What's up?" "No rest for the wicked. We need your help again. We got a weird homicide." "Last one was bizarre, if I remember correctly. I think you just say things like that to get my attention." "No, really. We can't figure this one out." All right, the criminalist grumbled. "Give me the details." Though the translation of Lincoln Rhymes' gruff demeanor was simply how pleased he was that boredom would be held at bay for at least a little while longer. Kara stood outside smoke and mirrors, seeing things she'd never noticed in her year and a half working there. A hole in the upper left-hand corner of the plate glass from a BB or pellet gunshot, a tiny swirl of graffiti on the door, a dusty book on Houdini in the window, opened to the page discussing the type of sash cord he preferred to use in his routines. She saw a flare inside the store, Mr. Balzac lighting a cigarette. A breath. "Let's do it," she thought, and pushed inside. He was by the counter with that friend of his who'd been in town this past weekend, an illusionist from California. Balzac introduced her as a student, and the middle-aged man shook her hand. They made small talk about how his performance had gone last night, other people appearing in town, the typical gossip performers everywhere engage in. Finally, the man picked up his suitcase. He was on his way to Kennedy Airport for the flight home, and had stopped at the store to return the props he'd borrowed. He embraced Balzac, nodded to Kara, and left the store. "You're late," the magician said to her gruffly, then observed that she wasn't putting her bag behind the counter as she always did. He glanced at her hands, no coffee cup. That was, of course, the giveaway. A frown. "What?" he asked, drawing on his cigarette. "Tell me." "I'm leaving." "You're—" "I talked to Ed Kadeski. I've got a job with the Cirque Fantastique." "Them? Kadeski? No, it's all wrong for you. That's not magic. It's what I want to do. We've been through this a dozen times. You're not ready. You're good, you're not great." "That doesn't matter," she said firmly. "What matters is getting up on stage, performing." "If you rush it—" "Rush it, David? Rush it? When would I be ready? Next year? In 5 years?" Normally she found it difficult to hold his eye. Today she looked straight at him as she said, "Would you ever let me go?" A pause, while he ordered papers, slapped them down on the scuffed, cracked counter. "Kadeski," he scoffed. "And what'll you be doing for him?" "Assistant at first. Then some winter season shows of my own in Florida. Then who knows?" He stubbed out the cigarette. "It's a mistake. You'll be wasting your talent. What he does, it's not the kind of illusion I taught you." "I got the job because of what you taught me." "Kadeski," he said again, contemptuously. "New magic." "Yeah, it is," she said, "but I'll be doing your routines too. Metamorphosis, remember? The old becoming new." He didn't smile, though she could sense the reference to his act pleased him. "David, I want to keep studying with you. When I'm back in town, I want to take lessons. I'll pay for them." "I don't think that would work. You can't serve two masters," the man muttered. When Kara said nothing, he said grudgingly, "We'll have to see. I might not have the time. I probably won't." She hitched her purse higher on her shoulder. "Right now?" he asked. "You're leaving now?" "Yeah, I think it's best." He nodded. "So," Kara said. The illusionist said a formal, "Goodbye, then," and stepped behind the counter, offering nothing else. Struggling to keep the tears at bay, she walked to the door. "Wait," he called as she started outside. Balzac stepped into the back of the store and then returned to her. He held something in his hand and thrust it into hers. It was the cigar box that contained Tarbell's 3 colored silks. "Here, take these. I liked the way you did that one. It was a tight trick." She remembered the praise she'd received for it. Ah. Kara stepped forward and embraced him fast, thinking that this was the first physical contact they'd had since she shook his hand when she'd met him 18 months ago. He gave her an awkward hug in return and then stepped back. Kara walked outside, paused, and turned to wave, but Balzac had vanished into the dim recesses of the store. She slipped the box of silks into her purse and started toward 6th Avenue, which would take her downtown to her apartment. Chapter 52. The homicide was indeed a weird one. A double murder in a deserted part of Roosevelt Island, that narrow strip of apartments, hospitals, and ghostly ruins in the East River. Since the tramway deposits residents not far from the United Nations in Manhattan, many diplomats and UN employees live on the island. And it was 2 of these individuals, junior emissaries from the Balkans, who'd been found murdered, each shot in the back of the head twice, their hands bound. There were several curious things that Amelia Sachs had turned up when she'd run the scene. She'd found ash from a type of cigarette that wasn't in the state or federal tobacco database, traces of a plant that wasn't indigenous to the metropolitan area, and imprints of a heavy suitcase that had been set down and apparently opened next to the victims after they'd been shot. And strangest of all was the fact that each man was missing his right shoe. They were nowhere to be found. "Both of them the right shoe, Sachs," Rhymes said, looking at the evidence board in front of which he sat and she paced. "What do we make of that?" But the question was put on hold temporarily by Sax's ringing cell phone. It was Captain Marlowe's secretary asking if she could come down to a meeting in his office. Several days had passed since they'd closed the Conjurer case, several days since she learned about Victor Ramos's action against her. There'd been no further word about the suspension. "When?" Sachs asked. "Well, now," the woman replied. Sachs disconnected, and with a glance and tight-lipped smile toward Rhymes, she said, "This is it. Gotta go." They held each other's eyes for a moment. Then Rhyme nodded, and she headed for the door. A half-hour later, Sachs was in Captain Gerald Marlowe's office, sitting across from the man who was reading one of his ever-present manila files. "1 second, officer." He continued reviewing whatever so absorbed him, jotting occasional notes. She fidgeted, picking at a cuticle, then at a nail. 2 grass-growing minutes went by. "Oh, Jesus Christ," she thought, and finally asked, "Okay, sir, what's the story? Did he back down?" Marlowe marked a spot on the sheet he was reading and looked up. "Who?" "Ramos, about the sergeant's exam." And that other vindictive prick, the lecherous cop from the assessment exercise. "Back down?" Marlowe asked. He was surprised at her naivete. "Well, officer, that was never an option. Him backing down." So that left only one reason for a face-to-face. An understanding that came to her with the sharp clarity of the first pistol shot at an outdoor range. That first shot, before your muscles and ears and skin grow numb from the repeated fire. Only one reason for her to be summoned here. Marlowe was going to take possession of her weapon and her shield. She was now suspended. Shit, shit, shit. She bit the inside of her lip. Easing the folder closed, Marlowe looked at her in a fatherly way which unnerved her. It was as if the punishment to which she'd been sentenced was so severe that she needed the buffer zone of paternal kindness. "People like Ramos, officer, you're not going to beat him. Not on their turf. You won the battle, cuffing him at the scene, but he won the war. People like that always win the war." "You mean stupid people? Petty people? Greedy people?" Once again, the genetic makeup of a career police officer stopped him from even acknowledging the question. "Look at this desk," he said as he did just that. It was awash in paper. Stacks and piles of folders and memos. "And I remember when I used to complain about all the paperwork when I was a portable." He rummaged through one of the stacks, apparently looking for something, gave up, tried another pile. He came up with several documents that weren't what he wanted either, and took his own sweet time reorganizing them, then resuming the search again. "Oh, Pop, I never thought a suspension would really go through." Then, within her, the sorrow and disappointment formed into a rock, and she thought, "Okay, that's the way they're going to play? Maybe I'm going down, but they'll hurt. Ramos and all the little prick Ramoses like him are going to lick blood. Knuckle time. "Right," the captain said, finally finding what he wanted, a large envelope with a piece of paper stapled to it. He read it quickly, glanced at a clock in the shape of a ship's wheel on his desk. "Darn, look at the time. Let's get on with it, officer. Let me have your shield." Heartsick, she dug dutifully into her pocket. "How long?" "A year, officer," Marlowe said. "Sorry." Suspended for a year, she thought in despair. She'd imagined 3 months at the worst. "That's the best I could do, a year. Shield, I was asking." Marlowe shook his head. "Sorry for the rush. I've got another meeting any minute now. Meetings, they drive me crazy. This one's about insurance. The public thinks all we do is catch perps, or thinks we don't catch perps, more likely. Half the job is business bourgeois. You know what my father called business? Busyness. He worked for American Standard for 39 years. Sales rep. Busyness. True about our job, too." He held out his hand. Dismay pooling around her, drowning her, she handed him the battered leather case containing the silver shield and ID card. Badge number 5885. What could she do? Be a fucking security guard? Behind him, the captain's phone rang, and he spun around to answer it. "Marlowe here." "Yes, sir. We've got security arranged for that." And as he continued to talk to the caller, something about the Andrew Constable trial, it seemed, the captain placed the inter-office envelope in his lap. He pinched the phone in the crook of his neck, turned back to face Sachs, and continued his conversation as he unwound the red thread that was twisted around the clasps to keep the envelope sealed. Droning on about the trial, the new charges against Constable and others in the Patriot Assembly, raids up in Canton Falls. Sachs noted the man's perfectly nuanced, respectful tone, how he played the deference game so perfectly. Maybe he was talking to the mayor or governor. Maybe Congressman Ramos. Playing the game. Playing politics. Is this what police work is really about? It was so far from her nature that she wondered if she had any business being a cop. No busyness. That thought tore her apart. "Oh, Rhyme, what are we going to do?" "We'll get through it," he'd said. "But life isn't about getting through. Getting through is losing." Marlowe, still pinching the phone between ear and shoulder, was rambling on in the language of government. He finally got the envelope opened and dropped her shield into it. He then reached in and extracted something wrapped in tissue paper. "Don't have time for a ceremony. We'll do something later." This latter message was whispered, and it seemed to Sachs he was speaking to her. Ceremony? A glance at her. Now another whisper, his hand over the receiver. "This insurance stuff, who understands it? I've got to learn all about mortality tables, annuities, double indemnity." Marlowe unwrapped the tissue, revealing a gold NYPD badge. Back in his normal voice, he spoke into the phone. "Yes, sir, we'll stay on top of that situation. We've got people in Bedford Junction, too, and Harrisonburg up the road. We're completely proactive." Whispering again to her, "Kept your old number, officer." He held up the badge, which glistened brilliant yellow. The numbers were the same as her patrol ID, 5885. He slipped the badge into her leather shield holder. Then he found something else in the yellow envelope, a temporary ID, which he also mounted in the holder, then handed it back. The card identified her as Amelia Sachs, Detective 3rd grade. "Yes, sir, we've heard about that, and our threat assessment is that it's a handleable situation." "Good, sir." Marlowe hung up and shook his head. "Give me a bigot's trial any day over insurance meetings." "Okay, officer, you'll need to get your picture taken for your permanent ID." He considered something, then added cautiously, "This isn't a chauvinist thing, so don't take it the wrong way. But they like it better with women's hair pulled back, not down and all. You know, well, down. Looks tougher, I guess. You have a problem with that?" "But I'm not suspended?" "Suspended? No, you made detective. Didn't they call you? O'Connor was supposed to call you, or his assistant or somebody." Dan O'Connor, the head of the detective bureau. "Nobody called me, except your secretary." "Oh, well, they were supposed to call." "What happened?" "I told you I'd do what I could. I did. I mean, let's face it, there was no way I was letting you go on suspension. Can't afford to lose you." He hesitated, looked at the tide of files. "Not to mention, it would have been a nightmare to go up against you in a PBA suit or arbitration. Would have been ugly." Thinking, "Oh, yes, sir, it would have been real ugly." "But the year, you mentioned something about year." "That's the sergeant's exam I was talking about. You can't take it again until next April. It's civil service, and there was nothing I could do about that, but reassigning you to the detective bureau, that's discretionary. Ramos couldn't stop that. You'll report to Lancelito." She stared at the golden shield. "I don't know what to say." "You can say thank you very much, Captain Marlowe. I've enjoyed working with you in patrol services all these years, and I regret I will no longer be doing so. That's a joke, officer. I do have a sense of humor, despite what you hear. Oh, you're third grade, you might have noticed." "Yes, sir," struggling to keep the breathless grin off her face. If you want to make it all the way to first grade and sergeant, I'd think long and hard about who you arrest or detain at crime scenes. And, for that matter, how you talk to who. Just some advice." "Noted, sir." "Now, if you'll excuse me, officer, detective, I've got about 5 minutes to learn everything there is to know about insurance." Outside, on Center Street, Amelia Sachs walked around her Camaro, examining the damage to the side and front end from the collision with Lesser's Mazda in Harlem. It'd take some major work to get the poor vehicle in shape again. Cars were her forte, of course, and she knew the location, as well as the head shape, length, and torque of every screw and bolt in the vehicle. And she probably had all the ding-pullers, ball-peen hammers, grinders, and other tools she needed in her Brooklyn garage to fix most of the damage herself. Yet Sachs didn't enjoy bodywork. She found it boring. The same way that being a fashion model had been boring, and that going out with handsome, cocky, bang-bang cops had been boring. Not to put too much of a shrink spin on it, but maybe there was something within her that distrusted the cosmetic, the superficial. For Amelia Sachs, the substance of cars was in their hearts and hot souls. The furious drumbeat of rods and pistons, the whine of belts, the perfect kiss of gears that turned a ton of metal and leather and plastic into pure speed. She decided she'd take the car to a shop in Astoria, Queens, one she'd used before, where the mechanics were talented, more or less honest, and had a reverence for Power Wheels.